You're making some noise in the tower today, and it's not pretty.
Hey, you're the one who picked the German restaurant last night with the cabbage specialty. That is not my fault. This is a crime of opportunity, David.
If he was making it up for comedy, it would be a way better story, trust me.
But it isn't. It's real life stuff.
So, everybody, we're going to be live once again on the MotorTrend channel of YouTube. Racers, I'm not sure if you're aware that the replays for all of those are available on the MotorTrend channel, so you can go find the exact spot where your run was happening. You're going to want to turn the volume down because the things said about your vehicle might be disturbing to you.
Hello and welcome to the end of my career. Kidding. Here we are.
Not kidding. Kidding, not kidding.
We're at Cordova Dragway for day 4 of Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week, powered by eBay Motors, presented by Gear Vendors Overdrives, and we have all the stories, we have all the lineups, we have all the class leaders to tell you about. But the first thing we have to tell you about, Brian Lones and David Freiberger here, of course, is the weather. It is about 50 degrees outside. The density altitude is about 200 feet or less right now. Effectively, we have all the right ingredients today, David, to see huge numbers out of our big competitors.
What's interesting is the wheels really fell off this program yesterday in the afternoon as many people showed up late and were trying to make passes and just flogging themselves trying to get down the track. It looked like a 60s Top Fuel show with some of those cars going
gnarly
down. And numbers fell off. Some of your class leaders are now third in class. It's that gruesome. I'll give you those details as we go, but we're expecting to see that change once again at Cordova today. That's the thing about Drag Week, is that not only is there the drive, which we consider the punishment, but it's that everybody has the same track conditions to deal with, and people handle it different ways. The faster cars have more difficulty than the slower cars sometimes when it's hot out or we get a greasy track.
Yeah, yesterday was definitely a racetrack that favored the big tire slick cars, and the radial tire equipped cars were struggling with it. This racetrack is a different animal today. It is a gorgeous all-concrete surface. It has been sprayed starting last night multiple times, got touched up again this morning. They got a rotator here, so it's been rotated in. It is La La Land in Cordova, and our first pair of cars is at the starting line right now as we head down that way to Darren Pape and TJ Hodge on the starting line.
We do thank Byron for their hustle yesterday as we had some brutal oil downs, which are not going to happen today.
Hodge, a Street Machine Eliminator runner, goes 9:47.4 at 144.36 in the Mercury. Darren Pape goes 10:13.0 at 134.89, driving his 1969 Nova.
Hang on, let me check something. Holding.
Street Race Small Block Power Adder, the category for Darren Pape.
Are we off right now?
Over the wall gang grabbing some debris out there. Looks like a piece of trim might have flown off a Pape's car at the top end.
That's a great start.
Listen, if it's that quick, I'll take it. Next pair fired up and are ready to rock and roll forward. The Steve's Speed Service Chevy Nova. Steve Eden has been coming to Drag Week for many years with success. And Mike Cavallaro. Cavallaro's a guy who has been running in Street Machine Eliminator. Also a guy who's been running at the very base of that 10.0 area. You can only go as quick as 10.00 seconds during qualifying and eliminations in Street Machine Eliminator, and he goes 987. Now, that is a brilliant indication of how fast it is out there. Because Cavallaro's car has been so tightly set by running 10.0s, he's almost a tenth and a half faster than he's been anywhere else so far this week, and he cannot turn in that time slip. Steve Eden goes 1098.1 at 122.51. This will be a day of personal bests for a lot of racers. I can kind of already feel it in the air.
What you're looking at right now is our C run group. Our run groups this year are broken down by the ETs of each vehicle. Right now, every vehicle you're going to see is going to be between a potential 10.0 and 11.49. After this, we will go to a combination of the A and B groups together, and that's where you're going to see everything that is quicker than 9.99 and honestly, almost everything in the mid to bottom eights and quicker. Yesterday, coming into the day, we had 5 cars with an average of 6-second ETs. Today, we've got 3. As Tracy Grimm goes down with a nitrous Oldsmobile in the right-hand lane, Rick Callahan's in the left-hand side with a Dodge Challenger. The Challenger goes 10:37 at 131. That's a good run right there for Tracy Grimm, 10:08, 128.
And again, he's one of those racers that is trying to run those 10.0s. We saw him dip into the high 9s, which doesn't do him any favors. That 10.0 run, as you said, David, keeps him really kind of close to the top, if you will, of the Street Machine, or of his particular category, which happens to be Street Race Big Block Power Adder.
Right, Mike Reimar is here on the left-hand side with that Shelby GT500. He's at the top of his class right now. 11:25, 123 is not going to help him. Turner in the black dart just went 12:28, 109.
So Mike Reimars and Mike Turner, that last pair going down. Kyle Bridger and Greg Weigert coming up right now. Street Machine Eliminator on one side. That is Kyle Bridger. And Street Race Big Block NA.
So is this the 500 rotary? Is that what that means?
10:05, 133 miles an hour for Weigert. Bridger goes 10:54, 132.66.
Steve Lemieux has been getting quicker and quicker in the 70 Pontiac GTO. 101 miles an hour to the 8th and 1070, 131 in the right-hand lane. The Grand Cherokee goes 1079, 129. How'd you like a 10-second late model SUV?
I'd love it. They're awesome trucks to drive even when they're stock, let alone one that'll run in the 10s. Now, Clark Lamb running hoodless today. I don't know what happened to that. He's exposed that great engine. You see those throttle bodies on top of the tunnel ram as he comes out with the front end in the air. Ian Hogshead, son of Tom Hogshead, an OG 2005 Drag Week competitor, as Ian goes 10:31.9, 129. Lamb goes 10:503 at 125.38 miles an hour.
And as you suspected, Brian, that is the quickest run of the week for Lamb.
Yeah, that is going to be something we'll be repeating over and over and over again today, because this is La La Land for making horsepower. And as you can already see with the wheel stands, there is plenty of traction out there to be used. Luke Van Allen coming up right now, the 1998 Camaro, and Bobby Admire coming up. Admire in that 2004 Pontiac GTO. Admire's been a mover and a shaker. $10.085, 135.27 for Admire as Van Allen goes 10.99.9 at 120 miles an hour in the street race small block naturally aspirated class 98 Camaro. Brian Smith and Erica Enser coming up right now. It is Smith, the 2012 Mustang for Smith, and Erica Enser as part of the Fightin' Enser family, the 1991 Ford Mustang. It's pretty cool on the Enser side of things. Multiple members of the same family out here. It's like the Gebhardts back in the day. The Gebhardts would always kind of travel in packs at this event, and the Ensers are doing the same thing.
Eric on the right-hand side, a best of 1069 early in the week.
Nice wheels up launch for Erica. Would you say a best of a 1059?
6.9.
10.69. Let's see what comes up here. I think she's going to blow that out of the water as Enser goes through a 10.61, 125.62. And again, well, you say, what's the difference between a 61 and a 69? 800ths in a car that has been that consistent is massive. Brian Smith goes 11.53 to 123. Fadon Barisa coming up, and Tracy Holtzclaw. Holtzclaw, the Caprice Police Pursuit vehicle. And Barisa, the Competition Orange 2015 Mustang. Coyote Motor getting used hard over there, 106 miles an hour for Fadon as he gets all the way to the stripe, 10.49.8, 134.39, running in Street Machine Eliminators. Holtzclaw goes 12.13.0 at 129.07 in the Caprice.
Racers, our bump on Street Machine Eliminator now is 1079. That is your bump spot.
Back this pair out, put him back in again here momentarily.
To be more specific, 1078.77.
I think it's going to come down today.
I hope so.
We only need a couple of hundreds to get it down to the record 1075 from just a couple of years ago, or last year, in fact.
What we're talking about here is the 32-car field for the Street Machine Eliminator shootout that's going to happen tomorrow back in St. Louis. So all of these cars with a Q on the windshield are trying to run quicker than 1078.7. to try and push their average to get into that field. Let's see who's on the bump spot. Bump spot is Steve Lemieux in the 70 GTO, that blue car. And just outside the bump is David Nybert in a 2016 Hellcat Challenger, the plum crazy one.
So staging lanes will be open for a little while here for C Group. We don't have a specific number yet from Lonnie Grimm, but if you have questions on how long the lanes will remain open for C Group, Lonnie Grimm's going to be the guy to give you the direct answer. As of this moment, we do not have a closing time. We will get that when Lonnie believes, I think, when traffic starts kind of slow down or when we start chewing through the majority of the group. So just a quick bit of housekeeping up here before we fire up the next pair.
Here's a bit of housekeeping, Brian. It turns out that as cool as the new tradition of trailer burnouts is, we've been spanked for that a little bit on this trip. There's just way too much of it going on coming out of checkpoints. We had police complaints in a small town yesterday. Fortunately, they were very courteous. They didn't ticket anybody, but they were basically like, this is uncool, because we just completely striped the middle of their town. So we're going to ask you to tune down the burnouts in the middle of small towns and little roads out there.
And when we're leaving people's private businesses, it is awesome to watch, and I know it's fun to do, but it's a tough deal when we're leaving that type of a footprint behind us. Mitchell Sweet goes 11.11.5 at 129.65 as Ryan Clark goes 12.94.8 at 112.13. So for Clark, not quick enough to make the field on that run of Street Machine Eliminator and likely off the qualifying pace, but maybe setting personal bests out here today, which is its own reward. Azim Sheik and Steve Phillips coming up. Phillips, the Formula Firebird in white, 1989 model year, third-gen car. Azim Sheik, the orange Camaro, 1973 model year car with a split bumper. And Phillips rowing his own gears. Sheik the quicker of the two, 105 in the 8th mile, as Azim goes 10.52.2 at 135 miles an hour. That is a car quick enough to qualify for the field. A quick enough qualifying run there. Steve Phillips, 11.97.9 at 115. Phillips running in the street race small block naturally aspirated category.
Lynette Jankuski in the right-hand side in the Monte Carlo. She is definitely a player in Street Machine Eliminator. She's not with that pass right there. She is currently 3 in the class, and she is averaging 10.0, one of only 3 cars to do that. She'll be back to try and hunt for that number once again, as Derek McGrew on the left-hand side is in the red Camaro. He's also in Street Machine Eliminator. He's not going to make the cut with a 1560 at 74 miles an hour.
An indication of how tight the racetrack is. She literally shook the tires off the starting line out there. We can see the marks. Taylor Hedrick is looking for a balancer puller, a balancer installer, and he needs a car or someone to pick up our parts that were overnighted to the hotel in Bettendorf, Iowa. Taylor Hedrick needs a helping hand, both in tools and ferry service for parts.
All right, watch Stephen Mask on the left-hand side.
Taylor, you can come to the timing tower. Warren Evans of our broadcast team is offering his automobile up. So Taylor Hedrick, if you need a car to use, come to the tower. We'll get you the keys. Thank you, Warren.
Brian, I was trying to advise them that the Roadmaster actually going down track looks like it's doing whoop-de-doos at Baja.
It's all about comfort. The motion of the ocean, if you will. 1192.9, 120 for the Buick. 1242 109 for Greg Black. Good to see this Carmen Gia back. I believe yesterday it was looking like it might have had a mechanical issue out there. We have lost some Volkswagens this week, but he's still hanging tough.
They're sort of in the bottom of your pocket somewhere, like, that lost penny. All right, here on the left-hand side, I believe this is the car we've been identifying as a Hellcat, which is in fact a super stock.
Super stock. So James Holf in the VW goes 11:37.9, 125. And Jay Kretschmar in the Super Stock Challenger goes 10:51.7 at 130.19. Man, this truck is beautiful. Lee Brooks, 1964 Ford F100. We saw this truck going down the road yesterday. Turns a lot of heads. And Jeff Mink, the turbocharged 1965 Chevy Impala, looks sedate, but it runs 10s. For Lee Brooks, it is a 10:15 Ford, 134.79 for Jeff Mink. You saw that car pull the front end and then immediately wrap the tire up. He had a lift, goes 10.99.5 at 138.
You know, you see that 65 Impala, you can't help but think about years and years ago, Nick Scavo had that black 65 Impala running in NMCA in the earliest days of hot rod fastest streetcar racing, which really was the seminal event of this entire thing. Kevin Wells on the right-hand side, Street Machine Eliminator car in the 72 Chevy Chevelle blue car. Helping him identify the only car on track is what I'm doing there, Brian.
Well done.
Well done.
Well done. Kevin Wells, 1076.0, 124.08 miles an hour.
You know, the first time I was at this track was for the AMC Nationals, and that was the Comic-Con of automotive shows.
Full-on track convention.
That's right.
The Comic-Con.
That's right.
Oh, man. Here comes the Oldsmobile, and this car, we've been fanboying on this thing all week. Rovic Ahuja coming up right now. It's a 1967 Oldsmobile 442. It does have a nitrous-injected Big Olds engine in it. And Kenny Cuttle coming up in the 1970 Chevelle. Watch the left front tire on Rovic's Oldsmobile on a good hook, which he will have here. It'll pull itself up in the air. It's pretty cool.
If you can avert your gaze from the lovely saffron paint on that thing, look at the finish.
You know, the finish is unreal. There it is.
There he goes, both wheels up. Good old A-body twist going on that thing. That was a 173 60-foot time, 103 miles an hour to half track. And the Oldsmobile goes 1076 128. The metallic turquoise Chevelle 1402 at a pick 122.
Bench seat, column shift Oldsmobile for the win.
You could never lose.
Kanan Hall coming up, the 1977 Chevrolet pickup truck, short bed. This is a budget-built machine, turbocharged LS combination. And Jody Koyman, the 1965 Falcon. Beautiful piece, silver with the red guts.
How much was that pickup truck? $300?
They bought the truck as from under like a tree from a farmer for $300 to start the project. Heavy investment in the body and paint have really upped the program.
It has. Do you remember the C.W. McCall song called
Convoy.
Classified? No,
Oh,
not
Classified?
Convoy. Yeah, it's a story about how he actually goes and buys a Chevy truck out of somebody's backyard. He has a dog named Frank. Yeah, it's a great song. C.W. McCall died earlier last year.
That was a nice tag to put on the end of that one.
Fantastic. Yeah.
Kanan Hall goes 1056.0, 128.95. Jody Koyman, 11.414 at 116. Hall and Koyman both running in Street Machine Eliminator, and Hall is quick enough to qualify.
What does the CW stand for in C.W. McCall?
I think it stands for, my God, they should have never put his music on the radio.
Country and Western.
Oh, okay.
Country and Western.
Joe Laster and Dave Morahan coming up right now. Breaking news. Time slips will be turned in at the Pit Cafe entrance facing Impound. The Pit Cafe entrance facing Impound is the time slip drop-off location. As David Morahan goes 11.82 and Joe Laster goes 10.34, 401.27. It does define the kind of tough state of existence the 1970s where that guy had not one, but I didn't realize he had two songs that charted.
All right, I would think that you more than anybody would appreciate the mid-70s cult culture of trucking.
I do. It's just that's, and as we talked about last night, the arc of a trend, the cool arc of a trend. By the time C.W. McCall is writing crappy songs about being a truck driver, it's not that cool anymore.
It became a Chris Christopherson movie.
But the old school like outlaw trucker culture of the 70s is wild stuff.
Yeah. Do you ever watch Moving On?
I have watched Moving On.
And you criticize me for Adam 12. Robert Binkowski on the right-hand side. This is a Cadillac ATS. The CTS is the more common play here at Drag Week. This is an ATS. Eventually he'll get there.
Yeah,
And he
trouble.
did.
Trouble down there for him,
Yeah.
slow in 1591 to 57 miles an hour. White Line Fever, great 70s truck. The Blue Mule.
Smokey and the Bandit.
Yeah, no.
It was mainstream stuff. Everybody was into it. CB talk. 10-100, 10-200, you know, very relevant to you and I these days here in the tower.
We
Mostly
actually
the-
saw, as we got a couple of cars getting ready to stage up here, we saw 2 truck drivers get into an actual dice
Oh,
on
that
the
was
highway.
wild.
That was one of the standout moments of Drag Week this year, was 2 truck drivers almost ramming into each other on purpose on the way between Indy and, was it between Indy and Byron?
I never know.
Yeah.
Semi-truck road rage. And then we roll past the one guy, and he's got the curtain pulled
Black.
on his side window
Yeah.
so nobody will see him or video him. It was harsh. Andrew Taylor is in the red 89 Firebird who just left in the Mustang.
Andrew Taylor goes 1091, 123, 1079, 2, 124 across the racetrack. So that's like a bump spot car right there. 79, and the bump spot of Street Machine Eliminator is 1079 right now. The car basically ran on it. Taylor running the street race small block naturally aspirated category. C Group rocking and rolling right now. Great traction out there. Cars picking up, sometimes up to a 10th.
Now that's what you like to see out of a Cadillac here at Drag Week. Raymond Davis on the left-hand side with that 2010 CTSV, 11.0 at 128 miles an hour, and 11.08 in the other lane, 126 out of Gary Dufek's 2021 Mustang. So many black primer 55 Chevy gassers here. It's sort of hard to keep them straight, especially when you don't have your glasses on.
Yes, Mr. Charles, I agree. Now they go. That sneaky quick little 2016 Ford F-150. A 10-second ripper. It's going to outrun the gasser here. How about a 1044 at 132 miles an hour for the short bed F-150 that you would never see coming. 1227.7 at 113 for the gasser. That will bring the gasser back. Absolutely no question about it.
Here's one of our better freak shows this year is this Corvette that was found in the back of a body shop. And does it surprise you that there was a Corvette stuck in a body shop for 30 years? Me, that would be standard operating procedure.
We tend to impart things on cars they don't have, like emotion and souls. But can you imagine the arc of this car's emotion? Oh my God, I'm finally being saved out of the. Wait a second, is that a Sawzall? What are you doing to me?
Jamie Jarvis on the right-hand side in the 55 Chevy.
Jarvis ripping through the 4-speed with great skill over there. Meanwhile, Matt Tracy's going to take that Corvette to the house, slowing at the top end. 10:03.9, 133 for Jarvis. A nice rip there for the 55 Chevy 210. Matt Tracy goes 11:04.1, only 86 miles an hour.
That gasser category is meant for those retro-looking cars. There's A gas for supercharged cars, B gas that are not. Jamie Jarvis, who just went down, is number 2 in class. And just then he ran 10:03, which is his very best run of the week. 10:10 before.
Important announcement, the lanes for Group C right now, the lanes that are for the cars that are on the racetrack right now will close in 20 minutes. 8:45 a.m. we'll close the lanes for Run Group C. John Minchuk rolling in this primer Nova. Little haze off of the back of the car for Minchuk as he goes across the 8th mile, traps at 93.5 miles an hour. It shoots it through the eyes at the top end, 11:72.8, 115.32 miles an hour. Coolest movie, Big Rig, what is it?
You know, I'm so not into the big rig thing. I'm having trouble. What's the, like, no, it's George Lucas movie?
No, you're talking about Duel?
THX went the Duel. That's what I was thinking of.
Yeah.
It's not George Lucas. Who's Duel?
That was guys, it was like their first break.
Yeah. No, George Lucas was THX 138.
Yeah.
His first movie.
Well, American Graffiti was about
His second movie.
Yeah. That truck and duel I was going to say is 55 Peterbilt 281 Needle Nose. That is the truck of that movie, and it's awesome. Nick Cryer and Tim Baptista. Here comes the mill truck. The 1963 Divco mill truck with big block power, and Tim Baptista, the 1967 Chevelle, with its tongue hanging out, trying to stay ahead of that bread box on wheels, goes 10.608, 126. Baptista quicker than Cryer, but still an impressive 11.34.5 at 115.
Here comes another one of these 55 Chevys. This one, the most legit two-lane blacktop version, in my opinion.
Cody Helger out of Rhode Island coming up in this car. He won B-Gas last year. It is a 4-speed equipped car. It is, outside of the Daisy Mags, pretty well spot on. That grump lump style sheet metal scoop. Sliding plexi windows like they had in the car, and likely an M22 rock crusher like the movie car had. Yeah. Snatches the front end in second gear when he grabbed it. Dennis Raley in the Mustang is getting a good look at the back end of a 55 Chevrolet. How about a 10.16.3 at 135? Finally, that car was running 1030s or slower. He goes a 16 at 135. Raley goes 10.55.5, 127. They hammer that thing through.
You missed his 10.19 yesterday. He's
Okay.
still better by 3 hun.
Gorgeous 57 Chevy rolling up right now. This is Chuck Fryer, rather Joe Jennings. No, wait, Joe Jennings is not here. Joe Jennings here in the Audi. Chuck Fryer. If you have oil you need to dispose of, used oil, there are white totes around the pit area. Those are your used oil dump spots. Make use of them, please. So the 57 and the 2018 Audi go to the finish line. Joe Jennings just ran 998.5 at 139. Way quicker than that thing has gone all week. That's the first sub 10-second run we have seen out of the four-wheel drive Audi. Chuck Fryer, if that really is her name, goes 10.13 forward, 135.28 in the 57 Chevy. Hey, look, it's Larry Dixon, everybody's favorite Drag Week Top Fuel champion.
And only.
Yes.
Yeah. This year anyway. Well, yeah, no, only champion who's ever run. Man, Cameron Thorpe's Volvo is loud. It's got an LSA motor under it. He said that he got the blower and heads off of, like, you know, OfferUp or something like that for $1,400. He's running 1037 out here today. That car, the Volvo that you just saw in the left-hand lane, has run every week-long drag and drive thus far this year. That means sick week. Rocky Mountain 2, and now Drag Week. Larry Dixon not having a good day, coasting to his 14-second run in a car that has been in the top 9s, but he's typically running in the 10s here at Drag Week. Tyler Hedrick in the right-hand side here in the Mustang. Oh, he was just breaking beams and backing out. This is something you can do at Drag Week. If your car is hurt, you can stage, break the beams, and back on out and get a 20-second ET. All you're really doing is remaining in competition so that you can achieve a personal goal of officially finishing.
And the timing of this is actually very smart because now Taylor is kind of officially on the board. So if you were to have taken his car apart before doing this and not gotten it together to stage before we left, he would get nothing and effectively be eliminated from the event. Now we can go back in the pits, wrench on it, and hopefully get it fixed and make a representative run during our all-run session to close out the day. So good thinking by these guys. That's good racer thinking.
Out of the 337 cars that started, there's only 281 here today. 56 are out, which is about 16.5%.
We're getting there. We're getting there.
Yeah, we're coming up to that 20% number that we see virtually every year, 20% out. So once again, racers look at each other in lanes. It might be the last time you see your neighbor.
That's true for us, too. Do I get to count the attrition rate when I leave today?
You can only hope. You can only hope it'll be the last time that you see me. I'll haunt you in your dreams. Yeah, you can't escape it.
Martin Villeneuve from Canada in his 1967 Belvedere, and Eric Grillo, the 1972 Chevy. Eric's the on-site rep for Molly Pistons, the official piston of Drag Week. And he's got a stick-shifted, gorgeous, black 72 Chevy Nova, but it's not as quick as the aluminum wedge big block equipped wagon 10002 Boomski. 132 miles an hour for the Wagoon. He is Street Machine Eliminator guy, so that is a great run, a perfect run, if you will. Eric Grillo goes 11:22.6 at 125.
Yeah, that wagon was, quote, struggling in the 9s yesterday when he's only allowed to hand in a 10-0. He was learning how to get on the brakes, wearing out the front discs on that poor wagon. And finally yesterday, I think he got like a 34 or something, but 10.002, nearly perfect in class.
Now we invite Martin to come back up and let its tongue hang out a little bit. Now we want to see what you can make do with this air. Now that you got your 10-second slip, let it eat some.
Yeah, that's going to happen tomorrow with everybody at St. Louis. People come, hand in a time slip, and then let her rip. They will blow out their class minimums just to see what they can do. Kyle Kirker in the prune-colored 57 Chevy. I like prune.
Of course you do. At your age,
You have
need
to
to
eat-
consume a lot
and
of
you
it.
beat me to it.
10:02.8, 136.30 for Kyle Kirker. As David lost on a hole shot while trying to insult me.
100%. I was about to say that too.
Listen, 994, 136.88. It is a sad commentary that we both can complete each other's insults and sentences at this point.
You complete me, Brian. You complete me.
And I'm out of here. That's right.
That's right.
Jeremy Hammer coming up. It is the Tesla, the one and only on the property here this week. Mike Roth, 2017 Camaro rolling up. Hammer's car has been a very consistent high 9-second, bottom 10-second player. Also in Street Machine Eliminator.
I have a racer in need. Ben Brown is looking for an oil dipstick tube for a 455 Olds. Good luck with that, Ben. Good luck. The Olds dipstick tube.
And from one dipstick to another, Jeremy Hammer goes 10:15.01.35. Roth goes 10:18.01.45. Pretty interesting that you got 300 differential in ET, but a 10-mile-an-hour speed difference, indicating that Hammer was 100% riding the brake pedal going across the finish line down there.
Here's a roadkill tech tip on your dipstick problem. If you've got a hole for the dipstick in your block, you can do one of a couple things. One is get a wine cork and RTV it and cram it in there. That works. Or you can get a bolt and RTV it and hammer it into the hole.
So that's if you never want to use that again?
You got to do what you. It's a 455 Olds. He doesn't want to use it again.
Tim Munsell and Matt Buell going down the racetrack as the torches and pitchforks begin to be removed from the trunks of Oldsmobiles across America. 10:38.5, 128 for Munsell as Matt Buell goes 11:53.5 at 116.59.
3,900 people watching worldwide on the Mother's live feed. Do us a favor and share the link.
Yes.
Tell everybody that we are live and hot and hilarious and coming up
And
to quick
fast.
cars. And
Kevin
fast.
McKenna, senior editor of National Dragster Magazine, heading down the left-hand side of the drag strip in his 14 Mustang. And John Powell, the stick-shifted 87 Chevy truck. McKenna manages a 1050 at 129.37, which I believe may be his low ET of the week, and he will be solidly in the field of Street Machine Eliminator. John Powell manages a 1245.4 at 110.83. McKenna, don't sleep on old Kevin McKenna because this guy's a former NMRA Index Racing champion. So when it comes time to go bracket racing, he's got a pretty decent handle on the game.
Yeah, he went 1052 earlier,
Yeah.
and then he went 1050 with a 2 today. Here's the guy who is just outside the bump spot in the far lane, David Nybert in the Plum Crazy Hellcat. So he's trying to run quicker than a 1078 in order to get himself into the field. Jay Grabiak's in the left-hand side in that 67 Nova. Such a nice car. 1021, whereas Niebert actually puts down a number that he needs, a 1062 at 131. That might average him up to get in the field. Next up, we see Carol Barhorst. She's in that.
Oh, cool. She's back. Remember, she had the problem yesterday looking for that switch panel.
I do not recall that
Made a-
because
it
I'm
was-
David Freiberger,
Yes.
and that was yesterday.
And that's beneath you. I understand. It's beneath you to be concerned with the plight of the regular folks. I get it.
That as well. I still hired you to come here and
That
do
is-
this.
that is
I know
well.
you're struggling. It's a little embarrassing, but Just so you know, you are like making it through just a little bit.
Only thing I'm struggling with is the timing of this cabbage program. Barhorst and Barhorst, attorneys at law here on the starting line. And yes, there's somebody commented and said we should call an NHRA race together, which would literally be the end of my career. We'd go out with guns blazing. It would be fun.
Yeah, Pedregon solo would be a great
Yeah.
show because that's what would happen roughly 38 seconds into our program.
Although we did have you on a qualifying show. Remember at Sonoma?
You did once, yeah.
Our Friday night qualifying show in FS1. You were part of the booth. You, me, and Pedregon.
Actually, behind the scenes at the NHRA booth, you, me, and Pedregon, it does look like
It
this.
really
It's
does.
exactly what it looks like when mics are off.
There's a lot of rawness there. Carol Barhorst, the 74 GTO in green, gorgeous car, goes 1071.0, 126.39. Barhorst of the Rob variety goes 1429.2 at 94 in his 2018 Challenger. Less than 10 minutes before we close the lanes on Group C and open the lanes for Group AB. That is less than 10 minutes before we close the lanes for Group C and open them up for A and B. Herb White, 2022 ZL1 Camaro. Nick Costello, a 1984 Oldsmobile Cutlass. Having these C Group cars out here is a great way for us to run some heat into the racetrack, let them take advantage of the air, and as you've seen, a lot of low 10-second, mid 10-second, now 11-second cars here with White going 11:33, 124, and Costello going 11:57.5 at 119.
The other reason that we run the C group first is because the A and B cars, some of them as quick as 6 seconds, many of them in the 7s, it takes them a little bit longer to get here in the morning to actually get their program together, change their cars over from street mode to track mode, and that's why we're giving them more time by running these cars.
Adam Buntley and Mike Cavallaro. We saw Cavallaro come up before. He is one of the guys that is running and trying to get that #1 qualifying position in Street Machine Eliminator.
He is currently number 2.
And he goes too quick here, 987.7, 134. That right there was letting it hang out. He wanted to see what it would run in this air, and more power to him. It's cool. And also gives us a little indication of how much he is sandbagging himself to get into the 10. So
A lot
he's
of these
got
guys,
some in his pocket there.
They've got more in the can for sure, and we'll see some of that as they go brack racing tomorrow and then break out. It happens quite a bit.
Ooh. Carl Copia went to come off the starting line, and it appears
Drive shaft on the ground?
it seemed like it
Nope.
actually jumped out of gear.
Nope.
Yep, just jumped out of gear. So he will take the slow roller and come back around again. He did actually record a reaction time, so this run will have an elapsed time on the scoreboard, albeit one that will not exactly impress Mom if you put the time slip on the fridge. Carl Copia, one of the oddest time slips you'll see on Drag Week. 33.78 seconds at 49.76 miles an hour. Steve Eden ran 10.98.5 at 122.76.
Here's something that's been going on that Lonnie Grimm's put an end to, which is a lot of cars have come up, staged, not liked their stage or had a problem, backed out to go again, which would be unconventional. I mean, you see that on grudge nights and things like that, but Lonnie's like, no, we're not having any of that. If you stage, you're going down the track, you're going to have to come back. The other thing that you fans in the stands might not be aware of about reaction time is two things. First of all, red lights don't matter. This is time trials. The second thing is that we have got a new rule where if you cut a reaction time more than 1 second, we are going to take any time over 1 second and add it to your ET to punish you. We want to see actual drag racing. We don't want to see people hanging around on the starting line until we have to mow the lawn.
Yes, we've written invitations with calligraphy to gently ask someone to move themselves off the starting line. We have effectively worked to eliminate that. As Mike Reimers and Jim Forbes coming up right now. High riding 1962 Chevy 2 with a blown 427, dual quads on top. Leaf springs in the back, beam axle up there. Nice little kind of front end floater wheel stand as Mike Reimers finishes the run. going 9.85.6, 141. Reimer's also a guy who's been very low 10s, not in the nines much this week, but Forbes goes 10.06, 125.
Well, Reimar's there is the current, number one qualifier, so to speak, in Street Machine Eliminators, run 10.0s. You saw the guy right behind him also let it all hang out. Maybe they both had a handshake that, hey, we're just going to do this. Jim Forbes on the right-hand side is an interesting story because he was 4th in A gas, and yesterday, Ted Woodman fell out, bringing Jim up onto the podium. He's currently 3rd in class.
Mike Turner, 87 miles an hour. His 1970 Dodge Dart Swinger goes 12.25.8, 109.52. Man, this Pontiac is just awesome. 1970 GTO rolling up here, across from the Trackhawk. This is a car that was basically our bump spot guy in Street Machine. He rolled the tree. Lemieux will get no elapsed time in this manually shifted 70 GTO because the car rolled through the beams before the tree was activated. Ken Senko goes 10.704, 129, and Lemieux is going to have to get his Lemieux on to get back into the lanes 5 minutes before they close for Group C. Then he's going to have to wait for the all-run session later on today. Clark Lamb coming back up, his 1968 Barracuda, now with the hood removed. Full exposure there. Late model Mopar power across the racetrack, the Charger Hellcat. Chris Vandelwalker, the 2021 Charger Hellcat. Lamb's car is just neat, it's just...
It's really good.
Yeah.
I love the tunnel ram on the small block Mopar running naturally aspirated into the tires. And the wheels up launch is just looking so good. 1:42 short time. Clark goes to the 8th mile at 102 miles an hour. And then 10:48, slowing down a little bit for the car. Vanderwalker on the right-hand side in the Charger goes 10:77 at 127.
Luke Van Allen and Frank Venenzio coming up right now. Or Veneziano, the Oxford White Ford Mustang GT500.
As the mispronunciation nationals continues.
10-speed automatic in there for Veneziano. Luke Van Allen takes the 4th-gen Camaro down through 10.94, 120. Frank goes 10.73.2 at 131.39. I know what's about to happen.
You know what's about to happen.
And I like it.
Yeah. I hold in my hand show and tell, actually, for you, Brian. This would be a package of Reese's Peanut Butter Cups. Now, I spoke to Bobby Reese this morning, who's driving the orange car in the left-hand lane, which I might add is precisely the color.
You say Reese's, I say Reese's. We talked about this. His name is Reese.
Your opinion is wrong on the Reese's. That's pronounced Reese's. Let's have a poll once again on the live feed. Do you say Reese's or Reese's?
Yeah. And to be a part of this poll, you have to have at least a 5th grade education. Oh, man, Chuck Jordan in that 2012 Cadillac smashing into the rev limiter out there. But Bobby Reese goes to the finish line, 10:39.7, 128.85.
Bobby Peanut Butter Cup. That's it.
And even it's the right color. It matches the wrapper of the candy.
I already said that, Brian.
I was reinforcing
Cast your
point.
mind back.
Reinforcing your point, man.
Speaking of reinforcing your point, check out the Dodge that is coming up next.
So these guys we got to talk to them yesterday afternoon. They had a problem. They kept blowing boots off the intercooler. And they actually, earlier in the week, they split the intercooler open. They got that all welded back together. Then yesterday, they were blowing the boots off the intercooler. When they did it, the truck turned at the best 60 foot times that it has ever turned. It was 1.48 seconds to 60 feet. It is a 4-wheel drive Dodge. It has a Mondo Cummins. It is a 12-valve Cummins with a mechanical P-pump on it, and it is compound turbocharged. They were trying to run it with a big single on it, which is kind of the hot ticket that some guys are doing, but they had trouble making that work, so they put the compounds back on it. Dan Dinan and Dominic Liberace, his buddy said, just keep calling him Liberace. He
Okay,
hates
we're
it.
good with
Said,
that.
okay, we're going to live with it.
Tiny
It has-
bubbles.
That's
in
Don
the
Ho.
wine.
That's Don Ho. That's not Liberace. Man, look at this thing.
Oh, look at that. You know what? When you run a 205 transfer case, there's no speed differentiation front and rear. He got into some death wobble there. He did promise me a 9 out of this truck, and he's going to fail on that, as Brian has so many times as well. 1180 at 128.
Tire shake's bad enough when you're shaking both ends of the truck. That thing was trying to pull itself apart. 11,809, 128. He will be back again, the 60-foot time 300s off. Tiny Bubbles. You think Tiny Bubbles is performed by Liberace? My God, you're even old enough to know this stuff. 1176.3, 117 for Dan Dinan in the Malibu. Here comes the Truckter. Jesse Medafrey, big block Chevy powered. Technically 1972 John Deere with Chevrolet chassis and a lot of work from a lot of drag weakers to make this thing a reality. As Tracy Holtzclaw, the 15 Caprice is having problems. Tracy unable to accelerate, but Medafrey having no trouble at all. Top end of the racetrack, 12:23.3 at 106.92 for the John Deere Truckter. And I have 8:45 by my watch, which I do believe means our C lanes are closed. Lonnie said close it at 8:45. The lanes for C Group are closed. So C Group racers who want another hit, you will get it during our open session later on today. Mitchell Sweet on a solo running in street race small block NA goes 10:49.8, 130 miles per hour.
Where was I on the Liberace, man? It's really getting to me. Of all the things that have happened over the past few days, that's the one I feel shamed by.
For multiple reasons, you should. Lynette Jankuski and Cody Walker going down the racetrack. Walker in the Dodge, Jankuski the 78 Chevy. Remember, Jankuski last run shook the tires hard. She goes 10:22 here at 136. It has been brought to my attention that Lonnie Grimm is celebrating a birthday today.
Is he really celebrating, Brian?
Well, I'll tell you what, I'm going to buy him a couple drinks on the flight to Charlotte. On me.
That's in hopes that he goes to sleep so you can get work done.
Lure him into a false sense of security. Lonnie will have a fine dinner at the Dallas airport this evening as we head to Charlotte. Chris Sixt and Tim Bradshaw going down the racetrack. Bradshaw, that Mustang, issues. Sixt goes 11:33.0 at 120. We have not called the A and B group yet. We have not called A and B, so do not try to jam yourself in the lanes. You have not been called. We simply close the lanes for Group C. A and B cars, slow your roll. Or, in fact, bring it to a halt and or reverse your roll back to your pit spot. Erica Enser coming back. We saw Erica a little while ago. Rick Callahan, 2020 Challenger.
Listen to Erica's numbers throughout the week. 1069, 1077, 1077. Pretty good naturally aspirated car.
And I believe she ran a 62 or something the last time down, so I think the car was quick. Rick Callahan was near 2 seconds leaving the starting line, which means he will have a penalty added to his 1060, 125. There you have it. How cool is that? Way quicker than she's been all week.
Rolling up to the line now is our friend KJ Jones in an exhibition car. This is a QA1 performance suspension project car that was handled through CarCraft Video on the MotorTrend outlets. It is a Buick G-body with Hellcat power. Pops a little bit of a wheelie, little paper slipper. Yesterday this thing went into 1090s, I believe.
Kenny Cuttle in the Chevelle across the racetrack, 11:15, 128. He's got to clean up the launch a little bit for KJ as Cuttle goes 10:47.3, 127. Rova Kahuja coming up. 1967 Olds and Dominic Palazzolo. Palazzolo, the Mercury Comet. Hood removed. You can see the turbocharger sitting ahead of the engine. and Ahuja coming up here. The nitrous injected big block goals. Much more conservative launch here for Rovic. We didn't see near the English out of the front end that we had seen previously. 103 in the 8th mile, and Ahuja goes 1090 with a 2 at 127 miles an hour, with Palazzolo having issues and slowly making his way down the right-hand side of the drag strip. As the presenting sponsor of Hot Rod Drag Week, eBay Motors is honored to share this experience with you. With over 122 million parts, eBay Motors has the world's widest selection of performance automotive parts. Finding the perfect parts for your vehicle is simple and easy. And you can buy with complete confidence because all parts purchased on eBay Motors are covered by the eBay Money Back Guarantee. Right parts, right price, ebaymotors.com. Let's ride. Jeremy Heiser and Larry Dixon on the starting line. Heiser, the stick-shifted GTA Pontiac Firebird, and he gets that thing wound tight. High RPM launch there. Dixon had trouble during his first run. He's got nothing doing here as Dixon is going to take it to the stripe. Goes 10.21.1 at 134. Heiser on his bumper goes 10.53.0, 136.84. So Dixon and Heiser make their way to the finish line. Sebastian Albert and Ray Davis, both Street Machine Eliminator runners. The blue S10 Chevy truck for Albert. And Davis goes 10.64.1, 135 miles an hour. Albert goes 10.704, 125.82.
Brian, I've got the story for you about that red El Camino that we saw that
yes.
was all gacked in the bed. And in between people going down track, I will tell you that. And then I also have zip ties that he gave me that are trick for reasons unbeknownst to you.
Gary Dufek. His 2021 Mustang goes 11.12.6 at 124.33 miles an hour as we have our Jericho 4-speed equipped B-gasser coming up. As mentioned, we have not called A and B group yet. We are running the lanes out of C cars, and as we get down to that time frame, we will call A and B in. But as of right now, A and B, stand down. We'll call you when we need you. Greg Weigert and Jim Everett coming up now. Everett, the black primered 55 Chevy 150.
11.06, the best we've seen so far out of the 55.
Weigert launched that car perfectly. Everett launched the car like Freiberger was driving. 11.73.4, 116 for Jim. Weigert goes 10.04.8 at 133.66.
Here's your story on if you've been watching the live feed, you see us commenting on this. If you've been in the pits, you've probably seen the car. I believe it's a 66 El Camino, if memory serves. It's red and showed up on the first day. Beautiful car. Showed up the next day, and it just had the side of the bed just whacked. The bumper hanging off of it. The other side buckled. He was coming into a checkpoint, and he said that there was just a civilian coming at him, and he heard his wife scream because he was coming right at the door. He gassed it coming into the checkpoint, which is sketchy to begin with because people were in there. Ended up having the guy hit the bed on the right-hand side as he went in. It spun the car around and gacked the other side. And the worst part of all of this is it's a car that he's had for 30-plus years. He had given it to his son when his son was 3 years old, and his son's now in his early 30s. So they're looking at that car. They're just devastated about it. And they're going to keep going, and they're going to get that car fixed and be back. But we hate to hear that. You know, with the volume of cars we've had in Drag Week and miles of cars over the last 16 events in 17 years, some of that stuff is going to happen just statistically. And fortunately, we've never had injury or anything, but we have had stuff on the road, much of which is damage from trailer towing. You see a lot of people who don't practice with their trailer before they hit the road. They might spend a whole bunch of time building a tool rack in their drag week trailer that they tow behind their race car, and then they never actually try it, and the thing jackknifes as they're going down the road. We've seen it a bunch of times. It happened to our number 2 leading S10 pickup truck.
Yes.
Yeah, last night, I believe. He spun the thing out at about 40 miles an hour on a small road, fortunately not the highway. Is that S10 still number 2 overall? Yes, it is.
Yes, it is. And we're back at a hot rod down here. And we have the man without a face.
This is the only situation where it might have been better to just have the live feed camera stay on us here in the booth rather than going to the El Camino.
The question is ugly. Who wore it better?
Yeah, that's a good question. Yeah, we're twice as ugly as him. There's 2 of us. This is a 5.3-liter LS twin turbo car. It went into the 9s yesterday. That's also an LS Power 32.43 window of Thomas Brissy on the right-hand side.
And Brissy's car has been a solid 11-second runner all week long. Now he goes 10s, 10.93.6, 115. I don't think that car has gone in the 10s yet. As Matt Tracy goes 10.31.7, 132. Bobby Admire rolling up, the gray GTO, and Jody Koyman. Another run here being made in the silver Ford Falcon.
They're going to back them out. So that rule I was talking about earlier about you have to go down track if you stage does not count if the starter's actually stopping you.
Correct. Yeah, we don't. We had a little bit of a lockup there.
Bobby Admire on the left-hand side in that GTO is number 3 in street race small block naturally aspirated. His average right now is 10.32. He's chasing Brad Dyer in the number 2 spot, and that car is at a 10.21, and the leader, Jason Willis, in class is 10.16.
We have not seen Brad Dyer run yet. He has that kind of goldish Malibu, beautiful car, and that car would fall in this C group of performance. So kind of interesting there. Not to say he's not back in the lanes yet, but just a little bit of an eyebrow raiser.
That was a tire shred.
Yeah, Admire with the pedal job as Koyman making a quicker run than previous. Jody in the Falcon goes 11.53 to 117. Admire 10.36.9 at 134.97.
This is the second tower in a row where I feel like one of those ants that when you were a kid you would burn to death with the magnifying glass because that's the sadist that you are. That's how I feel in the tower right now.
That's why I'm enjoying this so much.
I know.
Joe Jennings and Kevin Wells. Jennings went 998 in this 2018 Audi, just his last pass, and Kevin Wells, the 1972 Chevelle. Can hear the Audi TT-RS, different sounding engine, 1052, 132. He dialed it way back, and again, he's a Street Machine Eliminator guy. Kevin Wells goes 1072.9, 124.
Nice little crowd here at Cordova. Thanks to everybody for coming out. Raise your hand if you called in sick to work. Boom!
Boom, yes, yes, all right.
We're damaging the local economy here at Drag Week 2022. Powered by eBay Motors and presented by Gear Vendors.
Billy Skinner and Barry Burrich. Burrich in that Mustang. And trouble for Billy Skinner.
Maybe Drag Racer TV could just swing the camera directly on the grandstands and we can have a mass firings of all the people. Hey,
you.
I saw you on the live feed. You got the drag racing flu? Is that what's going on here?
Well, you at least have something to shoot back with, because if your boss is actually sitting in his office blowing off work by watching the live feed, he's just jealous you're here. You did it better than he did.
Work from home, work from track. What's really the difference?
Yeah. So the LSA-powered Volvo wagon coming back up, and should be mentioned that the driver of the wagon, I know we talked about the fact that it's got an LSA motor and it sounds great. 4th drag and drive event of the year that he's done in this thing, and on the way to Drag Week competed in the NHRA Division 5 bracket finals. So another guy of that quick 32 group you probably don't want to grab in the first round, because he will likely be pulling out all the bracket racer tricks during the eliminator. Which I dig. I think it's cool that we get to this point in the event, especially on day 5 with that race, that a bracket racer gets to kind of show his skill set out here. It's a different way to attack the racetrack.
And the good people actually sandbag their reaction time as the week goes on.
Cameron Thorpe is that guy in the 92 Volvo. Not saying he's sandbagging his reaction time. Chad Giroux.
Well, actually cuts an 0.59, which is reasonable, especially by drag week standards. It's almost stellar on a 500 Pro tree.
Thorpe goes 10.46.2, 129.07 as Giroux goes 10.95.7, 124.
One of the things we do to kill dead time here is to look at the live feed and the chat and pull questions and insults out of there. We also do accept glowing praise, if you want to go ahead and do that.
Nobody really takes us up on that part, though. It's so weird that they ignore the glowing praise part for the angry comments.
Somebody's asking me about a test for our Engine Masters show on MotorTrend. The possibility of testing nitrous intercooler spray bar for boosted applications. Good idea, I can do that.
Neat.
I need to make 26 episodes a year, and I come up with most of the ideas there. I also get some from the Steves, but that's a good one.
Jeff Mink coming back up in the turbocharged LS-powered 65 Impala. Last time down the racetrack, Mink's car went into a bit of a wheelie and then spun the rear tires. Did the same thing here. Corvette is screaming down to the stripe and on the brakes, 10 flat with a 2, 121.67, a virtually perfect run for Street Machine Eliminator out of the Corvette, 10.68.9, 131.64. The driver of the Vet was actually fanning the brake pedal going across the lights and did it in near perfect fashion. Very cool. And for Mink, again, another tire spinning launch results in a 10.68 at 131. He's Sack coming up right now. It is a maroon Nova. They have been fighting the good fight. This is a pretty fresh car, and it has been giving them fits and starts. But yesterday, they made it to the finish line in the 8-second bracket. It was a great way to see them kind of overcome the trouble they've been having, and now they get to kind of build on that success. There, brake traction, kind of tramp up and down and then begin to give off the smoke as they spun freely. Sack does pedal it, still goes 10.22 forward, 143.64. Car is making power, we know that. Matt Bunel and John Powell. Bunel's 1967 Camaro, again, one of these great, just clean, good running cars. The trailer hitch on the back. John Powell, making the gear changes in his 1987 a Chevy S10 that is running in the Street Race Small Block NA category. 11.57.8, 115 for Bunel as Powell's truck slows big time at the finish, goes 12.46 with a 0 at only 110 miles an hour. Carol Barhorse coming up, the 1974 Pontiac GTO. Pontiac sure loved them a Shaker hood scoop in the early 70s.
I like it when you watch Smokey the Bandit and they have Dodge police cars with the shakers tacked onto them so that you are absolutely fooled thinking that it is a Pontiac. Carroll's going down 104 miles an hour in the 8th mile, 10:51 at 128 up top. And Jay Grabiak on the right-hand side, 10:14, 131 in the 67 Nova.
You look at Smokey the Bandit, you look at, Cannonball Run, you look at the Blues Brothers, the amount of 1970s full-size, quote-unquote police cars that were just wrecked in piles is insane.
I'll tell you a story about this in just a second as these two go down. David Nybert in the left-hand side in that Plum Crazy car is the one I've told you about that is just outside the bump spot in Street Machine Eliminator. He needs to go 78 and average up quicker than 1078, and they're 7 at 131 miles an hour. My guess is that's going to bump a guy out and put him in.
Well, that's basically what he ran the last time down this morning, too. So the car
I
is
believe it was a
consistent.
68 earlier.
Okay.
Yeah.
Bar Horse goes 13:39. So what were we going to tell us?
It's not as interesting as cars going down the track.
Well, this isn't exactly a barn burner of a pair here. As Nate Thompson, by a Georgia Pacific locomotive length, 977.1 goes ahead of a 12:11.120 for Herb White.
For Roadkill Garage, I just bought a 1971 Plymouth Satellite 4-door.
Oh, cool.
All right. This thing is full Dirty Harry. Do you remember in The Enforcer, I think it was, when Dirty Harry, goes into the liquor store and the guys are robbing it and they tell him, we want a car and this, that,
Yes.
and the other. And he walks out and they go, what'd they say, Harry? They want a car. What are you going to do? I'm going to give it to him. Remember, he does a big donut in the street and drives right through the front of the liquor store? That's what this car is. It's every 70s cop car movie. Michael Cavallaro.
Another 980
986, man. These guys are uncorking it today. They're not running the 10-0. They're just trying to run for speed.
Well, he ran the 10.0 first, and now he's been up here just running 80s.
I missed that.
11:41, 9:118 across the racetrack. My favorite TV cop cars of that era, those Dodge Magnums from the show Hunter. Those are actually, I like those cars.
Those are like, is that what Alana and Tom have?
Yeah, they have one of those.
That's why I thought so.
Steve Eden and Matt Colvin coming up. Colvin, the 2016 F-150. Steve Eden's car bumping around here in the starting line. He took the tailgate off. Colvin's really getting after it now. The tailgate removal results in a pickup of basically nothing. 1039, 132.59, but still looks cool. Eden goes 1097.2 at 122.71.
The play on that's actually, if you got a really fast truck, fill it with a lead and flip it down, and then you got something. But aerodynamically, that tends to do zip.
Back.
Mike Reimars is back as well in the orange Shelby, and TJ Hodge on the right-hand side in the 65 Mercury.
Back in the day when you and Canan built that El Camino with the 500 cubic inch Cadillac swap in it back in the 90s for Hot Rod, you guys took it to Terminal Island and strapped bags of concrete to the tailgate of it, which I don't think would fly it anywhere else but Terminal Island.
I cannot be blamed. That was 100% a Canan program. And he's running 987 once again. He must have got his number earlier today. Reimars is at the pole position. I kind of don't like when people say pole position on drag racing. What's your ruling on that? Okay,
Number one qualifier.
I won't say that. That wasn't as bad as your NOS yesterday.
That was horrible. I don't
for
know
the
what
record.
happened.
However, Reimars has run 10:05, 10:004, 10:035, and his average is 10:031 to put him on the top of the list.
Jeff Dugopolsky and Jason Pratt. 81 Oldsmobile for Pratt, 66 Chevy for three-time Street Machine Eliminator winner, Jeff Dugopolsky, whose car has been running consistent 1030s. Lanes are open for A and B Group. A and B Group lanes are open. Let's bring in the heavy guns. Lanes are open for A and B Group competitors as Jason Pratt has overstaged the car. Dugopolsky is going to back out, and then he will restage the car. Dugopolsky was trying to do Pratt a solid there. So Dugapolsky was trying to do a solid for Jason Pratt there, sent down the racetrack, but I think we're going to figure that situation out. Pit Cafe entrance facing the impound is the spot you need to be for your time slips. Once again, the Pit Cafe entrance facing the impound area is where you're going to go to turn in your time slips. Who's just trying to bust his way in to the Street Eliminator field, and Mike Kalbfeld, the 1966 Chevelle. Some carbon out of the exhaust there for Kalbfeld as he goes 10:32.9, 131. Lemieux 10:55.4, 131.08. A and B run groups. Lanes are open. A and B run groups. Lanes are open.
And Lonnie, if you can check your texts, please. Lonnie, check your text. Thank you.
Luke Van Allen and Chris Vanderwalker. Van Allen is 98 Chevy. This is his third or fourth pass of the morning. And Van Allen goes 1096.7, 120.84. Vanderwalker goes 1085.7, 126.54. Carl Copia coming up again. Copia had that issue where the car jumped out of gear. It's a 4-speed machine. And Frank Veneziano in the 2021 GT500 Mustang. 1074.4, 131 for Frank. Carl goes 1140 with an 8 at 126.68. So we're going to touch up the racetrack. A little spray, a little drag action here for our A and B run group cars. Thank you very much to our C group racers who got up here first thing this morning and got us run in and handled. Let's talk about Gear Vendors for a minute. Gear Vendors, the presenting sponsor of Drag Week 22. Rick Johnson is here. We explain the product every day, and I think we should keep that streak up for people who don't quite know what a Gear Vendors Overdrive is.
As Brian throws that job to me,
Yeah.
Here's what a Gear Vendors is. It's a supplemental overdrive transmission. It's a little dinky thing. What did he say? It weighs about 35 pounds?
And about the size of a coffee can.
Yeah, it's small. It's like a little planetary gear set that is electronically activated with a solenoid. It's got its own little pump in it. It activates a planetary to give you a 0.778 overdrive. Here's the trick thing about it. You can bolt it on the back of any transmission that you've already got in your car. Let's say that you sunk a bunch of money into your turbo for 100 and now you want to go on drag week and now you don't want to run the thing at like 3,500 RPM on the highway all day long. Well, you can grab yourself a Gear Vendors and all of a sudden you've got a 4-speed automatic and in fact a 6-speed automatic because you can split gears with the thing. You can do first overdrive, then second overdrive, third overdrive, should you choose to do so, and some racers do. Typically what I see is they'll run down the track in first and second, then click the overdrive instead of shifting to third gear. You'll see the Gear Vendors in everything from our Pro Mod looking cars here, all the way down to the 14-second stuff that just wants that extra RPM reduction on the highway.
And I feel like it was Eddie Miller back in the day who was kind of the first guy to punch the button at full throttle on the racetrack, and that became a practice that people still engage in today. Like you said, it's going to give you more mile an hour down the top end of the racetrack. Not the split a lot of people use, but in terms of a full throttle, hit the button and go, that is something that a few racers are employing, and it just shows how strong these units are built for sure. We also have to thank Mothers, Waxes, Cleaners, and Polishes for helping out, being a big supporter of our live streaming coverage this weekend, or this entire week as well. Official tire of Drag Week, Mickey Thompson Tires. Red Horse Performance is here. They are helping people not only in the pits, but on the road. Red Horse Performance, of course, a great supplier of plumbing for various applications. They have a trailer full of fittings and plumbing supplies, and they have helped out a lot of racers. You can go to their Instagram or Facebook if you're a competitor. If you have a problem on the road, you can call them. They've put their cell phone numbers up, and they'll come find you and help out. Great support there as well. Molly, the official piston of Drag Week. Summit Racing Equipment, the official pit sponsor, and they are here with a trailer as well as with folks that can get you parts that have been delivered every day.
Mickey Thompson, the official tire.
It's a weird echo we have in here.
Is that what that was?
Yeah.
I was thinking about how you were talking so much about Red Horse helping people on the road. You were beginning to omit Summit people helping you right here in the pits.
VP Racing Fuels, the official fuel, and NOS, the official nitrous system of Drag Week. Now, we should note, the NOS guys fill bottles all week long, and the volume of nitrous that they went through this week, they ran out of nitrous. The bottles they brought were exhausted yesterday. They do not have nitrous on site today, but they will be restocked again tomorrow. So nitrous racers, I know we've told you this all day yesterday, and the Holly and NOS guys told you this as well, but they will be restocked for the final day in St. Louis.
And racers, now that the Street Machine Eliminator guys are mostly returned to the pits, let's talk about how that program is going to work tomorrow at St. Louis. Street Machine Eliminator will be the first run group tomorrow. That's because you need to get your ET in, and you got to hand in your slip so that we can figure out your 5-day average, so that we can then build the ladder for the bracket race that will happen later in the afternoon. So you're going to run first, and you are going to have to hustle to get your slip in. We are going to issue a deadline for that, and if you don't make it on time, you're going to end up off of the ladder. So that's important. Stick shift shootout, people. Here's how that's going to work. That's a random pairing, what I call last man standing. There's no ladder for that. There's going to be a lot of stick cars. If you want to enter, it's completely optional. You come up to the lanes when we call it. It's random pairings of cars. We go down the track until there's only one car left.
We have track prep going on right now. A nice coat of glue laid on top of this racetrack. The rotator is out there now, kind of rubbing that glue into the surface. And it's going to be a great final day. I will be following along via the live streaming coverage as I'm working on my notes and stuff tomorrow in our Fox broadcast booth down in Charlotte. But it's going to be great. It's going to be very interesting to see, especially after this first session of our A and B cars, really what the storylines are. If everybody makes a clean run, then it's going to come down to simply making the drive and making one representative pass. If people in this A and B group, specifically our very high-profile competitors in Unlimited or Ultimate Iron or the Pro Street categories or Modified, struggle getting down the racetrack, the plot really thickens, and we'll see who sticks around to try to make extra hits today. As we look at some of our standings right now, do you get the...
I do. And the first story I have to tell you actually is Unlimited. We still got Tom Bailey on top. Number 2, the car that has blown us away almost more than anything here with its performance versus appearance, is Michael Westberg in that S10 pickup. Listen to this. Right now, Bailey in that wild Pro Mod Camaro is averaging 6.499. This S10 pickup, 6.56. He's the second quickest vehicle on the property, and it doesn't look at all like it should be. Now, he had issues last night where he jackknifed his trailer and broke the hitch off the back of the thing. They ended up getting it welded, and then they're like, oh, okay, you know, America, this is such a great place. Then they ran over a raccoon. Yeah. So blood and guts on that thing. Third overall right now is interesting because another Swede, Stefan Gustafsson, with that red 84 Corvette, they're out. That one's done.
And he had laid down some 660s. Yesterday, struggling to get down the racetrack in Byron. He had real bad tire shake on one run. It was just he did a great job driving the car, but obviously it took its toll.
It sure did. I think they shredded a drive line on that thing, and they just were not going to come back. And so he is out, which then moves Dave Schroeder in the blue Corvette up to the third quickest car. His average right now is 672. So things changing around. The other big change that we saw yesterday was in Unlimited Iron. Bryant Goldstone earlier in the week had run the single quickest class record, their single quickest run we'd ever seen in that class. That inched him above Alex Taylor. You've got like a grin on your face as if you're waiting to say something.
No,
you're not. Okay.
I think it's a great story. That's why, yeah.
It is a great story. So the lead in Ultimate Iron has switched back and forth, but Alex is still in shooting distance because we observed, and Goldstone confirmed, that thing was running on 7 cylinders yesterday. So what he's handed in so far is a 715 on day 1. On day 2, he beat the class record running a 663 with a 9. Yesterday, experiencing difficulties with traction and with,
lack of
what would
cylinders.
it be, 20% fewer cylinders or whatever that is. He ran a 723. Alex Taylor in the 55 Chevy. She has been 705, 721, and yesterday, 710. Not a bad run considering the conditions she was in. Also, Alex is qualified for the Drag Week 200 mile an hour club. That's a deal where if you've got a street car, you come out here and you run 200 miles an hour for the first time, you get in the club. That's really born of the fact that myself and race director Keith Turk and your time slip leader in the booth, Tanya Turk, we're all land speed racers, and 200 miles an hour is sort of a goal in that venue. We decided to start that here. The rules are she has to finish the week in order to join that club. So once she does, she'll be in the 200 mile an hour club here at Drag Week. Third in Ultimate Iron is Neil Torbett. Neil Torbett with the 65 Nova because Armin Trout is out.
Yeah, it's a beautiful green 67 Nova. He had problems. He did not make yesterday's activities at Byron.
Here's a big shakeup based on what we saw at Byron yesterday. Longtime class leader and winner Glenn Hunter in Pro Street Power Adder. He slipped up yesterday and ran 9:28 with his low 7-second car.
And this is, I'm not taking a shot at Byron Dragway, but yesterday's surface at Byron was not the radial. It was not a radial friendly surface, and we saw that out of both Michael Borgren and Glenn Hunter, two of the big radial tires on those cars, and it was just nothing doing. This racetrack today should provide them a much more happy environment. It may be more difficult for the big tire cars to get down this track without shaking because it is much tighter than yesterday. So there may be some adjustments having to be made on those bigger tire cars, but the radial guys should like what they see today.
But what that devastating run did for Hunter is bumped him into second. But James Williams in a silver Malibu is up in number 1 right now, but look how tight they are. Williams is in the lead at 8:036, and even with that 9-second run, Glenn is still 8:07.
Yeah, he's going to need to hammer a strong one today.
Then we look at Pro Street naturally aspirated, and essentially Matthew Sweet in that 76 Nova that's purple with all the stripes all over it, he is laying waste to this class.
Yes.
He can knock a full second off his ET and take a stroll back to St. Louis, and he will dominate this class. But as we always say, it's not over until it's over. He could break on the way out.
Cub reporter Mike Galimi of Hot Rod is telling us that it was a valve train issue with Goldstone's car. It has been identified, it has been repaired, and it is back to full strength and health.
Which is great because yesterday when they were running on 7, he had identified a bad spark plug wire. And usually when you find a problem, you're like, oh, great. It's very unusual that you end up having 2 problems leading to this, or 2 glitches leading to the same problem, but they actually did.
So the rotator tractor making its way up. I believe the second of 2 swipes that rotator will make. Mentioned earlier, but new ownership here at the historic Cordova Dragway this year, and how many tracks have we gone to with new ownership and have seen great things happening? And the same story could be told here. Byron Dragway is under new ownership. The place was great yesterday. Obviously, Maple Grove, where I was last week, and the Koretsky family under new ownership. This place, and it's such a historic drag strip. It's great to have it in the hands of racers.
Do you want to tell the World Series story?
We can tell it over the course of the day, yeah.
I was going to mention that Cordova here, we have run it multiple times at Drag Week. We've been here at 2006, 7, 15, 17, and now, of course, 2022. So it's one of our home tracks, and we have seen it change over the years, and only for the better. Cordova was open here in 1956.
Yes, so
Like Bob Bartell.
Bob Bartell opened the racetrack in 56. Lawrenceville, Illinois was where the World Series of Drag Racing began in 1954, but it moved here in 1956. It went to Memphis one year due to some incredibly questionable decision-making over the last couple of years by a certain sanctioning body whose name I won't mention. And it has been back. 2020, there was no World Series, but it's back. Had a great show this year. The place was jammed out. It was following along with photos and the folks that the match race folks they bring in. I mean, they bring in big names to come up here. Tony Pedregon, who I work with, obviously, Andy Trent Fox ran the World Series a bunch of times. Cruz is a perennial runner-up here. So it's cool. It's a great tradition that the track has maintained, and this year really brought back to full strength.
I recently, earlier last year, I guess, read Garlitz's book, and he talks extensively about running here against some of the guys who were his heroes at the time.
World Series of Drag Racing, bar none, end of story, was the first national event. The 1955 NHRA Nationals was almost a reactionary move to go, oh, wait, the ATAA that put that race on in 1954 was a smashing success. And it was like, okay, we should probably do something similar to that. And that's what really brought on the 55 NHRA Nationals. again, just taking a minute here with the rotator, and it's one of those things where you take the time to do this now. It pays dividends not only for the racers, but it pays dividends for us when we watch these cars really haul down the racetrack. So
eBay Motors has parts for new cars, new parts for old cars, and new parts for cars about as old as I am. eBay Motors has 122 million parts. That's insane. And I can order from my phone right under the car. They have all the right parts at the right prices. Now I can go to eBay Motors, find everything I need, and spend the rest of the weekend working on this baby. Let's ride.
You know, primary sponsor of Hot Rod Drag Week. I hope we can retain that position forever because it's just a fantastic event. For those top products of people that really use stuff, you know, really people who are working on their cars and know about cars and stuff like that. Great support from these fans. We have probably 30% of participants out here running our product.
Without gear benders, you couldn't have low 6-second cars driving in the street because, you know, the heat's immense and you need that extra gear to get the RPMs down. And when your RPMs go down, your heat in the motor also goes down.
Ready? Do your worst. You've never seen my 68 440 Dart.
I am no regular citizen.
We don't have the nicest car, we don't have the fastest car, but I guarantee we have more fun than anyone else.
I want it all and I'm winning it. I do not care about opinions.
We spend like an hour and a half out of gas.
Your position, I'ma go get it.
Let's ride. Not quite the same.
So we are back here. Those of you, when we dip out like that, they're running ads on our live streaming coverage. So just we lay out for a couple of minutes, let them run the ads. Rotator is making what I believe is the last trundle up the racetrack here. Rotator tractor is, for those of you watching on our live streaming coverage, is basically like the drag strip version of a Zamboni. Slicks rotating backwards on a, it's mounted to the PTO of the tractor, and it lays down a really fresh layer of rubber, helps work the glue in. The evolution, like everything. You ever see what the very first tire rotator was?
Invented at Bandamere, their first deal?
Believe it or not, the very first version of a tire rotator used was built by GM Performance back in the day for the NHRA. It used it was a standalone unit that they would pull behind a tractor. It used its own small block Chevy that was hooked up to the slicks, and there was only two of them. So it was 2 slicks wide, small block Chevy with a transmission, rotating the tires backwards, and a tractor would pull it up and down the racetrack. It was Larry Crisp at Bandamere Speedway in Denver that developed the first PTO-mounted rotator.
Which has a big, like, strange 9-inch rear end up at the top of it because it takes a lot of beef to turn those
Well, you'll
things.
see this one come by, and you'll see the rear end housing. This is a nice fab, like a sheet metal fabricated housing. It has chain drive, so on the side of it, you know, you see those big kind of covers on the outsides. That's a chain drive as it rotates the tires backwards. And what's really doubly interesting is rotator tractors now can be found at events like NASCAR stock car races and IndyCar races.
Who are also beginning to use glue.
Yes. Yeah, the IndyCar drivers hate it. The NASCAR guys like it. And the tracks that they run both series at, the IndyCar guys always complain if the NASCAR guys are there first, even though, in my opinion, the glue has been worn off the racetrack. But you know how race car drivers are, especially those that wear the elbow patches on their jackets.
Yeah. I believe they're using it in the marbles at corner exit. Isn't that kind of where they're spraying that stuff?
Well, no, they'll do two things with it. If the track is a one groove or a one lane style track like Bristol, they sprayed the bottom of it because a lot of people run high in Bristol. So now it gives you the option to, with that extra grip added by the glue, you have kind of more of a 2-lane racetrack. There are some places that they'll spray up top if the top groove isn't as good. Kurt Johnson of Total Venue Concepts, we both know, was like the guy when IndyCar called him. I think the first place he did it was in Phoenix. They're like, "Can you come rotate our track and spray glue on it?" He's like, "Who is this again?"
Yeah,
Is this a prank call? But it's neat. I mean, to me, it's a neat thing.
Is there any way Tony Stewart put that together for him or with him, or is that where he met him?
It predates Stewart's involvement in drag racing.
Okay.
And we're back. Group A. I'm very excited, David, because we got the best air of the week. And from my vantage point up here, one of the best racetracks. Glenn Bridger and Richard Flint. Flint is a Honda S2000 with a turbocharged LS motor. He is going to try to run 850 as he is running in the street race small block power adder category. And Glenn Bridger. Bridger running in the Pro Street NA class in that red 68 Camaro. Looking sporty for Flint, 136.60 foot time. And the S2000 goes 851 at 161. Yahtzee. Bridger goes 1046.6, 129.
Bridger there on the right-hand side is in Pro Street NA, which currently only has 3 competitors. That puts everybody on the podium. Everybody wins a little plaque for that. So all he has to do is keep it together, and currently he'll end up second in class. Sometimes you roll the dice and win.
Mark Banner and Olden Kramer. Banner Chevelle popping and banging as he got the turbocharger spooled up. Banner gets to the finish line stripe, a 9.99.6 at 146 for Kramer, a 9.57.7 at 142 in the wagon.
Kramer currently third in all motor big block, and he's running on pace to hold that together. The guy right behind him's in the 980s. That would be Robert George. So we'll want to watch George's car, which is a white 68 Chevelle. I believe that's the one we were looking at yesterday. It's like got some black flames on the hood or something like that. He has potential to move up in class.
Brian Acton coming up, the 1970 Nova, another of our 850 competitors. He is sweating this one out. He has been so close. He is trying to maintain his position. He is a contender here, but because he's a couple hundredths off the lead, it may be too much to overcome. The C-Class Pro Street Power Adder Nova across from Acton. Acton, 132 short time, books it off the starting line at Brian Acton, 862, 157. He'll be back.
Yeah, that's definitely off his pace, and he's trying to hold third in street race small block power adder. Based on the number of passes he made yesterday, I'm guessing he's actually trying for 1.
That's a new speed record for Drag Week. Something clearly blew through the timing trap down there, a 927. He did not achieve a 331 mile an hour speed.
Wait, that wasn't Robert Height?
That was not Robert Height over there. Kyle Beaumont running Superstock small block power adder in the EFI Store Chevy 2.
Should see a 7 out of that blue Firebird. He's the leader in class. Oh man, is that thing getting down?
Beaumont at the 8th mile at 144 as Kyle goes across the stripe, 772.6, 182.23 miles an hour. The Nova 7004 across the stripe.
And B-Mount's best run of the week here at Cordova, 772, 182. That is scorched earth.
Leaving right now. Franks, who typically has been struggling in the mornings, is on pace, goes 837, 165. That is low ET of the week so far for Franks. Bunch of smoke down there for Tom. Way deep in the shutdown. So we're going to take 1 second here to look at the top end of the racetrack. Had a couple of missing mile-an-hour readouts there. We're going to take a look at our blocks. And a note for Jeffrey Moll's team, that 8:24.8, 3/4 of a second better than you've run all week, is not going to be a valid time. So for Tom Franks, he can't turn that in because he's under the 850 index going the 850 cert going 837, 8165. But for Jeff Moll, as the wise man once said, the numbers don't add up. So we're gonna make a test run here in the Gator just to certify our traps before we fire the cars back up again. Place your bets. What is the Gator gonna run? Top Gator eliminator. 8th mile, the Gator, 14:56 at 39. She's going to hit the nitrous right about 1,000 feet. And the Gator, 25.99 at 39.38, right up on the mile-an-hour chip. Jason Tabscott and David Burke. Burke, the 1979 Gold Le Mans. Jason Tabscott, 1970 Chevy Camaro. I would say this, like we talk about Pontiac movie cars, everybody just goes immediately for Smokey and the Bandit. I would argue that one of the coolest Pontiac movie cars, the Ventura from the 7-Ups, and that awesome chase scene, it gets jumped and beat on, it's got a 4-speed. David Burke. It's a 79 model year Le Mans for Jason Tapscott. It's the quickest naturally aspirated car with a small block in it on Dragway. Little wheel spin for Tapscott. Not a lot, but it did turn the tire mildly. 560, 125 in the 8th. And he goes 873 at 156.84 miles an hour.
Yeah, his best of the week was 8,647, and yesterday he put a 873 with a 9. Imagine driving a 9,000 RPM NA small block from track to track to track and then running the same number every day. Skills.
The guy is a stone cold killer.
He is a 5-time winner at Drag Week and edging up on 6. He would have to forget the direction to St. Louis basically to lose at this point. We need Keith Sack. Keith Sack, come see Tanya, please. Keith Sack, we do not have the proper number from your run yesterday. You handed in the same time slip that you had from the day before. So we need to correct your number. I'm not exactly sure how that happens because they take the time slip from you. Regardless.
Well, he didn't run an 8 the day before. Something's weird.
His report shows the exact same ET and mile an hour 2 days in a row in the 16s, and we know that that's not right. So he needs to go see Tanya.
At Mickey Thompson, we never stop innovating. Stop by today and see the all-new drag racing tires that we have to offer, like the insanely quick Pro Bracket Radial, the Max Traction ET Drag. When Mickey Thompson decides to put this drag tire technology into a high-performing tire for the street, you know it's going to be outstanding. If you need the ultimate street-legal drag performance for a new and classic American muscle, the ET Street lineup has you covered with the ET Street SS and the ET Street R. We call it Traction Satisfaction. Check out all the Mickey Thompson tires for street and strip at MickeyThompsonTires.com. Stand on the gas with Mickey Thompson.
All right, here's good news. Dukapolsky is back here on the right-hand side. He ended up getting a slow pass down track after we had an issue with the tree on his run, so we asked Lonnie Grimm to let him come back in this group, and here he is again. Ryan Enzer is here on the left-hand side, your number 2 car right now in all-motor big block in that 80 Mustang. You're about to watch an 8-second all-motor big block Mustang. Big block Chevy, I should clarify. He gets off with a 1:30 60-foot time. He's going to make it to the 8th mile with 128 miles an hour. There you go, 865 naturally aspirated, 157 miles an hour. Dukapolsky, 1026 at 129. Brian, we got Dukapolsky back to make his clean run, which
That's
is very
great, and
cool.
it's one of the quickest he's made of the week. That car lives in that 1020 to 1030 bracket, and a mid-1020 is a nice rip for him. Mark Major and Dalton Major. You know what this is? Major. Huh? They like that pro announcer stuff.
Weak.
Dalton Major goes 941.2 as David uses an air sick bag on his side of the room. Mark Major goes 9508 at 141.61.
Those guys are actually number 3 and 4 in Street Race Big Block naturally aspirated. They're going to be trading back and forth. I suppose dad trying to beat son or brother on brother. I can't remember which it is. Here comes Glenn Hunter. Glenn Hunter, the Pro Street Power Adder entry that has such difficulty yesterday at Byron, ended up giving up his lead. He ran something like 2 seconds slower than he had before. Almost precisely 2 seconds. He's going to want to come back and run deep into the 7s. It is a 6-second capable car.
Huge run right here for Glenn Hunter. So Hunter, 56 Chevrolet, a stalwart Dragway competitor. Always love to watch this car run. Very rarely do we see him have a day like he had yesterday. You can see a 315 drag radial on the back of this car, and he is going to try to apply as much of that power early as he can. Hunter now, pre-staged. Hunter needs to bump it in. He's going to re-spool the turbos. Too aggressive. Drives into tire spin. The Camaro, on the other hand, goes 772, 377.46. As Hunter will coast to an 1124. Doesn't have to pull the chute. He will drive it right back into the lanes. David, you love this thing, and for good reason. I don't know if there's a single car with more personality than the blown little Chevy 2 that just completed the burnout, currently running in the A-gas category, and I believe currently running second in the A-gas category.
No, he actually moved up to first. Him and Cronin with the Ford-powered 55 Chevy swapped positions yesterday, and Woodman dropped out, and Forbes came into third. We now have only 3 cars in A-gas. And it's going to be a battle back and forth between this Nova right here and Herschel Cronin in the big block Ford-powered 55 Chevy. Baker here is really going to want to run into the 8s and watch this car leave.
Yeah, buddy, that's the biggest wheelie he's done all week, and he did it twice now, maybe 3 or 4 times. Baker porpoising his way down the racetrack, 112 in the 8th. And after taking some seasickness medication, runs 10:41.3 at 146.38 as Brad Dyer has troubles early, goes 12:69.8 at 86.6 miles an hour. Dyer will be back to redeem himself from that.
He'll have to, because he's not going to hang on to number 2 in Street Race Small Block NA with anything that starts with a 12.
Man, you really saw the gasser come up and hit the wheelie bar hard. It was higher up than we've seen it all week, and I think that got his attention to the point where he took his foot out of it, then got into that, kind of human harmonic when you're back and forth on the gas pedal.
That was a 5 bouncer for sure. And I would say the best wheelie we've seen all week at Drag Week this time. The red VW Bug was quality, but nothing like that.
That was hardcore. Industrial strength. Alan Muji and Steve Brack.
You know what they should come up with is some kind of a drag strip competition for wheelies.
If only someone would dream. Maybe they could call it the World Power Wheel Standing Championships.
Maybe they should hold it like October 2nd at Byron. That'd be a good
Byron
idea.
Dragway. Yes, that is going to be happening. If you've never been down there to see the World Power Wheel Standing Championships, I've never been in person. You have. It is one of the most off-the-wall events in the entire sport of drag racing.
Steve Brack in the S10 has run as good as 927 in that truck. Alan Mogi on the right-hand side in the 72 Camaro. Mogi's running Pro Street Power Adder. He's currently 3rd in class with an 851.
Man, that's a cool car. Mogi's car is just cool. Bunch of tires, sits down low, and rips an 871.7, 157. Steve Brack goes 924.7 at 147.57 in the pickup truck.
Here comes more of our Swedish gang that's overtaking Drag Week year by year. Jelly Ball. Jelly Ball is here
And
in that Trans Am.
I didn't realize that the Kel Lundqvist car was sponsored by Ack Lundqvist Plumbing. For all your plumbing needs in Sweden, call Ack Lundqvist Plumbing. Servicing the greater Sweden area. When you say Lundqvist, you say quality. Mark Campbell, 95 Mustang. As Campbell goes 5:39 in the 8th and punches his ticket to an 8:44.1, 152. He's a little quicker than he wanted to be there in Street Race Small Block Power Adder.
Yeah, he cannot in. And it's a bad scene for him because he was number one until he fell down yesterday at Byron with an 8:55. That was much worse, and now he can't even hand in that slip, so he's going to struggle to get back on top. Dustin Trance overtook him. Did you see that? That was really strange for an IRS car.
Really strange as Willis and Schwartz go to the finish line. Bill Schwartz had his fair share of launch issues. 9:08.5, 160. Willis goes 10:35.9, 129.05. '79 Malibu coming back up, had an issue. They were able to make that repair. David Burke and Jim Weiser. 84 Monte Carlo. Of the G-Body offerings in the performance realm, we got to take the Grand National out because that was way cooler than everything else. But 442 in the 80s, Monte Carlo in the 80s, or the third option.
I'm just going to let you hang with that one.
Weiser goes 9:68.5, 140. Burke goes 10:12.8, 131. Which would you pick out of the two? Would you take the Hurstol's 442 of the 80s or the Monte Carlo SS of the 80s?
Did you want to go ahead and include the Grand National or the
I
Buick?
said we were not going to include the Grand National because it's light years
Specifically.
cooler than everything else.
Got it. I'm going to bypass all of the above and just go with the base level Malibu, which is in fact an A-body, but I'm making up the rules as I go along.
Lightning rods and the Oldsmobile wins for me.
Matthew Sweet over here, another car laying absolute devastation on his class, which is Pro Street Naturally Aspirated.
And Sweet an 878.9, 153 miles an hour. And Flamin' Frank Romano goes 947.6, 144.66. The New York runner in the gorgeous silver 55 Chevrolet.
And his best pass of the week.
John Puckett. There is nobody that hates a clutch like John Puckett. Why do I say that? Just listen. Oof. Evil, mean, wicked, and nasty as the Coyote-powered Capri goes 931.9 at a $150. Woodward of the rich variety, green Mustang, goes 878.1. James Voiles, the Black Nova. 4th gen Camaro of Doug Sandweg on this near side of the racetrack.
Voiles in the Nova has been 891. He fell down to a 991 midweek. Hopefully he gets back in the 8s here at Cordova.
Voiles goes 1028.6. Sandweg goes 10:03.5 at 34 miles an hour. ETs are on point. So yesterday in the town of Elizabeth, somebody driving a black car here at Drag Week lost a gas can. It fell off at the. It fell off during the stop at Elizabeth. I'm sure it didn't fall off when somebody was doing a trailer burnout through the center of town. I'm sure that's not when it happened, because nobody did that except for everybody. And that gas can has been dropped off at the main office of Cordova. So if you lost a gas can off your car yesterday, you can go to the main office of the drag strip here and get it back. And those of you watching on the live feed, let's talk to our top fuel champion competing this weekend at Drag Week. 10:08.4, 133.95.
In the staging lanes at Byron Dragway and caught up with a living legend in the world of drag racing, Larry Dixon Jr. Larry, you have been a busy man. You were at the world's biggest drag race, the U.S. Nationals in the NHRA, as a car owner, mentoring Will Smith, attempting to make the show for Top Fuel, and now you're at the world's greatest and biggest drag and drive, Hot Rod Drag Week. Dude, juxtapose those two for me. What's it take to get both done?
It's you got to love the sport, you know, and for me, I love drag racing. Been around it my whole life, you know, growing up around my parents and them racing Top Fuel cars. So, you know, quite a few years ago when I heard about this event, I tried to make it so I could show up. The past few years, haven't been able to for one reason or another, but to be back here, gosh, the last year I did this was 2017. So.
And we come out of that video that the live feed was watching because we're back in action here on the track with Dustin Trance on the right-hand side, one of two people in history to get a perfect 8.500 in street race small block power adder. The other guy is emblazoned across Brian's shirt today. Honk if parts fall off.
He's been treated unfairly, David. I'm wearing this shirt as a form of silent protest to the way you've attacked Rick this week.
Well, he saw it from home on the live feed. Trance here, your leader. In street race small block power adder. It's a cutthroat class. He needs to hold his own against Mark Campbell. And he goes too quick. 846, 158 miles an hour is not hand-inable. John Mankey on the left-hand side, 873, 154.
It's too much. It's too much. 846.7. Come on, man. He'll be back up again. He only has 5 minutes to get back in the lane, so he may be in the all-run program. Robert George and Daryl Yost, the Yost man, having problems in street race big block power adder, as that car was almost starving for fuel, it sounded like, as Robert George, clean as a whistle, goes 982.3 at 135.35. Man, two great cars. These are two cool pieces out here. Get the job done. The Chevette of Brian Anders. Brian Anders in the Chevette, purging the nitrous. It's one of the early round eye Chevettes. Really nice car there. And Josh coming up in that Chevy 2 Nova with the stack injection, although it's EFI stack injection.
What was the not Chevette? A Pontiac Astra?
The Pontiac Astra, yeah. And it's weird that everyone didn't get a variant of that thing.
You would think Buick.
No, it was the Pontiac T1000.
Oh, there you go. The Astra was the Monza.
Yeah, the Pontiac T1000.
Fun facts to know and tell here at Drag Week. Oh, look at him. Joshua Norris on the right-hand side. The stack injected 67 Nova. That was a 132 60-foot.
Maybe on the rear tires.
I was about to say the same. 976 at 136 miles an hour. Meanwhile, the Chevette, not T2000, 1052 at 116 miles an hour. Where did they come up with T2000?
T1000.
1000.
But
I made it twice as good as it really was.
If you remember, there was the T1000, which was the T chassis.
Okay.
The J chassis was the J2000, and that's what Dobberden built that. Remember Rick Dobberden built that wacko
Absolutely, yeah.
car out of one? Yeah.
Maybe it was like when Plymouth did the suddenly it's 1960. Maybe those cars were so good it was like suddenly it's the year 2000.
There ended up being a Pontiac 6000 as well, which was like their variant of like the Chevy Celebrity type thing.
It was 3 times as good.
Yeah.
It's like the Justice Brothers product JB80. You know why it's called JB80?
Because it's the 80th time. Formula?
No, it's twice as good as WD-40. That's literally why it's called that.
Oh, that's great. The weirdest specialty Pontiacs of the early 90s that people forget about. Remember the McLaren turbocharged Pontiacs?
No.
Yeah, you could get, and they built turbocharged. McLaren did the work, but they were turbocharged versions of like the Grand Prix, and I think they did a Grand Prix and maybe not a Grand Am, another model.
No one cares. Nicky Z in the 55 Chevy's going to get out ahead of Michael Riken. Riken, street race small block power adder. You're going to see Dominic Svakic. Nicky Z.
Nicky Z.
Nicky Z. In the left-hand lane, 10:03, 134, whereas Riken goes 9:34, 150. Dominic has been here for many years, and his last name is Z-V-A-C-K. We just went to Nicky Z.
Yeah.
So did he. It's
Vatchek's
written on
cool,
the car.
but Nicky Z's cooler. the 93 C1500 truck. Looks like it's running sealed hood, David. I didn't realize this before, but you can see the hood sticker there, right? The little red stripe on the fender.
You can see the hood sticker
Right.
there. I can't see that far.
That's true. You can't see the wall. Jeff Butland. Oh, man. Oh,
His
big
door's
time
open.
trouble. He just destroyed a drive shaft. The drive shaft has flown across the racetrack. It is now laying behind the truck. Now 885.3, 151 for Jeff Butland, but that is what it looks like when a drive shaft, I believe a carbon fiber drive shaft, absolutely vaporizes as Wes Allison nods his head. That big cloud of dust you saw was the drive shaft absolutely exploding underneath that truck. Boy, that is about as violent as it gets.
Is it carbon fiber? I don't
is-
see
it
it
is
doing the big confetti thing. that-
Well, it's laying there, and that giant cloud of dust, and look at that, it started spitting pieces out at 60 feet.
I see that, but the carbon ones, you often see them just unwind and turn into a
That
big
one is
ball.
unwinding.
Is it? Okay. Yep. And I also saw him try and stop the Vega before he launched. I believe the door was open. I saw it open up a little bit, about 500 feet.
Well, glad Jeremy's out of the truck there. That was a violent failure.
Oh, yeah, I'm looking on the live feed. Thank you, Drag Racer TV, and you can definitely see that is a carbon fiber unit. As Brian explained to you several times, and to me.
Well, and you've broken it down like this is a Zapruder film, as I'm stroking out trying to get the words out. Boy, that's something. Yeah, that is an expensive slinky.
It looks like when I was a kid and I would walk around like the Mummy with ace bandages all over and I just let them fall off. That's what it looks like. And for the live feed, we're going to go back. Hold on.
Molly Motorsport is the official piston sponsor of Hot Rod Drag Week 2022, offering a complete line of forged power pack pistons to take your engine to the next level. Made in America and held to the highest quality standards in the industry, trust the piston technology leader. Trust Molly Motorsport. AMSOIL is the official oil of Hot Rod Drag Week, and they allow you to attack each quarter mile with confidence. That's because AMSOIL believes overkill is underrated when it comes to engine protection and performance. AMSOIL designs synthetic lubricants molecule by molecule to stand up under the most extreme conditions. They deliver protection that blows away industry standards, and AMSOIL crafts specialized formulas for the unique demands of their intended applications. Products like AMSOIL Z-Rod synthetic motor oil, for instance. Z-Rod is formulated with high levels of zinc and phosphorus to protect flat tappet camshafts in classic and high-performance vehicles. It even has a unique blend of rust and corrosion prohibitor to provide a boosted protection during storage periods. Stop by the AMSOIL booth to learn how you can save up to 25% on AMSOIL products. Get fast, free shipping, and more. AMSOIL, run with us.
I'm really excited about being here again.
So Larry, you got a neat little hot rod here. Talk to me about it. Got some patina on it, some cool old nostalgia pieces on it, like the 76 Unical ball, and even a Holiday Inn Cambodia sticker.
Well, the funny part, you bring up the 76 ball, that is actually from my own personal collection when I worked at a 76 station in high school. I thought that it would go perfect with this car. I've had this car since 1988, so most of the patina has been self-inflicted from years of owning it, and I just had it for a long time, and this event is a great event to a good excuse to be able to get your car out there and run. And I won't have time to do the whole week. I gotta bow out on Friday, but I'm here until then. So it's a great event. Did put this motor combination in with GM a few years ago. It's an LT4 with a 4L75 each hands. I've been as quick on Midwest Drags earlier in the summer. Went 987, 137 with it. So it scoots. It gets 20 plus miles to the gallon on pump gas. And honestly, I haven't had the hood open since Tech on Sunday. So I'm kind of proud of that. So I don't work on this thing, man. This event is all, for me, is a vacation from all the working. You know, having a top fuel car and a two-seat car, that's nothing but work. So I feel for everybody that's doing the thrashing during the week, but for me, this is all about vacation time.
I'm also eyeing that Mears helmet you got over there. There has to be a story with that one.
No, not really. Just I was a fan of him. I grew up in California, Southern California, and he was from Bakersfield, just north of us. And I was always a Mears fan, and I felt like doing one up. So I mean, my car's got a little bit of that, but it's not. I got a license plate ring on this. It says "Winners Choose Krager," but it's from my dad. When my dad got in the 5-second club as a driver in Top Fuel way back in the 70s, that part of the care package was license plate ring. So I've got one of those on it. I mean, this car's got a lot of old stuff. The Holiday in Cambodia. I listened to the Dead Kennedys when I was in junior high school. So like I saw that, thought it'd be fun, and it's just this whole thing's about fun. The car didn't come with a horn, so when I put a horn in it. I got a Roadrunner horn. It sounds like the Roadrunner. So it's just, for me, this is just about having fun. That's why, everybody here got into cars because they love cars. And this is just giving me a chance to hang out with the boys for a few days.
Larry Dixon having fun. We'll watch along. You're back to the live stream on MotorTrend. Monday Morning Racer reporting from the pits.
Thank you.
How professional is this production? Just like that. We got Larry Dixon here with us. What's going on, man?
Timing's everything. Just came upstairs to talk to you guys. Tell you what a great weekend. Better?
No, way better.
Better?
Way better.
Yeah, just a great week. What a great event. I love this. From the first time that you told me about it, you've been doing this for about 10 years, and I'm in my NHRA Top Fuel world and not knowing anything about it, and it was like all about trying to figure out a way to get my car out there and do it. And since then, it's just been ways to get back out here and do it. It's been a little layoff here, but glad to be back out here again.
Is this number 4 for you?
It is.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
And unfortunately, it's day 4, and we're not going to see you again tomorrow.
No. My daughter pulled the parents' weekend card, so my next checkpoint is in Columbia, South Carolina, which will be tomorrow. So it's the trip's drive back to Indianapolis, swap out cars, and drive to Columbia.
Before we came on air, we were talking about stuff, and you said this was a great reminder, like a throwback to kind of your youth in Southern California.
Oh my gosh, growing up in the San Fernando Valley and hearing you talk about stories about just running around the streets with your car with all your buddies, and then every once in a while you'd run on the street, but once in a while you'd go up to the track. Our track at the time would have been the only one left when I was a kid. It had been Palmdale, and actually I did high school brackets with my 55 Chevy.
And Carcraft, we went up with your dad and ran his green 55 Chevy at LACR, and that place was a sand pit.
Oh yeah, late in the day, you got the wind had come out, and then run the gravel across the track.
Every time.
And somebody'd spin a car out, and it's like, okay, we got to shut down.
Yeah, it was no big deal at the time. There got to a point on the magazine where they just gave us a key to the gate, and we would just go up there like, you know how to run the clocks, and we would just run. We were also talking about OCIR. We both were able to run there. We're the same age, and so we got there. We must have been 15 or 16 when we were doing OCIR.
Yeah, my dad had a Camaro at the time and entered it in Super Chevy, which I think was either 82 or 83. Still got the dash plaque but he let me drive, so that was fun making getting a chance to make a lap there.
Man, I can't even imagine your life going from the same background that I had on the streets out there in San Fernando Valley, getting to be a crew guy, getting to drive for Snake, moving on. I mean, it's just, do you still realize, man, I look at my life, and if I had to explain it to 7-year-old me, what would it be?
No, it's just I feel really blessed for the opportunities. I think all of it came from just loving cars, being a car guy, because it's like I'm in just as much heaven like today, right now, as at the starting line at Pomona or Indy or anything else in a Top Fuel car. I mean, it's just being at the track with a bunch of car guys and messing with your cars. It feels like you're cheating life being able to do stuff like this.
Absolutely. And we're lucky, too. Brian, more lucky than I am to spend the entire week in the booth. He's going to take off later on today. But why don't you wrap it up with Larry?
Yeah, no, it's just great. And I think, to your point, we look at, like, the kid in the Escape. We talked to him. This kid's got a Ford Escape. He's out there with his dad. They strip the interior up. Things running like 15. It's time of their life. And I think one of the things that it always brings home to me is how everybody here is just kind of supportive of each other. It's a different environment than everywhere else.
Oh, for sure. People grow up in red states or blue states or whether it's electric or diesel or gas, it doesn't matter. You come here, you're all car guys.
Yeah.
And so it's it's the coolest thing in the world. Yeah, nobody cares about politics here. It's just, how quick we can make our car
Time
run.
slips, yeah.
And the stories we got from breaking down or somebody else breaking down, helping them out.
So how long's the ride home from here to Indy?
5 hours.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not
Typical.
bad. Yeah, that car. I feel like it's cheating almost. I haven't sealed the hood, but I haven't had the hood open since Tech Day on Sunday.
Nice.
And and having a car that runs 10 flat and gets 20 some miles to the gallon, and I just have a ball driving the thing. I have AM radio in it, and there's not very many AM stations left in it. Oh yeah, and everybody's
Farm reports, right? Farm reports.
Everybody's like, oh, you can get the new, Bluetooth, this and that and all that. And I'm like, no, I like that squeaky, squealy, like AM radio sound. It's period correct, and that's what I dig about the car.
Larry Dixon, having a great time at Drag Week, as are so many others. Thanks for hanging out with us, Larry. Good luck on your trip home, and have fun at Parents Weekend.
Hey, thanks a lot, guys. Appreciate it. Everybody else, have fun tomorrow. Cover for me. Yeah, man. Yeah, anytime. Yeah, again. Yeah.
So as we were talking to Larry, some equipment rolled out on the racetrack. The scrubbing tractor out there right now, as obviously when that drive shaft comes out of the back of a transmission, it's not coming out dry. So we're cleaning that area up right now. It'll be a few minutes, but as you can see, the best equipment in the industry out there, and it means that right lane is going to be right back to as good as it was when they are done. Racers who have made a run, that is representative, you're going to hand in your time slip. It is the Pit Cafe entrance facing the impound area. Pit Cafe entrance facing the impound area is where you're going to drop your time slips off today. So as we have some quiet here, I want to make an explanation as some information came in from Lonnie Grimm. So the top 40 vehicles in Street Machine only are the vehicles that will run first at St. Louis. Those top 40 cars, basically the 32 cars that are in the 8 closest cars to being in, will make that run. Probably, hopefully, will get you 2, but it might be 1 final qualifying run. Then you'll turn in your time slip, so the ladder for Street Machine Eliminator can be made once qualifying is locked. It is a 10 a.m. start time tomorrow, so you can catch up on a little bit of shut-eye down there in St. Louis, assuming your ride from Cordova to St. Louis goes smoothly. After the top 40 cars run, A and B group will go in, and then C and D will finish the day. The Eliminator will be run, the stick shift shootout will be run, and the festivities will conclude with the awards ceremony. The stick shift shootout is open to anybody who wants to enter it with a stick shift car. It is random pairings, and it is frankly the last man standing. So your ideal strategy is to go duck hunting outside of the staging lanes, and when you see somebody coming in that looks like a weak sister, you got to run up there and pair up with them. It is random pairings in the staging lanes. But yes, you have to be a competent duck hunter. I know how that works because I was such a horrendous bracket racer. And this is true story. I could never figure out when I started going bracket racing with my dad why I would end up running like the same guy a couple weeks in a row. It's like, man, it's so weird. I keep lining up with this guy. And then finally somebody in the pits is like, you realize he sees you coming and he knows he can destroy you and he's picking you every week. I said, I didn't realize that. That's why I'm horrible at this.
A story about you being horrendous. I can't imagine. Lonnie did say that about the people pairing up for stick. He was like, you will meet that man anyway.
Right. It's going to happen. Pay me now or pay me later, but you're going to pay me.
Yep.
The lanes are closed, the time slips are turned in, and the pits are emptying here at Lucas Oil, Indianapolis Raceway Park. It is time to hit the road for Byron Dragway. Day 2 of Hot Rod Drag Week 2022 rolls on. We're going to hit the road, taking you along for the ride. Just outside of Brownsburg, heading west, a lot of the teams have decided to stop at a Love's, fill up, get some snacks, keep on the route that Hot Rod Drag Week 2022 has designated. Well, other than blowing the doors off, how has the day gone so far?
Gone pretty well. We were come in today struggling and left number 2 quick overall for the day. So.
That's a solid day, for sure.
On 663 at 217 mile an hour. So.
Solid lap. So, at the normal pump, what goes into this high-powered machine?
93.
93 to get down the road.
10 miles a gallon driving down the road.
The first checkpoint for those on Hot Rod Drag Week 2022 leaving from Indianapolis is the Beef House restaurant, which is very popular in serving just that and apparently their world famous rolls. So guys, y'all made it, but I blew by you all after the Love stop. What happened?
Just overheated. We were just short on water and it just blew past the cap. So we had to stop and use the 2 waters we just got for ourselves for the radiator. So we filled it back up and we're good to go.
As long as she's not thirsty.
Exactly.
Rolling on from the first checkpoint on the way to Byron Dragway, the Beef House restaurant. Sadly, not able to try those world famous rolls. Next time. Guys, I didn't know there was a rat rod class in Hot Rod Drag Week.
There's some crazy stuff. We're just happy to be here. We're glad they let us in, you know. I guess we're like the freak show.
What class are you in?
Well, we started out in Ultimate Iron yesterday, but we weren't clear on the rules, so they moved us to Unlimited. So we're with the fast boys. So
in Unlimited, how's it going so far for you guys?
We turned in our best time today, and we ran an 861, and we pedaled at the top of the track, so we still think there's a little left if we get everything worked out.
So what is this old hot rod?
It's a 45 Chevy with a Cummins common rail, compound turbos, a lot of billet parts in the transmission, and It's got Waggler tranny. My training builder, Gary Woodward, put together for me. And really, the transmission is taking the beating. The transmission the motor, we haven't even turned it up yet. The transmission is doing a great job.
Well, guys, look, you get down the road, drive carefully. Introduce yourselves before we get out of here.
I'm Robert Berry, or people call me Red. This is Aaron Huseman. He's my co-pilot. He reminds me of turning my signal off. So, yeah.
Guys, have a good rest of Hot Rod Drag Week.
Thank you.
That first leg a little overheating. What about this one? How'd it go?
It didn't really overheat. It just was a little low from a leak we had earlier that we didn't fill up. But yeah, it's doing fine. It just the fuel pressure, you get about a half tank down and it drops. So it just gets hot once the vapor locks. So as long as I keep it about 75, it's like 32 pounds of fuel pressure that stays running. If I start going slower, it starts dropping the fuel pressure and it's not happening. We just got to fill it up about every half a tank.
All right, got to keep her filled up and happy. We are in the state of Illinois now, here at the second.
Director of the NHRA tells an awesome story about getting to Indy in about 1972, I think it was, 73. And back then with traction compound, they would basically treat the racetrack like days ahead of the race and the stuff would soak in. It wasn't like we do it today where you lay it on there between rounds or whatnot. It was a long process. So they went out there and they fire hosed this whole this whole racetrack full of this stuff, and it's starting to set up. They leave, and the guy who maintains the racetrack grounds says, I better cut the grass. So the guy cuts the grass, and they come back the next day, and the entire drag strip is grass clippings glued to it, like with super glue. And he said they had to manually scrape it all off by hand and then retreat the thing. Pretty wild.
It's interesting, last however many years, it's been like, oh, no, prep racing, it's the thing. Oh, man, we're the cool guys. No, try 1962.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was pretty much it. Yeah, I mean, it's something else. We've told, again, you've heard all these stories because we tell them back and forth to each other, but as we have a second.
Yeah, as we stand alone in a room.
Hey,
Brian, have you heard this one?
Another great Steve Gibbs story is the time that an NHRA Christmas tree was destroyed by an airplane propeller.
This is a great one.
During a national event. So it was Montreal, Canada, the early 1970s. Molson Beer always sponsored Le Grand National, is what they called the race for many, many years. So the plan was that the guy who was like the president of Molson was going to fly in his biplane, land the biplane on the track with Miss Molson in the back. They'd wave to the crowd, everybody would be like, woo, and then they would go on with the race. And they practiced it. This happened at Saint Air Super Speedway outside of Montreal. They land the plane on the racetrack during this practice. Everything is absolutely perfect. They know what the plan's going to be. They know exactly how this is going to work. Race day comes. Plane's coming in. Steve Gibbs begins to realize as this whole thing is unfolding that when these guys did the practice before he got there was no Christmas tree on the racetrack. And this guy is going to land a propeller plane that when you're sitting on the ground angles the pilot basically straight up. So the way you steer one of those on the ground is kind of like an old top fuel car. You look to the left and the right. You cannot see anything directly in front of you. So racetrack's packed. Crowd's going crazy. Here comes the Red Baron, the Molson guy. He lands on the racetrack. People are waving at him furiously to stop. He thinks they're waving at him furiously because they think he's so cool. And with the propeller spinning, drives the airplane straight into the Christmas tree and annihilates the propeller and annihilates the tree, throwing glass and bulbs and wiring all lengths and distances. They then had to go get another Christmas tree, which required somebody else's plane to fly to another track in Canada to grab a tree and reset it while they were cleaning the first one up. I guess the moral of the story is the guy's airplane was stuck at the drag strip for like a month because it took him that long to get a new propeller for this old, antique plane he had. But
And then they flew it right off the track.
yeah, there are still photos. You can find an incredible series of photos of a photographer who basically had his camera on what would have been MotorDrive back then, and you can see the thing approaching, and there's one at the exact moment of impact with the glass and the shards and everything flying everywhere. There's all kinds of great stories. I could give my story about an unnamed rock star that was supposed to be the guest of honor at a grand marshal of a race back when I was in the early 2000s. They told me we're a national event. They said, hey, this guy, big heavy metal guy from the 80s, is going to be our grand marshal. He's going to come out and say a few words. We'll introduce him to the crowd. Okay. Go down to his motorhome and talk to him and kind of get your setup, your shtick, what you're going to do. No problem. Walk down to the motorhome, smash on the door. No answer. Wait a minute. Smash on the door again. And I hear this slurred grunting and kind of
And I wasn't even there.
yelling noise as Ben Brown with a car number 189 Q needs a dipstick tube braided, welded, or brazed, welded, or soldered. It is off the car. If you have the ability to braze, weld, or solder here on the grounds, Ben Brown and that Pontiac
Multiple
Safari,
shades of brown,
Pontiac
actually.
Safari. Oh, the multiple shades of brown. That's right. The multicolored brown Pontiac wagon needs some brazing, welding, or soldering done. The dipstick tube is off the car. Anyway, knock on this guy's door. I hear this like, come in. So I go in, and this guy, at about 10 o'clock in the morning, is absolutely annihilated on what I can only believe is some sort of a conglomeration of alcohol and drugs. He cannot speak. He can barely stand up and move. I try to maintain eye contact with him for 5 seconds. That doesn't work. So I said, okay, I'll be back. So I go back to the tower, and I tell these guys, this deal you're promoting about him being on the starting line, it's not going to be good. He cannot say his own name. And so they thought fast, and we had to ask people in the crowd, hey, did anybody drive here in a convertible today? If you drove here in a convertible, raise your hand. Come up to the timing tower. Dude comes up. He drove
Which
there.
was your idea.
Yeah, the guy comes up, drove the 68 Cutlass convertible, and they gave him free tickets for the next year's race, and we're going to put you in the show, pal. Meet us behind the tower at whatever, 10:30. So we take this guy and almost carry him into the car, plop him on the back. I sit next to him Weekend at Bernie's style. It looks like we're bro-hugging. I'm actually holding the guy up, and we're waving to the crowd as he goes down, and the whole time he's just kind of going,
It was like announcing with me.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
We drive right back to his motorhome. Me and the Oldsmobile guy kind of sling him in there, and no one saw or heard from him for the rest of the day.
And that guy's career outpaces yours by tenfold,
It's
even
amazing.
to this day.
Even to this day. Even to this flippin' day.
Yep. That was a description of what goes on each evening at Drag Week. As everyone rolls into the hotels, there's people working on the cars out front, and Brian at the bar.
Come on, man. I have maintained a high level of professionalism and self-control this week.
He said he left the moonshine in the hotel room.
If I had consumed that, I would have died. That volume of it. I'm a trained professional, and man's got to know his limits.
Instead, you have to kill me off slowly day by day.
Well, I just do that by mixing a antifreeze in your Red Bull.
You could have just taken yourself down immediately. Everybody would have had a great drag week.
All right, looks like we are finished up here. Last step is going to be to fog some traction compound on the racetrack. Jeremy Rogers was the driver that had the unfortunate drive shaft failure. We know the lanes are closed for A and B. We know that we're going to make some room for our D-class cars before we call you in. Dave Schroeder in the lanes back there. The Volvo Mike Borgren is back there as well. So some of those big high-level headliners will be coming around the corner here in just a couple of minutes.
Hopefully the S10. Oh, here's the thing. We're trying to work on speeding up our live feed here. It's always been a struggle at this track just because of the internet connection. We're trying to eliminate the glitching. If you happen to be on your phone surfing, or especially if you are streaming right there on your phone in the grandstands, we would request that you don't do that so that we can open up some bandwidth so that we can stream more quickly to the people watching worldwide. We got about 3,000 right now. We had as many as 6,000 watching continually on day one. Normally we see it slide down just a little bit in audience, and it'll come back tomorrow on Friday to see the overall winners. Nonetheless, we need to ask you to not stream so that we can get less lag for the people at home. Those of you who are watching the live stream right now and you're getting a little bit frustrated with the glitches, you should know this. We are recording, and so when we do post the replay later on in the day, that one will be clean without glitching. No glitching other than my own brain, which occasionally goes dark in the middle of a sentence. But yeah, it will play clean on the replay on YouTube later on in the day. We are looking for a Turbo 400 output shaft. Jeremy Rogers with the white 93 Chevy C1500. I can't imagine why he would need an output shaft. I would expect him to need the housing as well. Jeremy Rogers in the white 93 Chevy C1500. He is B130G. If you can't find him, we do have his phone number in the tower. Help him out with Turbo 400 parts. And once again, for transmission stuff, you might want to walk over to Rick Johnson at the Gear Vendors trailer and see if he can help you out. I never want to overlook thanking our entire events team out of MotorTrend for making this whole thing happen. They're sort of the behind-the-scenes people who get no glory. We thank everybody else involved, sometimes except for them. So thank you all for doing this, and we know you will hustle up and figure out what we're going to be doing next year as well. And blessedly, I think we can figure out a route that does not include a track that's about to go out of business. That was unfortunate last year. And once again, those events folks had to really hustle to pick up the pieces after they had made a schedule that included Memphis, and then Memphis closed its doors. It involved changing, I believe, every single track in order to recover from that. But here's the cool thing, is we had 400 cars signed up at the time on the initial schedule. And we talked about it internally, and they were saying, you know what, when we change the schedule, we got to offer people their money back. Only 15 people asked for their money back. Everybody else is like, hey, you know, wherever you're going to take Drag Week, I'm going to go. So we thank all of you participants as well. The other people to thank are Drag Racer TV. They're handling our live feed throughout the week. Sometimes the glitches that you see are completely unpreventable. They have a box here that has a number of different signals to go out to stream this thing, and they switch from unit to unit to unit, and all of them are just difficult sometimes depending on the connections here in the local area. But thank those guys. We also want to thank all of the track workers that we've got, and today of course we will thank them here at Cordova. You can see they're working hard to give everybody a track and to keep the timing system going, and we appreciate all of those, as well as Keith Turk, our race director. He's been here, I believe, all but 1 year helping us out. and his wife Tanya as well, who runs the timing slip booth and has been to every single drag week. Both of them got involved because they are my partners in land speed racing. Have to thank also the other person who's been here every single time, Michelle Turzin. Thank you very much for coming with us and having a good time. Yeah, we have a good time in the car on the way home. If you think the discussion between me and Brian is brutal on the mic, we should actually live stream what goes on in the car on the way back, because it is unpublishable, is what we would say in my magazine editor days.
It is embarrassing to listen to you suck up to all these people.
You weren't mentioned, Brian.
I know.
That's why it was embarrassing.
No, it's great. And again, as you said, there are so many people that make this thing actually function. Especially the hardworking men and women on the racetracks. Bob Ruppel.
Bob Ruppel, of course, on the left-hand side. He's number 3 in Street Race Big Block Power Adder.
Kevin Douglas coming up, the 1978 Malibu. Douglas is running in Super Stock, Super Street Big Block Power Adder.
Another car with the door open there on that wintergreen Nova. See it pop open about 500 feet. As the Nova goes 975 at 138, and the Malibu on the right-hand side, 900 147. Randy Bellahar, one of my favorite class leaders that we've got going on here. The reason I love it, it is pure Pontiac powered on the right-hand side. Darren Ambrose in the left. Ambrose Street Race Big Block Naturally Aspirated. The leader in Street Race Big Block Naturally Aspirated.
Bellahar's in. Malibu's locked in. Bellahar is blowing the carbon out off the starting line. 126.60 foot time. 8th mile speed of 126. And Bellahar goes 86.01 at 157.59.
Ambrose just there running his quickest pass of the week.
We got an easy up 10th that's about to blow across the drag strip. The left-hand side, it's pinwheeling its way over there. As our camera guy Jake is sprinting into action down there. Not all heroes wear capes.
You catching that was a really good one too. That's what makes Brian great. He's seen everything. Have you seen the easy up on the track before?
I've seen people's awnings get ripped off and the stuff blow around, but to see that easy up jump the fence and make a break for the drag strip, that's a new one on me.
Let's talk again about Ambrose, who just went down in that orange Malibu. He's one of few people who ran quicker yesterday and even quicker again today. He's just stepping up his program in Street Race Big Block Naturally Aspirated. He's probably going to win that deal.
And the easy up has been placed on the proper side of the fence, and yes, probably in the million variables that can pop up, when you do see somebody make it this strongly to a day 4 situation, it does give you certainly a big sense of confidence.
It also adds a little bit of stress because it's like, well, now I have to make it. No matter what breaks, I gotta fix it.
It is a very crisp, beautiful day. Early fall, of course. We've just switched gears into the fall season, and it feels like it out there, but horsepower is in the air. Pit Cafe entrance facing the impound area is where you're going to turn your time slips in. Sorry to interrupt the runs of Mike Reminis and Paul Corman, but if that thing had made its way onto the racetrack as they were heading down it, would have not been good math.
Cornman here on the left-hand side, who's about to run in that green Demon. Unfortunately, he fell out of an 8-second average yesterday because he slowed down. He had run 890 and 9.0. He was averaging 8s. Now he's in 9.00. You know, a lot of people, just their goal is to have, I want an all 8-second week or something like that, and that can torture you. Reminis on the right-hand side is your leader in all-motor big block. That class is getting closer and closer between the 1 and 2 cars. Ryan Enzer, who you saw run in the blue Fox body Mustang, is number 2 in class. These two guys are tight. So Michael here's got to put down a good number in that burgundy looking or red Mustang that you see in the right-hand side. It should be an 860 or 70 car.
Super cool. So Jeff Mink, who has the 65 Impala we've both been kind of loving on all week, sent me a note. He said, hey man, not an LS. It is in fact twin turbo big blockage.
Which I believe I said. Did you call it an LS?
Yes, after you called it an LS.
You were wrong after me. That makes you wronger. More recently wrong. It's first or worst. You're worst.
That is first. It is first or worst. I crossed the center line. Yeah. So Reminisce is going to take another burnout. They're just backing up into the water box here. Cornman and Reminisce. Sorry for the pop-up delay. Because that's hashtag pronouncer. Anytime you're ready, boys, fire them up. Let's go.
As a reminder, we want about an 870 out of the Mustang and about an 890 out of the green car. We got a dry water box in the left-hand side. They're going to solve that right now.
At some point, we will run this pair, I believe, before the 1 p.m. open session. I'd like to see it before I go to the airport.
Yeah, I was going to say you'll be on the plane. I'll FaceTime it to you so you can see what's going on.
I usually don't accept your calls. I'll make it acceptable. All right. Now we're cooking with gas. The Demon and the Fox body, both naturally aspirated. So
yeah! Look at the wheel stand! That was a 136 on the back tires for sure.
Cornman goes 925.0, 147.26 as Reminisce goes 949.9 at 159, and Cornman and that Demon looking like Herb McCandless at the 1972 Summer Nationals when he launched his Pro Stock car with a broken wheelie bar and stood it straight up and down. Robert Courtney and Kevin Barton coming up next. They're not wasting any time, these two. This could be Courtney's best run as he's heading down the drag strip, 122 in the 8th mile. The Honda goes 939.9 at 157. His best run of the week in that unassuming little Civic. Unbelievable.
That's about 0.8 quicker than we've seen out of that thing, although the mile an hour has always told us that it was there.
Wow. Kevin Parton goes 957.7, 134, but that's exactly Courtney's launch. You heard the thing. It didn't kill the motor. That's what it's been doing. He was able to slide the clutch enough, and it was on. That was fantastic. 939.9.
My guesstimate is that's the quickest front-wheel drive car we've seen at Dragway.
Erin O'Grady takes her red 68 Nova down with a Kraken decals on the side. Jeremy Howell slowly having problems on that right side of the drag strip. 963.2, 139 miles an hour. Howell goes 16.12.7 at 58.
They're running down there to re-glue the mile-an-hour cone yet again.
Wind is blowing that stuff around down there. See Dave
I think
Schroeder.
the Honda blew it down, man. No one saw that coming. Wait a minute. This Honda's going 155 miles an hour, does not compute.
Block was like, I am out. Everyone knows that nitrous is the world's best power adder, and everyone knows that NOS is the #1 nitrous system. NOS offers the most complete line for weekend warriors and all-out race cars. When you're looking for throttle in a bottle, go with NOS, the official nitrous sponsor of Hot Rod Drag Week.
Group D, lanes are open. Group D, your lanes are open.
VP Racing develops superior fuels, coolants, and oils for any drag racing application. More race winners worldwide rely on VP Fuel than any other brand to deliver more power and consistent quality. Stay Frosty race-ready coolant is glycol-free and proven to reduce engine temps to keep your machine running at peak performance. VP engine and gear oils provide exceptional durability and deliver unmatched wear protection under extreme conditions. When results matter, trust VP. If you have ordered parts, they are being delivered to the main front office at the entrance gate. Parts deliveries will be made to the main front office at the entrance gate.
I think it's interesting how the people where English is a second language are listening to our broadcast, and they're like, these guys hate each other.
They
I don't
really
understand.
Yeah.
I don't get it. I guess me not being able to speak another language at all, I can't talk, but they don't pick up on the
fact that we're just screwing around.
Yeah, busting nuts. I guess that's not a thing in other countries. Maybe that doesn't. Oh, wait, it does. I've met Terry Haig. I've seen Australia. Actually, the Swedes are not short on that either.
No, they'll bring the heat.
I went over to Johnny Lindbergh's place while we were shooting Roadkill last week, and it was him and Crampton, and I mean, it was thick. It was very, very thick with abuse over there.
Okay, the block has been, like David's toupee, glued back down again. Which means we'll be firing up cars here momentarily. Borgren and Schroeder are definitely near the head of the line over there. As I was departed to use the executive washroom, ran into Steve Morris down there. So they got to be getting close as well in Bailey's car. Alex Taylor is in the water box. The 1955 Chevrolet. Dennis standing ahead of the car, bringing her through the water. We got to talk to Alex and Dennis a little bit last night. They were in great spirits. Car's been running very well. They struggled during the day yesterday, but in their final attempt, hit one over the fence, so to speak.
Alex's mood right now is, so you're saying I have a chance?
Right.
That's actually her deal right now. She is running against Bryant Goldstone. Goldstone with a much quicker car, as here comes Michael Berggren also in the Volvo. So we're looking at a chase between Bryant Goldstone and Alex Taylor. Bryant's average right now 7.009. Alex's 7.1267, and that is definitely a you never know what can happen program.
I like how you say Volvo.
Whatever.
I like how you add an
It's
L.
not anatomy, it's a vehicle.
I've never heard a person add a mystery L. Mike
Vol.
Borgren, that wagon over there, much like Glenn Hunter yesterday, was unable to get down the drag strip at Byron under power. He's going to try to rectify that today.
975 yesterday, painful.
Two different approaches here in terms of the tire selection. Berggren on the big 315 radials, and Alex, of course, on the even bigger slicks. great side-by-side pair, Taylor and Borgren.
And they could run the same number. These two cars are competitive in the top sixes.
Borgren hazes the tires. Taylor has an issue. And they're going to back her up. Kind of an odd situation there as the car kind of awkwardly lurched into stage. Group D, the lanes are open. Group D, the lanes are open.
Brian, I know this isn't quite early enough for you. It's a little bit late on their action time, but the bar is open here at the track.
The strip. Known as the strip. They're serving booze right now. We have seen plenty of day drinking here at Drag Week. Not among competitors, of course. That is not even joking about that. But each track has had the beer stand open for their spectators, and the strip is open right now. Get yourself a nice little beer or drink as Dave Schroeder comes up right now.
This car has moved up to third overall when Gustafsson fell out yesterday. Gustafsson being the red C4 Corvette. Schroeder here, 675 on day one, 664 on day two, 676 at Byron yesterday.
The Kanakistan-based Corvette should be quicker here, by all means. Nitrous car gonna like what it's doing as far as the air goes, and again, we're seeing the racetrack. It is not an easy thing to apply this level of horsepower for sure. But with this big tire Stingray Corvette, if it launches like we saw it launch at Byron, where we see that front end kind of hang 4 or 5 inches off the ground, it drives out like that, he is going to be on a good pass.
He had 2 kits on this thing yesterday. He can threaten you with 4.
Yes.
This is 872 cubic inches. Clearly the largest displacement at Drag Week.
Outside of you. Jumped up on the wheelie bar and unloaded the rear tires into shake to the point where really at the start of the A-board with the Drag Week sign on it, you can see where it makes those caterpillar-like marks, but it did hit the tire hard. It was still 112 to 60 feet in the midst of basketballing the tires. Tom Bailey. Here comes the sick 2.0 Camaro. Burnout complete for Bailey. As is the case many days on Drag Week, the big high horsepower stuff, first attempts are not always highly successful. Tom Bailey's run at Byron was hair-raising in that the car was moving even late in the run. The car was kind of moving everywhere down course, and Tom did a really nice job of driving it. Tom Bailey, the leader of ET overall, went 6:03, 2:49, the second quickest pass in the history of Drag Week. Did that on Monday. Has not gotten quite back there yet. Not for the lack of trying. Has, over the course of the week so far, replaced a few pistons. Steve Morris, engine builder, crew chief, co-driver with Bailey. The world's quickest street car. 80s at Cordova. Gonna get there. Here comes the power. 184 in the 8th mile. He gets the shootout. The car got really loose just past the 8th mile. He hucked the shoots out. 683.3. 156 miles an hour. 110 short time. 296 to the 330. The 8th mile ET was 433, which is an indication that it was already starting to spin the tire. And once it made that move just past the 8th, he got the shoots out immediately.
If they end up standing on that run, we're going to have to do the math, but I don't know. It puts Michael Westberg's S10 closer and closer to the top of the list. So we're seeing another couple of hitters coming back. Glenn Hunter here on the left-hand side. James Voiles on the right-hand side. Voiles is running in Pro Street Power Adder. Actually, they're both running in Pro Street Power Adder.
So here comes Glenn. We saw him haze the tires the first time. The S10 pulls into the water box as part of the next pair. That's Mike Westberg. And again, Hunter blazing the radials. James Voiles, long gone and hard to find, goes 847.7, 165. Mike Westberg, from Sweden, coming up now in his S10 truck. We talked about this thing in the way that it has been consistently fast and the way that it is just super cool, dimensionally correct for an S10, the huge tires on the back. And one of the things we haven't talked about is that Mike Westberg, I think, is uniquely has been given a unique skill set to deal with a drag week style event on these racetracks, meaning that when he races in Sweden, they have Tierp Arena, which is a beautiful drag strip, a world-class facility. But everywhere else they race is basically kind of a, I don't want to say a temporary facility, but some of them are temporary facilities.
Would you call it a public highway?
Some of them, well, then you have the Stockholm Open public highway. But he's very much used to getting down racetracks that don't have over-the-top optimal preparation to them. And I'm not taking anything away from the tracks we race on because everybody works real hard, but these tracks get pounded by hundreds and hundreds of cars each day. This guy over here has shown himself to be a master manipulator of the power that this thing makes.
And he's been a passenger with Borgren's Volvo. How do you say it?
Volvo.
Right, there you go.
Volvo.
Volvo. No, I can't do it. Anyway, he's been a passenger in that gold station wagon. How'd that go? For a couple of years. And so he kind of knows the drag week game.
Here he goes again. He's got it hooked up. Whoa, man.
Way over to the wall and lifts.
Pushed right. He was 104 to 60 feet. And if it had held into the center of the groove, he was off to the races. But Mike Westberg will be back. 746-1 at 136.63. Dang. I thought he had it in the bag, but it did move to the right out there.
It would not be impossible for that truck to win this overall. It's going to be interesting as we go into St. Louis tomorrow. We got Bryant Goldstone in the burnout box now. He'll be next here in the left-hand lane.
Our D-Run group, the D-Run group cars, lanes are open for you. Track being checked out there. The pesky block is being reattached to the racetrack. I think as many of you that called into work sick today, that 1,000-foot or quarter-mile block has called into work sick here at the drag strip. It does not want to stay attached down there.
Like you, it wants to escape from the premises.
No, just from you, really. I'd be fine being here. It's just the proximity. Known by enthusiasts worldwide for their premium car polishes, waxes, coatings, and cleaners, Mother's Polish offers a broad array of quality products under its Ultimate Hybrid, CMX, California Gold, Powerball, Back to Black, Speed, and Professional lines. Stop by your favorite automotive retailer today and stock up on the latest Mother's car care products, including their cutting-edge, super hydrophobic, Ultimate Hybrid, and CMX ceramic product lines. Whether it's your daily driver, hot rod, roadster, or classic muscle car, remember, there's no shine like Mother's. So Bryant Goldstone, the Javelin.
We'll find out right now if he is going to give Alex Taylor a shot at a class win or not. His average in this car right now, 7.00. He's been as quick this week as 6.63.9, which is a class record. Of course, we all want to see this thing going back in the sixes. If you look at the door, you can see that it's all taped together, 200-mile-an-hour tape there, because the door flew off of it, and they were able to patch it back together. They've also struggled with a dead cylinder in this thing. They ran on 7 yesterday. They found a bad spark plug wire. That wasn't it. It ended up being a valve train problem.
You got to respect Bryant, really a hardcore racer. I mean, and the guys that he's with here, hardcore racer types. After the big crash, he was very candid with you. After he had the big crash with the other car, he really sat down and thought about what he wanted to do going forward. It's just so great that he has done this and come back with this car.
This car's really so well known in this whole scene. It used to be red with silver on the front. And when they rebuilt it after getting it upside down at US 131, they decided to go with this look. And most of the car's body is from a different car. They've patched it back together. It's the same back half chassis that was on the original car. They did front half it. Oh, red and black. I thought it was silver in the front. I just got schooled on that. Man, I've been saying that for 2 days.
And I've been saying you're wrong for 2 days, but here we go.
You've been saying I'm
inverted-
wrong for
he
16
inverted the-
years.
Well, that's true too.
Yeah, he inverted the colors.
So sounded like it might have shut off. Refired.
You know what fooled me, Brian, on the front of this car is it's not really a dark black.
See,
right?
that's
it's not deep black.
Right, that's what gets you.
That's what gets you every time. You're confused by that. Endlessly, every day.
Man, a lot of angled, a lot of power out of that thing, and he's just going to walk it down to the finish line. So Goldstone coasted through. Car kind of lurched through the beams anyway. It's been interesting, David, at this point, kind of in this session, we have not seen any real all-star scholastic quarter-mile numbers out of our big all-star cars, so they will be sticking around to make more runs today.
Tanya Turk, the most fortunate person on the premises, she's advised me she cannot hear the announcements from the timing shack where you hand in your ET slip. How blessed would that be?
Lucky them.
Fantastic for everybody involved in that room.
James Williams flickers the bulb. Williams making a nice run here. You can see a little bit of smoke at that point of the run. A little bit. Oh man, Williams loose down there. Mike Ward goes 796.7, 177. Williams' car made a little wiggle after we saw a little smoke coming off of it on the left-hand side of the racetrack. Still goes 831.9.
Williams' car is the one that moved all the way up to the top of Pro Street Power Adder yesterday when Glenn Hunter fell down. We've seen Hunter trip twice now on this track, and so Williams has the distinct advantage. We're going to see the red and white 56 Chevy come back and try again, but Williams is in a good position. Mike Ward, the orange car that you saw in the other lane, ended up getting moved out of his class and into unlimited just today based on some small rules infraction that Keith Turk addressed.
Really?
Front bumper situation of
Okay.
some kind.
Yeah, we're checking the racetrack down there just because we saw Williams skate around a little bit. It could have been water, and if that's the case, he might have lifted a cylinder head off that thing. As he was late in the run, we saw a little bit of smoke right side. We saw a little something on the left side, which dissipated very quickly, and clearly there's nothing on the track. So that leads you to believe it's probably water that has dried. And if that's the case, we already saw one racer this week lift ahead and push water out. Who knows? Just totally speculating, but when you see that, where it happened on the racetrack and what the end result is, who knows?
To me, these higher power street cars, that is the risk, is pushing water and slip and slide in it. If you run methanol in it, I'm not sure you would need to run coolant. You drain it every day.
Doug Sandweg. Parachute out goes 850 with an 8 at 160, and he is running in Super Street Small Block Power Adder, so that is about as nice as he's going to get it.
Super Street can run down into the 7s.
That's right, too. Wibbenmeyer goes 1295, not street race. Street races are 850 kind of grouping. Yeah, I mean, we're talking about more about Williams' run. Maybe an intercooler could have started leaking something. Who knows? Evan Erkowitz and Adam Green. Erkowitz was looking for stuffed parts yesterday. Clearly he found them because here he comes in the Malibu. And Urkowitz goes 986.3 at 159.66. Adam Green 1294.9 at 106.17.
Urkowitz was in a good position to actually slide up into the podium in Pro Street Power Adder. He was number 4 and could have moved up. That run is not going to make that happen. Now we're looking at Emily Ballard on the left-hand side in the Camaro. Jason Hager's on the right. Hager running in Super Street Small Block Power Adder, and Emily in Street Race Small Block Power Adder. So we got a Super Street car on the right-hand side and a Street Race in the left. The difference there is a little bit more liberal level of modifications in Super Street than there is in Street Race. They're both stock suspension concept cars. Emily gets out in the Camaro with a 1:28 short time. Actually, 1:28 in both lanes. Emily, 8:45 at 1:59. Too quick for the class. She cannot run faster than 8:50. Hager on the right-hand side, 8:53 at 160 miles an hour.
Chuck Stefanski coming now, the 1998 Pontiac Firebird. And Chris Haynes, that baby blue 67 Camaro. We saw this car make a lot of runs yesterday. Nitrous being purged for Haynes. Both drivers quickly staging. Stefanski goes 8:58.1, only 147 miles an hour. You saw the nose drop there as he rode the brake. Haynes goes 10:29.4 at 145.19 after having a tough launch.
He would ride the brake and slow the car down to not go quicker than his tech legal speed so that he can hand in a time slip. They'll throw you out if you have an 850 cert and you hand in an 849.
Does not compute. Dan Seitz now, right-hand side. Chris Engel, left-hand side in that 65 Chevy Nova.
The Nova's in Ultimate Iron, which is tube chassis cars with a stock body.
Engel walked it off the starting line, then starts to get after it as he goes 860 at 159 miles an hour. Seitz goes 854.8 at 157.82 and modified.
Engel in the Nova running his quickest time of the week.
Man, I had a chance to chat just a few minutes ago with the guys from this 1945 Chevy pickup truck with a diesel in it. Holden Kramer, the 1979 Malibu station wagon. So what's this thing get for mileage when you're cruising it down the highway? He said, well, if we're taking it easy, it gets about 20. If we're not taking it easy, it's about 12, which is still ridiculous.
And the quickest time, Brian, 861.3 at 156 for the wild-looking truck.
And he says there's plenty more to go there, but they've been running it in a way that is not placing it in jeopardy of eating itself up.
I disapprove of that.
Well, at least until tomorrow. But it's great. It's a really cool rig, and it's been pulling some really nice wheel stands the last couple days. Obviously, diesel, a Cummins diesel engine just making incredible amounts of torque.
And the wagon is running an all-motor big block, currently third in class, and his best run thus far has been a 946 naturally aspirated.
Spraying a little nitrous to spool the turbo. There it is again. Now spraying a bunch of nitrous. The Chattanooga Choo-Choo of Robert Berry gets to the end of the racetrack, 877.7 at 152 blistering miles an hour. Holden Kramer goes 984.7, 134. Malibu and the Nova. The hits just keep on coming. Sean Devine and Dean Anderson.
Dean Anderson, third in his class, which is Super Street Small Block Power Adder. The best time we've seen out of that car, the Silver 79 Malibu, 8:52 with a 3.
Quick cleanup here in the starting line. You can see the mops out, the lacquer thinner being used to degrease whatever was left behind. A little wayward diesel fuel or something.
I don't comprehend fuel that doesn't evaporate.
It lubricates well.
It does. Yeah, for me, diesel is like for breaking rusty pistons loose out of cylinder bores.
Yeah, for freeing up stuck rings.
Mix it with a little ATF. Throw a little shine in there. Dingle ball that SOB.
The ultimate solvent. Actually, that's what are they? Nitromethane is the ultimate solvent because it dissolves marriages, bank accounts, friendships,
eyeballs.
So Taylor Hedrick's back. He took DRTV1. It's like Air Force One, but he was loaned DRTV1 by Warren Evans. Ran down to get the parts he needed. They're going to work to button the thing up. Doesn't know if they're going to make a pass, but they will be able to get back to St. Louis under their own power. So thank you, Warren, for the loan. And I think he even left her with a detailed job with a full tank of gas. That's a cool. Yeah. If you let Freiberger borrow it, there would have been a couple of Big Macs mashed into the carpet, crunched up taco stuff, a half-drunk Red Bull can floating around. Quality people. Yeah, they were preloaded in there. Dean Anderson and Sean Devine now. Anderson's Malibu got that chin spoiler on it. Short little cowl hood. Anderson's going to take the reaction time penalty of 1.5 seconds on whatever he runs here. Sean Devine goes 9:26, 1:48. Anderson goes 8:49.6 in Super Street Small Block Power Adder. He can't turn it in. Yes, he can turn it in if he wanted to, but he's actually going to be penalized an additional 1.5 seconds because of our reaction time rule. As mentioned, any reaction time over 1 second, anything over 1 second gets added to your ET. Tom Franks ran an 8:30 something last time. This is an 8:50 car. And Mark Banter, the Chevelle, popping and bagging. Franks 8:52.9 at 150.11 miles an hour. Manor goes 8:82.4 at 152.73.
Which is the first time he has run an 8 here at Drag
Nice.
Week. That's been a bottom 9 car.
Jason Sack is back. This is cool. Now, Sack is out of competition because he missed a day or two, but this car is great. He was being cautious. They nipped a spark plug and they figured they heard a valve, so they took their time fixing this, but this is a very fast car.
He had run 7:15 on day 1. I believe it's an LS single
It is.
turbo car.
And it is absolutely gorgeous.
And in the left lane, we've got, I believe, Jason Glick. It always says Jeffrey Mall on the entrance, but you can see Jeff standing behind him there in the tan shorts and the black hoodie. Was I able to describe that well? His
Yeah,
attire?
whatever.
Worked good.
The guys in the Schroeder Ends Corvette are looking for parts. A strange Ultra Strut lower steering arm. The Schroeder Ends Corvette is looking for a strange Ultra Strut lower steering arm.
Here we go with Sack and Glick.
And Glick is all over, or rather Sack is all over at 157 in the 8th. Jason goes 7:10.7, 195.22 miles an hour. Nothing like it. Coming back up here and just lighting up the board. 7:10.7, 195. Brilliant run. 1:15.60 foot time. 4:60 to the 8th, 1:57. And punches the lights out at 7:10, 195.
Brad Dyer in the gold Malibu trying to improve his number. Maybe he's trying to put the smackdown on Jason Willis to try and take the lead in Street Race Small Block naturally aspirated. Meanwhile, Street Race Small Block NA also right there. Look at Tabscott leaving the thing going 136 on the rear tires, 124 to the 8th. And 880 off pace for that car at 155 miles an hour. Dyer on the right-hand side, 10-12 at 130.
Tabscott pedaling out of the wheel stand there, cost himself some laps time, but it landed pretty gently from a relatively tall height. As we continue to finish off our A and B cars, the D cars chopping at the bit, they'll be coming around next.
Ryan Enzer on the left-hand side, another guy who's in second and who's got a distinct shot to win his class. That's an all-motor big block in that blue Mustang. He's trying to run into the 860s or deeper. He does at 862, 157 miles an hour. Mark Campbell on the right-hand side, 858, 150. And here comes Steve-O, the 69 Chevelle with the turbos all hanging out.
Also
Chris,
with very little compression.
or anything else really going for them. Chris McNeely on the left-hand side in the Chevelle. McNeely's going to rip the tires off of it, and Harry Haig is going to perform as expected.
Perform is a strong word.
965 for the Chevelle. 1175 for the Chevelle.
But what did the Chevelle run?
Not very well.
Allow myself to introduce myself. David Burke and David Deal. I think Deal's car wins Louis T a bug splatteration, the whole nose of this thing. I don't know where he drove it, but it is a killing ground on the front of that thing for squished bugs. Deal's car at 109 in the 8th mile does appear to be slowing, and it is. David Burke goes 10:13.6 at 128. Deal coasts to a 10:15 at just 94.67 miles an hour. Rich Woodward and Bill Schwartz coming up right now. Schwartz in the 69 Chevelle. Woodward, of course, that's great and quick 93 Mustang. Working pretty good here for Woodward, except they both will get no elapsed time. There was nothing doing on the Christmas tree down there. So we do have a car on the big end of the track that needs some assistance. The top end people are going to assist that driver around the corner. Of course, we're streaming on MotorTrend's YouTube channel and on the MotorTrend app here this weekend and this entire week. I keep saying weekend because it's programmed into my brain. Big thanks to the fans and a reminder that the strip, the bar here at the track, is open for business and serving. I don't know if there's any pre-noontime specials or... And the novelty stand is open. If you're here for the first time to Cordova Dragway, it is a great time to grab your track t-shirt. Certainly a great time to grab your Drag Week t-shirt too. The Drag Week merchandise trailer is open. Gonna leave here with the threads, man. Gonna leave here with the threads. Warren Evans is highly recommending the pork chop sandwich. And I have known Warren to be wrong on many things, but food recommendations, rock solid. You can bet on it. Set your watch to his food recommendations. He knows of what he speaks, and the results show it. You are welcome, Warren. All of those very, very big compliments, I think.
I've gone to my Instagram this morning.
Oh, you have? You never do that.
No,
I've never
I don't.
seen you on Instagram.
I asked
Never see you
people to
doing
go
that.
ahead and ask questions about Drag Week. Most of them did not understand the assignment.
Wait a second. On the internet, people did something wrong?
Yeah, they didn't get it. But I do have a couple. Is the bolt-off escape the unsung underdog hero of Drag Week 2022?
Without question. The bolt-off Ford Escape, and even having met those guys, it's an even better story. Dad and his son out here having a blast. Yes, underdog hero supreme.
Did they get in the 14s with that thing?
Oh, yes, they did.
I thought so. We'll tell you about that later. Meanwhile, there's actual race cars on the track. Wayne Baker in the right-hand side. He's our leader in A gas. Remember, he came back in a huge wheel stand, and he does it again, but he's got this one under control as he goes to 1,450 at 60 feet, 121 miles an hour to the 8th, and 911 not into the 8th this time, which is what he's looking to do. Jason Willis in the left-hand side in the Corvette goes 995, 135. Jason Willis leading street race small block naturally aspirated. And that was his quickest time of the week, that 995. He's been in the bottom 10s every other day.
A reminder, the Schroeder Ends Corvette guys are looking for a strange Ultra Strut lower steering arm. If you have one, if you know where to get one, they need one.
We've seen Brian Acton here so many times yesterday and today, and he's doing the right thing. He's trying to improve his number because he can move up to second in class, but not if he's going to sit around on the starting line. As Jim Wazier goes down track in his Monte Carlo and is not going to get a time because he left before the tree was activated. Take two. Bump it in. Flicker the second bulb. 131 to 60 feet.
It's all looking good down low. It's even looking really good at the 8th mile at 544. 850 with a 6. 159.53. That is exactly what that team has been trying to do for days, and they finally pulled it off.
The Jelly Ball and Puckett.
Once again, big ups to Ak Lundqvist Plumbing in Sweden. Toilets, they do them.
They'll unclog any drain for $99.99.
99 kroner.
Right.
John Puckett trying to run another 150-mile-an-hour lap. Does it again. 9:38.9, 150.28. Lundqvist in the Jelly Ball goes 10:65.2 at 144.01.
Jelly Ball. Isn't that what you were called as a kid, or maybe, 2 or 3 years ago?
It's Butterball, man. It was Butterball. So
I always knew you were a turkey.
So, wow. You've taken this to a very dark place, David. Just going to be a beam breaker over here in the dart. A set of keys was found by the grandstands. These are keys to almost look like toolbox keys or something. If you've Reach in your pockets. If you've lost your keys, come up to the race control area and we can get you reunited. And it'll feel so good with your keys.
What you just witnessed was another racer who's probably got something broken, and he took the beams, and he will get a 20-second ET to remain in competition. That'll give him the opportunity to finish drag week. He really had no shot at a class win. He has run as quick as 9:26. He put down 9s the first 3 days of the event, but obviously something wrong at this point.
And away we go as Glenn Sheely and Robert Schmidt come up to the starting line.
The Impala sure to trigger Optispark jokes.
What are those wheels off of? Are those those are like C4 ZR1 Corvette wheels or something on that thing? I'm trying to identify that wheel, and I think it's a Corvette wheel. Right?
It just happened.
Glenn Sheely,
What just took a running start?
What just happened? I know you're new to this sport, but what happens is the light goes off, and then the two cars accelerate as rapidly as possible. Oh, well, Glenn Sheely, 12:45.2 at 110 miles an hour. I'm going to write it down for you. That's fine. 12:62.4, 107 miles an hour for Robert Schmidt. It may be a long day for you by yourself tomorrow if this is the way we're getting going here.
It's already been a long week. No, tomorrow I will be basically solo unless I can get KJ Jones up here with me. We got this rhythm going where you say the smart things and I look up data and throw that out. And tomorrow I'll be doing all of that by myself and will be virtually incoherent.
The fact you think we have any rhythm at all explains your taste in music to start with. Now I get all that. The GTM with the extended rear section. Ty Mason is driving that GTM. Bruce Fleming, the red 442, the 1967 model year car. Beautiful piece. Fleming's been making some nice clean runs. He hot lapped over at Byron yesterday.
4-speed car.
Fleming grabs a gear out there and it grabs fourth gear just past the 8th mile. As the GTM of Ty Mason goes 11:47.3, and Fleming goes 11:59.1 at 122.11. Classic Dodge pickup truck rolling this way of Tony McDonald, also a stick-shifted machine, and Rod Klaus in the 1965 Mustang Coupe.
And the truck, your leader in the hot rod category.
Oof. That thing was shaking so hard the fenders are trying to come off it out there. McDonald all kind of hunched up over the wheel, ripping through the gears. And Tony goes 12:53 with a 2 at 114. Rod Klaus goes 15:16 at 7 at 92.
He was making a phone call. It's like, hello, second gear. I miss you.
Validate me. Play Adele Hello from the other side.
Another 4-speed muscle car here. The 68 Torino GT. And Rick Cruz on the right-hand side in the 2013 Camaro.
Massachusetts car. How did I not notice that before? That's why he has the Tasca logo and he's got a New England Dragway kill sticker on the quarter glass.
Everyone take a shot.
Mike Manchik goes 11.98.8, 112.51 as Rick Cruz goes 12.18.8 at 114.
In your private life, do you sit around alone in the house and just mumble, New England Dragway? New England Dragway.
Yes. Actually, I do.
The lame joke there is that Brian got his start at New England Dragway when he was like 17 years old and had the skills of me currently.
Lowell Rust. Saw Lowell cruising down the highway yesterday. It's a beautiful 67 GTO. Bill Bush, the 1966 El Camino we talked about before, actually. Bush was the guy that avoided a really hairy accident, still damaged the car, but thankfully has been able to continue on. 11.75.8, 115 miles an hour. Low Rust, 11.99.1 at 112 in the GTO. Kevin Adams and Jody Ames going down the racetrack. It is a 2014 Jaguar XKR GT. Adams in the Mustang. 1994 model year car goes 11.44.7 at 116.75 as Ames goes 11.85.7, 116.75. Paul Flory coming up, the 87 one-ton Chevrolet stick-shifted truck. The rear end trying to climb itself out from under the bed. He ran like mid-15s in the thing yesterday. Bree Brewer is in the Mustang, 2017 model year car. Bree's having a great week. Paul Flory's having a high riding week out there. 15.28 at 90 for a truck that size with a stick, and it's pretty impressive to me. Brewer goes 15.36.3 at 85. Jeff Watt and Scott Sublett. Orange 1980 Z28. All right. Sublett giving the tree a little bit of a closer shave than Watt. And Watt gets down to the stripe, 11.47.8, 120. Sublett goes 12.37.6, 112 miles an hour.
Look at him purging the nitrous on the Buick on the left-hand side. That's Kyle Wimmer. Those guys are just having so much fun in that thing.
And Arden Plotcher, the 1972 Red Nova. And Wimmer in the Buick. I think we've seen this thing sprayed and naturally aspirated over the course of the week. 12.66.3, 106 for Plotcher. 14.13.1 at 86 for the USS Electra on the left-hand side of the racetrack. Charlie Hoekstra coming up, the beige LTD wagon. Brian Decker, the 1986 lawn bed Chevy truck.
Decker holding the honor of being the very slowest vehicle of Drag Week.
That is a hallowed piece of ground to be standing on.
An average of 17.94.
So you got to put him in a match race with the Dart. We got to get him and the Slant 6 Dart guy lined up. Well, the Slant 6 Dart guy I think runs like 16s.
Yeah, he would smoke this
Be a
guy.
slaughterhouse. Meanwhile, Charlie Hoekstra will snatch the finish line first. 11.62.1 at 71 miles an hour. Brian Decker makes his way past 1,000 feet and goes 17.92.4 at 76 miles per hour. Nick Kurzak and Mike Bogardus. The AMC for Mike in vitamin C orange. Nick Kurzak, the silver Fairmont.
Apparently, everybody watching the live feed is an expert videographer, an expert broadcaster, and an expert drag racer, all in one.
But-
Imagine the skills.
But they suck at traveling because they're there and not here.
Yeah. Guy's throwing his groceries in the trunk. Yeah, there you go.
Yep, loaded in. Button down. Sewed up. Nick Kurzak.
Who knew that the value of either one of these cars would ever exceed $800? Both of these cars now super desirable. The world's changed so much. It's Brian's world. We're just living in it.
Thank you.
You're
for
welcome.
realizing that. 11,808, 111 for Nick Kurzak. Bogardus goes 12,58.6 at 107.62. Logan Tarrant coming up, the 1978 Chevy Caprice with the artistically modified rear quarter panel.
It's hard to get the shark bite like that here in Illinois or wherever we are. I always lose track of where we are.
And Jeff Kurzak, the B5 Blue 2019 Charger.
I've been on so many drag weeks and power tours. People are like, "Oh, remember when we were at this, that, and the other?" No, I don't. I don't even remember what state it was, what town, nothing. Prescott Phillips in the Beetle, the 1956. You'll see this thing is widened out in the back. He trained himself on Drag Week last year when he came for the first time, figured a few things out, came back with a little less compression.
So it's down on compression, getting wider, much like you.
Not funny. Terry Burkhead on the left-hand side in the Trailhawk Trackhawk. SRT. All of the above. Let's just name the whole Jeep product line as he goes down the track. The Volkswagen Bug, 1243 at 105. The Jeep, 1162 at 119 miles an hour.
So Kevin Dunn and Neil Jenks coming up. We have seen a bunch of Neil Jenks on the highways and byways of this trip. Late model Gen 3 Heavy, get the job done for Jenks.
Kevin Dunn's main concern that the air conditioning was functional.
Yes.
That was his priority.
And Dunn goes 1220 at 114.84. Jenks goes 1261.8 at 109.48. Mike Sweeney and Frank Porso coming up now. I think those 392 billboard, there was no factory option for that graphics package, right? He did
No,
that
that's
himself.
aftermarket.
I think it's
yeah.
cool.
Yeah, throwback to the 1971 Barracuda, or Cuda to be more accurate.
Mike Sweeney will take the battle of the challengers here, 11:45 to 118, as Frank goes 1291.1 at 108. Trevor Slusser and Rich Robinson, the Velocity Blue Mustang for Robinson. Coyote Power. Trevor Slusser, the lowered 69 Chevy truck. And Slusser's truck's kind of hanging in there. It's not a bad side-by-side race. The Mustang does pull ahead eventually, 11.75, 118 to Slusser's, 12.43.6 at 108.76. The Pontiac Safari wagon lying in wait with its manual transmission next to the split bumper Camaro that will be coming up next to it. Sean Lemieux is in the Pontiac station wagon. Got to be a Steve and Sean Lemieux connection here. Eric Lutner, the 1971 Camaro in white. Just a little bit of maintenance going on the starting line before we fire up the next pair. Staging lane commandant Lonnie Grimm will communicate to us when real estate opens up down there and we open things up for our all-run session. If you're getting ready to turn in your time slip, you go to the Pit Cafe, go to the entrance facing the impound area.
Watch the wagon and be surprised that it is a stick.
Except I told him it was a stick 2 minutes ago. So
I'm reminding them because he's now staging.
I have negated the surprise.
Yeah.
Simply observe that it is a stick now. I know it's a stick. It's a stick that Sean Lemieux can row pretty well. Gets it off the starting line. It's fun to watch it kind of body roll itself back and forth. 1187 to 112.05. Sean Lemieux goes 12:38 2 at 110 in the wagon.
And the Power Tour Patrol. The 68 Dodge Coronet loaded with a Hellcat and an unusual stance. Jonathan Koster on the right-hand side in the blue Nova. It's Paul Travoski in the top car. Look at the wheelie bars on that thing. And the light on the roof. You're right, the light is definitely the best part of this thing. It's very retro.
So Paul Travoski goes to the finish line 12:36.7 at 84.55. And to be very honest, those wheelie bars get used about as much as the treadmill at David Freiberger's house. John Koster 12:903 at 108. Trevor Hawkins and Justin Trask. Two unique cars here, the 69 Valiant for Hawkins in green, and the 1955 Pontiac Chieftain for Justin Trask.
600 pounds. I thought it pulled a paper slipper out there.
And it's a side-by-side run, 1176 at 116. Trask goes 12:35.6 at 109.16. Steve Hurlbut and Shane Polito. Polito is in that 69 Dart with the Slant 6 engine. That is faster than an 86 C10 with a bone stock small block in it.
Confirmed.
Hurlbut goes 15:45.6 at 85. Shane Polito goes 16:85.6 at 83. One of our hot rod competitors coming up right now. Cheryl has been a constant competitor in the category. Cheryl Kaiser. Jim Jekyll, the 1969 Skylark. I think the Skylarks are like the underappreciated A-body.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
lowest on the totem pole.
Yeah.
The GS being their performance model instead of the GTO or the 442. Doesn't have quite the flash in the early years, but in the 1970 model, 455, that's when they definitely stepped up and slayed. There you go, 1244 at 110 on the left-hand side, 1249 at 104. Am I correct that the big Buick 455 versus Hemi showdowns, when that was the hot thing, happened right here at Cordova? I think there were some of those.
I think there were some, and I think
the fast factory appearing small tire shootouts, and
I
then
feel like Bowling Green was also a place
Oh,
where that
yeah,
stuff happened.
yeah.
But yeah, you're right. Matt Soderberg, the 1954 Chevy 210 Handyman.
it's perky.
It is perky, and again, it represents really the last moment of automotive styling for Chevrolet before they really tightened the lines up on those cars. And you saw the 55 Chevy. I mean, that's such a class. That 54 Chevy you just saw go down. You think about like the Packards of the era, like late 40s, early 50s cars like Packards. All the bigger stuff all had that same kind of shape.
That thing would have been factory powered with a stove bolt, and I could talk about my pet peeve on stove bolt as soon as this pair goes down.
Rob Levens and Pepsi Joe, the Pepsi Cola Express, 1959 Volkswagen, and Rob Levens from Rockland. The 1965 Chevy 2 high ride and stance. Cool to see the two gassers side by side. 1164-4113 as Levens goes 1226-2. Lay it on me,
that
but
stove
stove
bolt engine developed when? 1937 or something like that? It goes way, way back, and they used them until what, Brian? When was the last stove bolt?
I'm going to say way into the 50s in trucks.
1962.
Wow.
Still available in like a Biscayne or something like that. That would have been the last one. After that, they came out with the 194, 230, and 250. People call those stove bolts, and that's wrong. 1105 in the left-hand lane, 1232 on the right-hand side out of the blue Mustang.
And my understanding is the stove bolt name comes from the size of the bolts used to hold the cylinder head.
Well, valve cover, I believe.
Valve cover, okay.
Yeah.
Justin Swanson just went 14:05. Gary Nashim went 12:32.3.
Yeah, I said that. I got him. Finally. I had my moment. I mean, I didn't have my moment, but it was good. Bryant Sprang on the right-hand side in the 2000 Lincoln Town Car. Reminds me of when I go to Detroit and get picked up at the airport. 1236 on the left-hand side out of Jeff Sixt. And the Town Car, 1543 at 89 miles an hour. Here's a GS 455, of which I spoke, convertible model.
And Dave Pascal on the right side, the 87 Buick Regal.
Did you borrow the wheels off somebody's trailer? Is that what that was?
They're an interesting wheel choice. It's a large diameter steel wheel. Looks like about a 17-inch steel wheel on there. And yeah, they come off somebody's trailer. Dave goes 1267.8 at 107 in the turbocharged Buick. Sturgill goes 1418 with a fiver at 97. All run lanes are open. All run lanes are wide open.
Justin Sable participating in the GMC Denali showdown that we have going on here. I think I saw a front tire spin on that one. Stephen French on the right-hand side has got the Camaro. The Denali runs 93 miles an hour to the 8th and 115 to the quarter at 1164.
And that is a lot of steam behind Steve French's car. It's not smoke, it's not dwindling there, but that is steam. So there is water escaping that thing from somewhere. So it looks like we just saw a live feed as we look down at our screen. It does appear it's coming out of the exhaust pipe. Once again, track being checked out there. Once we get word, we'll continue on. We have opened all the staging lanes, or we've opened these staging lanes for all of our run groups, I should say. The all-run session is upon us.
We're going to see a lot of hitters have to come back as well.
Pretty much all of them.
Yeah.
And there is water on the racetrack, thankfully. Oh, it's not water. No, hoo-hoo. And so we are rolling equipment, including the track scrubber at the big end. So if there was water component, there was also probably antifreeze in it. That is going to be a cleanup. It is oil. Yikes. Great. The hits just keep on coming.
You know, primary sponsor of Hot Rod Drag Week. I hope we can retain that position forever because it's just a fantastic event. For those top products of people that really use stuff, you know, really people who are working on their cars and know about cars and stuff like that. Great support from these fans. We have probably 30% of participants out here running our product.
Without gear vendors, you couldn't have low 6-second cars driving in the street because, you know, the heat's immense and you need that extra gear to get the RPMs down. And when your RPMs go down, your heat in the motor also goes down.
eBay Motors has parts for new cars, new parts for old cars, and new parts for cars about as old as I am. eBay Motors has 122 million parts. That's insane. And I can order from my phone right under the car. They have all the right parts at the right prices. Now I can go to eBay Motors, find everything I need, and spend the rest of the weekend working on this baby.
Let's ride.
They have a magical experience when you put your foot down.
That's what it's all about, and that's why I bought this car.
Well, that was a proper wrestling match. Good, but the man them calling me mixed.
You want 10,000?
9.5.
It's a good day to be a wheeler dealer.
Should we celebrate the V8 engine?
What you got in mind?
We're rescuing this Mini Cooper.
A Jeep Comanche.
Ford Mustang. The only issue is it doesn't run. I'm Dan.
I'm Aaron.
And I'm Shay. You grab it, fix it.
Out with the old, in with the new.
This is all about rescuing other people's projects. Be smooth sailing from here on out, hopefully. Hit it, Dan. Starting. We're going racing.
Season 7, dude. Oh man, we're gonna have a good time. School is in session.
That is snappy.
Mint. Wow. Whoosh. Onward. Boom. The dome light works. We're trying to set it up for street and reliability and burnouts. And burnouts. Oh, we're gonna die. Yeah, we are.
Ready? Do your worst.
You've never seen my 68 440 Dart.
I am no regular citizen.
We don't have the nicest car, we don't have the fastest car, but I guarantee we had more fun than anyone else.
I want it all and I'm winning it. I do not care about opinions.
We spent like an hour and a half out of gas.
Position. I'ma go get it.
Let's ride.
Not quite the same.
That's what I'm saying. It looks for real.
That is so cool.
I got us a car.
Didn't those catch on fire a lot?
Probably. Well, yeah.
Oh. It needs tires, suspension, and a horsepower. You know, the usuals.
We're ready to go.
Oh, we're on fire.
Where are
on fire. Okay. We're on fire. I'm gonna get us close to somebody.
There's a fire. Get away from the car.
Checkpoint for the competitors of Drag Week, moving on from Lucas Oil Indianapolis Raceway Park to Byron Dragway. Still many more miles to go, so they'll get their photo and they'll hit the road, work on their cars, do whatever else they might need at this time. But we are not there quite yet. Let's get rolling. Before we do hit the road, Lonnie Grimm decided to pull in here at the checkpoint. He is the NHRA National Technical Director, and he's here at Hot Rod Drag Week. Lonnie, what the heck are you doing?
So obviously customers are further beyond the walls of an NHRA national event, and I've been involved with Drag Week for a long time. I took on the new position with NHRA last year, and the schedule didn't work out for me to be at Drag Week last year, and so there's a great team that does this event. I was blessed to be able to come back and help out with the event this year, and there's a great tech team that's in place that took care of Sunday. We finished up Maple Grove. Brian Loans and I caught the red eye to St. Louis, got about a 3-hour nap, hopped up, got Monday driver's meeting, and got Monday started for Drag Week. And here we go. We went to Indy. Now we're headed to Byron. I try to make some of the checkpoints and see what's going on, and we stop here at the antique hoarder store. So yard full of cars, everybody's looking pretty good. Don't see a lot of toolboxes out. Just catching their breath, letting the sun go down, and head on to Byron.
Why do we have checkpoints in Hot Rod Drag Week? What is happening here?
So Drag Week is, so I'll say two things. Drag Week, somebody asked me the other day, what is Drag Week? They didn't know anything about it. I said, we put 400 people together. They all have tents. They're all going to climb Mount Everest for the week. So, and then they asked, well, what does it pay? I said, same thing about stabbing a pole in the top of Mount Everest. When you hold up a trophy at the end of Drag Week, it is a amazing accomplishment. Just finishing the week and the miles is somewhere around 1,100 miles this year. 5 racetracks in 5 days. It is man versus machine. It is epic. The coolest thing about Drag Week is really not the passes that you're going to make going down the road. It really is about the drive, the checkpoints, the social, and the new friendships that you'll make along the way.
Thank you, Lonnie. We're going to hit the road now. Byron Dragway in Illinois, the ominous cooling tower of the nuclear station looming over the drag strip. Hopefully no one has a meltdown in Drag Week. Let's check in with the Javelin team that we have been trailing on the journey to the third stop for this week.
Disappointment. I wasn't disappointed because I knew you were going to screw that up. I knew it was going to be wrong. I mean, I braced myself for that already. He was looking at his numbers. That's what he should have done. Did you see rolling up here in his Gasser 55 Chevrolet?
So you can see the door is back on, but they've got to do some engineering here to make sure this door stays on instead of blowing off as it did back in Indianapolis. And the 200 mile per hour, or at least I hope it is, duct tape is coming out on the Javelin to keep the driver's side door in place. Watch the guys in the Javelin make a hit. Caught up with Brian here. Man, I know it's not quite what you all wanted, but you made the trek. No big deals there, and the door stayed on.
We're here, doors on. You know, that definitely wasn't what we were looking for. Started to peel the tire off, I don't know, 100, 150 feet out or so. So we look at the data and change the tune-up and go have at it again.
Goldstone, is that it for today?
I don't know.
Don't know.
I'd like it not to be, but he's checking to see what went wrong.
All right, all right.
Mother's Polish offers a broad array of quality products that are Ultimate Hybrid, CMX, California Gold, Powerball.
Well, Mr. Goldstone, several passes today. Last one was the quickest, but I don't think today was quite the day y'all were looking for.
We had good 60 foots, but then we're dropping a hole, so we're trying to figure that out. Not sure quite what it is yet. Just got to keep looking. Honestly, too tired right now to look, so it seems to be good low, so we're just going to drive it and work on it at the hotel.
All right, well, y'all keep it on here in Drag Week. We'll see you in Cordova.
All right, man.
From day 2 at Lucas Oil Indianapolis Raceway Park, some 260 plus miles on the route to Byron Dragway. Day 3 is over. Concerning taking laps down the track. Lanes are closed. People are working on making the transition to get ready to roll on the street. Monday Morning Racer here, giving you a glimpse of what it's like to go on the road with these racers competing at Hot Rod Drag Week 2022.
Hey, we're back, everybody. Welcome to Drag Week 22. We're here at Cordova Dragway. I'm talking to Brian Adders. Brian has one of my favorite cars out here, this little 1977 Chevette, sporting a 418 LS fogger system, and we'll let him tell you a little more about the car.
77 Chevette, 418 LS on fogger. A little bit hurt on 1 and 8 at the moment, so we're just hitting it with like 150, and then we're probably turning it off 6 seconds into the run. But 350 gears. We weighed 2960 on day 1, so we had to change classes. We jumped over to unlimited instead of ultimate iron. Did get lucky last year and we won ultimate iron, but you got to finish to win. So, and that's basically what happened last year.
What kind of transmission you got in it?
350 turbo with a 5,000 PTC lockup converter.
Okay.
So no gear vendors, that's the next thing, but we cruise about 70 and that's about happy.
What's your best ET this week so far, though?
We went a 907, I think, on day one, and that's when we realized that I never checked the fuel. So we put some not 85 in it, and I think it was like E40 by the way the plugs look. But
welcome to the Midwest.
Well, and around us, I mean, it's like gold, and I never even check it. But it's a lesson learned.
Where are you out of?
West Virginia. So Bunker Hill, West Virginia. So, but yeah, so.
Well, great. We're going to do a quick tour. Thank you very much, and best of luck. Maybe somebody will come up with some pistons. Who knows? I like you want to do it here at the track. You going to get through the week, though?
Oh, yeah, we're going to finish the week. I mean, we're having a little bit of oil, but it's not a lot, so.
All right.
I'm thinking we just pinched a ring.
Okay.
So we're going to keep
good
going.
luck, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Hey everybody, we're back here, beautiful Cordova Dragway on a Thursday, picture perfect weekend. I'm here with Joe Unverzon. Joe in his 1959 Volkswagen Gasser, everything Gasser about it. They call him Pepsi Joe. This thing runs a Chevy 385 small block, and we're going to let him tell you a little bit more about the car.
Thank you. The car's running good this week. Yesterday we ran 11.7 with it. It's the fastest it's been running all week. The weather's great. The car's doing good. No issues yet. We didn't even took the slicks off of it. We just drive from track to track with the slicks on it. All we've been doing is taking the caps off, getting about 15 miles to the gallon. Very dependable.
What's your best time this week?
11.7 yesterday.
You going to hope to better it, or are you just going to just have fun?
Just have fun. If I can keep doing like I'm doing, we'll be doing wonderful.
Great. Well, thank you. Good luck the rest of the week. We'll see you at St. Louis tomorrow.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Well, hey, everybody. Welcome to day number 4 of Hot Rod Drag Week 22, presented by eBay Motors. We're talking with Robert Berry. Robert has one of the coolest trucks out here. Once again, representing the diesel guys. It's a 45 Chevy with a great big Cummins in it. We're going to let him tell you about the truck.
It's, like you said, 45 Chevy with a common rail Cummins, like 03 Dodge pickup up. It makes about 70 pounds of boost on a pass.
How big's that turbo?
The big Charger is an 88 on top, and the small Charger is a 7286.
How do they work together?
So it's a compound. It's not what you would consider dual turbos. Mm-hmm. It's compound, so they feed each other.
Okay.
So anyway, you have to do that on an inline 6. Just works good.
So what kind of drivetrain do you have following up the Cummins?
So it's got a 48 RE, which is a Dodge pickup transmission, lots of billet parts in it, and then it's got a fabbed 10-inch Moser rear end in it.
What's your best time so far?
So this week we put up one of our best times yet. We put up an 861.
Where'd you do that at?
We did that yesterday. We did that in Indy.
Indy?
Yeah.
So you're in the process of changing all 4 tires and wheels. And what else do you do between track and highway?
So, like you already mentioned, tires. We put an intake pipe on it, get some cooler air up front. Put a little fuel additive in.
Okay.
Diesel uses cetane booster.
Right.
So that's what we use is some cetane booster.
Killer cetane booster.
Yeah.
Well, I wish you the best of luck this week. Go out there and better that time.
Thank you. Thank you.
As we're enjoying some downtime here at the track, as somebody oiled us down from here all the way back to St. Louis, let me talk to you about some cool stuff that's coming up on MotorTrend. There's a brand new show. I think it's going to launch next week, both on the cable channel and on the MotorTrend Plus app. It's going to star Derek Bieri from Vice Grip Garage on YouTube, and this show is like a vehicle rescue out of junkyard kind of thing, just like what he does on YouTube, but with better production value. It is called Roadworthy Rescues, and it's going to be going live someday next week. If you follow all the MotorTrend accounts, like, say, Roadkill Show on Facebook and Instagram, you can get the news about exactly when that's going to be. We have another new show with Courtney Hansen. What's the name of that one, Brian?
Ride of Your Life.
Ride of Your Life. I have not seen this one or worked on it, but we got that one coming up absolutely momentarily. It actually might have already released. We've also got Engine Masters and Roadkill Garage coming back to MotorTrend. And, of course, Roadkill every single month.
What about the upcoming star vehicle that we've made an episode together of? Super Turbo Story Time.
Thank you for revealing that before the marketing department was actually ready to release it, Brian Lones. That's why we hired.
They announced it
in
the press release.
I haven't seen it.
Like the one that they sent out when the show was going to be made and everything?
They assumed everyone forgot about that, and they're going for the second release.
Well,
yeah, it's kind of like when Dodge told everybody, 8 months ago that they were canceling the Challenger and Charger, and then that was new news again during Roadkill Nights in August.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the same marketing platform. We're professionals.
Well, forget everything I just said, but anyway.
Right. No, there will be another show that Brian and I did an episode of. We're not in the full series. And let's just say that our episode is quite different.
It is. And now we move on. Scrubbing appears to be nearly finished. The shutdown area is done. They, as you can see, it's an end-to-end cleanup down there, and the scrubber has done its job on the racetrack. So once that process finishes, we're going to drag it, we're going to spray it, we're going to rotate it. And again, we apologize, but this is the way you got to clean up what is more than a half mile of oil.
Hey, Warren, just so you know, the power plant across the street is now your fault, too. Yeah, it is. See, you are the David Freiberger of streaming. You get blamed for absolutely everything that you have no control over. That's kind of how it works. I love that when I'm watching the internet and stuff. Everyone's like, Derek's new show's not that good. Oh, it's Freiberger's fault. Or today, that road was potholed. I can't believe Freiberger would take us down that road. It's amazing. Dirt Every Day is out of production. Man, if Freiberger killed that thing so that he could, bring Courtney Hansen in. It's like, dude.
I mean, the last one's legit, but all the other ones are, yeah.
No, the one I keep getting about this Loans guy, it's like, why did they bring him in? Freiberger. It's Freiberger's fault. Yeah.
Guilty as charged.
If only Loans hadn't crashed that Mustang years ago, we wouldn't have to deal with him anymore.
That was the thing that happened.
Yeah, and it comes up every single time. Sort of like you
happened.
mentioning Gallimore's car. It's on the same circulation. It's like it goes into the atmosphere and just circles around every once in a while. Lands here during drag week time.
It's a seagull story. Flies in, soils the ground, and then flies away again. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. See Wes Allison down here stepping on the timing light box, trying to crush us all for the rest of the day.
The coup de grace. Racer in need.
Oh, good. Entertainment incoming. We got stuff to talk about.
T4 turbo gasket. Canaan Hall, the Chevy C10, is looking for that. Once again, a T4 turbo gasket. I believe Canaan's truck is that green and white C10.
Yeah. You're going to have a hard time believing this, but I actually had to make a call for that other white C10. He needed a main shaft for a Turbo 400. How would that happen?
Oh, man, yeah, that was nasty. When he chucked the drive shaft out and everything that happens, it's like not just the drive shaft failing, it takes other things very much with it.
I mentioned I'm surprised it wasn't the housing.
Yeah, no, that's kind of the amazing thing. It didn't break the housing.
Yeah. All right, Brian, let's bench race needlessly.
Okay.
What's your opinion on why we race a quarter mile?
Man, this is again one of those grand open-ended questions. I think the distance was one of probably some convenience back at the time. I think the people have raced quarter horses for a very long time, so racing horses on a quarter-mile track was a very common thing. So I think that quarter-mile distance also translated across. But I have no definitive answer for why the quarter-mile distance became a standard.
In 1944, in La Habra, California, there was a kid called Pete Henderson who had a 32 Roadster. He was considered the bad dude around there, and they staged a race between him and a quarter horse in a straight line. And that maybe is the origination of that. The question is, was there drag racing before 1944?
Yeah.
Yeah. In what manner?
On the dry lakes.
They raced side by side on the dry lakes, but up there they ran a mile or a mile and a third or half a mile. It depended on the conditions that they had at the time. So the other thing is, I wonder if Pappy Hart accepting that at Santa Ana is what led to that becoming the standard. That being the first recognized drag strip with gate.
But it also goes back to the fact that why do 8th mile tracks exist? You know, it's like one of those things.
Because it's half a quarter mile.
Well, yes, correct. But I'm saying is it's if you're asking why did they set quarter mile as a distance, then who looked around and said, well, we need to run half this distance? You know what I mean? Like to me, I don't know the genesis of 8th mile racing either. Then you had you had mile drags, you had kilometer drags, you had half mile drags. So it likely was plots of land, and you just made the track as long as you could. But yeah, I wish I knew. And I don't know if anybody can specifically say this is why it happened. I've never read it or spoken to any informed person that gave me a hard answer.
Hard delineation. I don't think you can, because it's one of those things that came up so grassroots sort of all over the country after it, I believe, originated in Southern California. But then, honestly, there was people on the East Coast who trampled California as far as organization and actually having races.
Yeah, I mean, but I think the genesis of where it started is definitely there as far as the sport itself. And then, like everything else, it kind of spiderwebs out. One of the coolest things, Charlestown Dragway in southern Rhode Island, which no longer exists, used to run a thing called the Little Go. And it was obviously around the small state. But
was it before the Big Go?
You won the race. They paid your freight to go to the U.S. Nationals.
Was that a precursor of an idea that you've also had that you were telling me about this morning?
Yeah, I mean, it's been done by a million different tweaks and changes. But yeah, I always wanted New England Dragway to do a wheel stand contest, and winning it would pay the freight to get you to the World Power Wheel Standing Championship.
Kevin McKenna, where did the quarter mile come from?
Wally didn't even know that. I know he was asked many times and just thought, I think the standard length of the runways they use, the old airports, was about a mile and a half.
I've heard that theory also.
We'll just take a quarter of that, and that way you have 25% of acceleration, 75, so definitively no. But
Wally Parks gave me that answer as well, and when I asked him where did the term drag racing come from, he also did not have that answer, although he did give me some options.
You drag shifts out, stick shift car.
Kevin, the main drag in town.
Those are the two most frequent.
Well, the other one he said to me is that if you wanted to race some guy, you would say, drag it out. Bring your car over here. Drag that thing out.
That makes as much sense. And obviously, sprint car racing was already taken, although that would have been perfect.
Yeah.
Right?
It could have been. So yeah, origins. You never know.
And and listen, there's so many things that are cloudy about this sport, especially in the early years, because the reporting and the record keeping and stuff was basically non-existent. So, and then you go to the fact that, like we talked about the other day, until a few years in, when you saw speeds at ETs, you only saw that at the winner because there was one timing track. The first guy across it got a speed. It really wasn't even an ET. You got
it was
speed.
mile an hour. That's all you would get in the early days, and that was another.
The origins of baseball, and as much record keeping as there, it's a British game called rounders. It's part cricket, but nobody knows definitively. So if they don't have detailed records, then my God, we would not be.
You know what's interesting to me is that racing occurred well before hot rodding. And so when people ask, well, what's the real difference? How can you say that hot rodding started in the early 30s in Southern California? The difference is hot rodding came directly from street racing.
Well, yeah.
That's what it is.
And
here we are today.
And your name didn't, like back in the Vanderbilt Cup days, your name didn't begin with count. You know what I mean? Like if you owned an automobile, you were like a head of state at that point.
But that doesn't mean those people didn't also race, right? I mean, if you had one of the first automobiles and you came up on a guy trying to pass him on this little dirt bumpy road.
Well, they would do that. So like at races like the Vanderbilt Cup in 1910, 1912, one of the precursor support events would be drag racing. They would line the cars up and put them over a set distance just to see which one was faster, because this was during obviously the very early days of automobile. And when France ruled the world, France was the dominant country in development of cars in that time frame. Yeah, and aviation.
I was doing a neat road trip the other day, and I ended up in Corona, California, which is someplace I never really go to on purpose. But I looked at the Google satellite view, and you can see that they've got this one street, Circle Street. It's a perfect 1 mile radius circle, and that's why it's called Corona Circle. And they had races there, road races, a couple of times in the teens, like Barney Oldfield kind of stuff. I think he literally was there. This whole town was anchored around the fact that they were trying to draw racing in.
Yeah. 1914 is the first year they went to Bonneville. Teddy Teslaff set a speed record out there in one of the Blitzen Mercedes-Benz, the Blitzen-Benz, like a 18-liter four-cylinder engine in the thing.
And of course, the Dry Lakes Racing was basically a mimic of what they were doing at Bonneville, but on the hard-packed dirt dry lakes of Southern California. And there was a bunch of them. We still run El Mirage now, which people who've never been there can't understand how flat and big Bonneville is, or even the Dry Lakes. Bonneville is hard-packed salt, which people don't get. It's actually table salt, essentially. And the Dry Lakes are like a hard-packed talcum powder dirt. And we've got El Mirage that we still run, but back then we had Muroc, which is now on Edwards Air Force Base. It's where Chuck Yeager broke the speed of sound. And they also ran on Rosamond, Harper, Ford Dry Lake. There was a bunch of them out there. Brian Lone's like scrambling to get his travel out of here and get away from me. The other guy we're talking to here is Kevin McKenna, who's the senior editor of NHRA's National Dragster magazine. That's why he has strong opinions as well as personal conversations with Wally Parks about the origins of drag racing. Racers, the time slips go to the Pit Cafe. The entrance of the Pit Cafe, which is facing impound. That's where you're going to hand in your time slip.
Got to thank the Cordova Dragway staff for the work they've just put in. That was a full end-to-end grease job out there, and they are on the finishing end of it now with the rotator doing its job. Again, a lot of hard work goes into this stuff, and you see a tenth of the number of people who are actually making it happen behind the scenes, and the hardworking staff here at Cordova has given us a great racetrack today, and they have fixed up that right lane.
Why don't we go to some questions and comments that I'm getting from viewers?
Sounds good. Very interactive of you.
Mikey P wants to know, are 8s the new 12s? I think
that's pretty funny, actually.
8s are the new 10s.
At Drag Week.
Not really. No, because I'm staring at my phone.
8s are the new 10s at Drag Week, but in the real world, 8s are still 8s.
Yeah, they really are. You notice how, like, in the world of the internet and opinion, like, 9s have disappeared. That's just stuff. Right?
Yeah, that's actually a good point.
If you have a typical street car that goes 10s, it's like, all right, that's okay. 9s is a no man's land, and then everybody has to go 8s. That's my take on that. Saw another one here. Why don't we have loans on Engine Masters? That's a show.
I'm not an engine builder, for starters. No, that's.
I mean,
you and Dulcich know infinitely more garbage about that stuff than I'll ever know. I'm a ham-fisted hack.
You could just criticize me though, and everybody would love it.
Yeah, I mean, I could sit in the back and go, I wouldn't do that if I was you. I could be the guy.
Yeah, you could. This guy says we'd love to see some big block Ford stuff on Engine Masters. So would I. Where did you get your Hams hat? Everyone wants to know. That's like one of the top comments.
So my Hams hat came from the fine people. Should I plug them over this thing? Is that? I mean, it's a business.
Sure.
I don't want to get, I don't know what the rules are here, but these guys sent me this hat for free, so I got to thank them for that. But it's a place called wearyourbeer.com.
Okay.
And they have all kinds of cool beer-related stuff you can buy.
You celebrate their entire catalog, I'm sure.
Nightly.
This is actually a pretty good one. The guy says, good call about mentioning that people should not do the street burnout thing. It's getting out of control.
And again, it's like, it sounds like we're being the fun police and we're being everybody's, annoying dad or something. But the idea is like, one, these checkpoints are typically small businesses, so you don't want to be like striping the road in front of these places and causing them unnecessary grief. And two, like we're going through these small towns and everything else, and it's like the last thing in the world, especially in today's environment that we exist in, is to create something that makes people not want this to come to their town, or to create a situation where when you guys get to a checkpoint, there's a bunch of guys with ticket books open waiting there to make trouble for you.
Let's be honest, today is not the day to have outlaw hot rodders shut down.
No.
The government's in that direction anyway. Let's not give them the fodder. Here's a pretty good one, because I always remember there's a lot of people watching the live feed or on social who are not that familiar with this, including me. But the question is, what is a bump box?
Yeah, so bump boxes, when we watch turbocharged cars stage up, and it's a difficult procedure to master enough. You'll see the car go into pre-stage. The driver put some load on the car. It starts to spin the turbos, spool them up, and then what the bump box does is it releases the brakes and moves the car ahead a set amount of distance per time you hit that button. So when we say someone's going to quote-unquote bump in,
releases the trans brake.
Right, releases the trans brake, and it allows the car to move forward a set distance. And typically, in the very early days of bump boxes, the cars would be really violent. They would almost shoot ahead and kind of be bouncing back and forth. The technology's advanced now where it's it can be a much more gradual kind of gentle process, so the car is more accurately staged time and time again. It is one of the reasons why you will often see the turbo cars out here have somebody bring them up to the edge of the pre-stage beam. Because think of it this way. You get the bump box, and you're placed a foot prior to the pre-stage beam, and you roll in, take a deep bite at pre-stage. When you hit your bump box, you may roll all the way through and overstage the car and be disqualified.
We've seen a lot of guys going deep here doing that, which doesn't really matter. But I'll also comment that it is just for turbo cars.
Yeah.
It's there so that they can build boost by putting some load on the turbo before they stage. That's what that's about. Here's one. Are the 6-second cars using chromoly or carbon steel for their cages? You got to go chromoly. It's an actual rule.
Mild steel, you cannot build a car that would certify that fast with mild steel anymore.
I think you can't even build a 750 cage in mild steel.
That may be as far as, isn't that as far as you can go with it? 750 cert, or I don't even know.
Yeah, I think up to 750 is all you can do. Let's see. Is it getting harder and harder to plan a new route each year to keep things exciting and different? Every track that we've been to this week, we have been to in the past. It doesn't slow people down from coming here. You can pick different roads to drive, from track to track. One year we tried to put the thing like all the way up in your neighborhood, Brian, to try and actually cut down on people showing up or registering and making that big problem. And it didn't work. People were going to come anyway.
Oh, East Coast Drag Week was great with Atco and all the great tracks from Cecil County. Yeah.
Yep. This guy likes our work. He says we're knocking it out of the park. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Love doing it.
As long as we can get random facts about side markers and movies we'd never heard of, I'm good. This has been the best week at work listening ever.
Well, that's fantastic.
Yep. We're the dynamic duo of commentating. What?
Man,
what?
the peanut gallery
And a
back
groan
there.
comes from.
Man.
Wow, technology department. Wow. Yeah, it's like IT back here is complaining about the action on the mic. What's going on? This guy claims that we're hilarious.
Well, he needs to aim higher, but we'll take it.
I like when you forced Loans to tell his Plymouth Twine story, and he struggled to hold back his laughter while trying to announce the cars going down the track. No, the greatest moment yesterday was I'm telling all sorts of obscure facts, and then I tee you up for one, and I'm like, Brian, what would you like to tell us about how the name for Plymouth came from? And you're like, not particularly. No, I'm good. And just set me up and knocked me down. Brian, are you struggling with bills? Because this guy's paying $8,000 to the first 10 people who messages him. Yeah. Trust. Oh, this guy's got Bitcoins for sale.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Oh, wait, these aren't actual viewers.
Should
This
I
is
give you
just
my social
commentary.
security number over the PA?
Yes.
Okay.
That would be a good idea.
Unless one of them becomes a prince of a sub-Saharan country, I'm not interested.
Oh, Jessie is saying that she hates being a one-night stand. What did you do?
Listen, that's between Jesse and I.
Got it. The last question that's really on here is, will they allow Finnegan to make a pass even though he's out? Yeah, that's something we do for all Drag Week entrants. If you show up on day 1 or day 2 and blow up your garbage and then come back on day 4, you are allowed to make exhibition passes.
We saw the Sac Nova run down at grade 710, nearly 200 miles an hour.
Exactly.
It's cool.
What we don't want to see is somebody show up with a 12-second car and oil the entire track from stem to stern.
That's suboptimal. I mean, in the scheme of things, that is suboptimal.
Yeah. Remember last year? Last year was the Oil Down Nationals. It was really painful. This person's asking if we have seen The Wraith. Of course I have.
Oh, The Wraith.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
Charlie Sheen. You know, I make sure to tune in and see absolutely everything that Clint Howard is in. That's what you want to do.
Well, wasn't that car they used in the Wraith like a Chrysler concept
It was.
car?
Yeah. Total fiberglass thing. Weirdo. They had a lot of other cars in there as well.
Update from Taylor Hedrick. The heads are off the car, going back together. They need a reluctor wheel, crank trigger wheel for a 4.6 or 5.4 liter mod motor, or some that we can pay to drive to a Ford dealership in Galesburg, Illinois. The car is hurt bad, but they are not going to give up. Taylor Hedrick, he's got the silver Mustang. He came up, took the tree this morning, backed out. They've been wrenching on this thing. They're putting the motor back together. They need a reluctor wheel. If you have one for a 4.6 or a 5.4 mod motor, please find them. Or if you have time to spare and can drive to Galesburg, Illinois, and pick one up at a Ford dealer, they do need the help.
This guy in the chat says, I wish there was a moron filter on the chat.
Well, yeah, then the internet would go out of business. What do you mean, man? We lose everything. What about the movie I think it's called Mulholland Drive, with Dennis Hopper.
That's actually King of the Mountain,
King
right?
of the Mountain, yeah.
Yeah, you're thinking of Mulholland Boulevard. Mulholland Drive is actually a Nick Nolte movie.
Okay, yeah,
about,
but the King of the
cops
Mountain
in
one
LA.
with
King of the Mountain.
That's an obscure car movie.
Yeah, it really is, and it's about the road racing that actually took
Yeah.
place on Mulholland Highway around Los Angeles, actually up in the mountains separating the San Fernando Valley from Hollywood, and it legit went down back in the day. That's where the original sort of pro touring muscle car came from. People building their Camaros to actually handle instead of drag race.
And it's a movie nobody knows, but it surprises me no one has replicated the Corvette in that movie because of the insane fender flares, huge wide meats on it. What about the Highwaymen? You ever seen that one? The Eldorado and the guy in the Barracuda?
I don't have that one.
Oh, that's a good one. The 68 Barracuda gets thoroughly destroyed in it, but there's also a guy in an evil kind of Eldorado.
Yeah, Fireball 500. Speaking
That's
of
a big one.
evil Cuda, Frankie and Annette. Does anybody here know who Frankie and Annette are? Anyone? Warren does.
John Sears says, yes, I do.
All right, then. Tell me you're ancient without telling me you're ancient. Okay, after the Elvis movie, which I thought was fantastic.
I watched it upon your recommendation. I thought it was good.
You hated the end.
The ending is terrible.
The actual real footage of Elvis singing at the end? That was the terrible part?
No, not the very end. Just the way that they just kind of all of a sudden rushed to a wrapped-up end that didn't really... I mean, I get the story arc, but I hated the way the theatrical part of the movie ended. I just didn't like it.
Yeah, okay. I still thought it was pretty good. But I had to go and start scanning the Elvis movies.
Oh, yeah.
You know, which he did for a long time. Yeah. And they didn't get better. It's almost like every year I come back and do this thing.
Yeah.
You would think there'd be an improvement.
There isn't.
No, there's none.
In fact,
and I can't sing.
Slight degradation.
Lemonade, that cool, refreshing drink. Right?
Give you credit for trying. Just please never do it again.
Right. Okay, do we ever want to do the Cannonball Run?
Yes.
I'd watch the movie again. This guy says he's named after Annette Funicello. He did. He said that.
What's his name?
Annette Funicello, obviously. Didn't I spell that out for you, Brian? This guy says the best car movie is the original 1974 Gone in 60 Seconds.
H.B. Halicki will pick that story up, hopefully never, and we'll just run cars for the rest of the day. Dan Stortz and Dave Arnold coming up right now.
Running our cars instead of our mouths.
Kind of. So we have the all-run session is open. And again, the commandant of the staging lanes will keep us apprised on their closing time,
Dan
which is not going to come
Stortz
for a while.
in the Dodge. You know, you don't often see somebody so dedicated to such a pristine paint job in diaper brown. No, this car is nice.
No, it's super nice. It's
really
a 4
is.
speed. We hung out with them at the very first checkpoint on the very first drive. I was impressed with the car. And the quality of the paint is unreal.
Engine compartment super tidy. And it runs 1343 at 104 on the right side. Arnold on the left side, 1194 at 112 miles an hour.
Comes Ziggy in the S10. Remember, we talked to him too. He said, "You guys are missing an I in the middle of my name." He said, "Just call me Ziggy." And we replied, "Yes, we will." Mike Whitney, the 1966 Chevy Nova.
Yeah, if we can't find a confection to name you after, we'll just go with the nickname. It's all good. I really like the Chevy 2 wagon.
It is 4 speed, well driven, goes 1264 108 as Ziggy 1428 Ford 102.
Tomorrow I'll forget Ziggy and I'll just slaughter the guy's name again.
We talk about the goals though. Remember what he told us? He wanted to go 100 miles an hour at every track we're at.
It's low, but admirable. Low goals.
But that's what it is. I mean, listen, it's for that guy. That's the move. He went
No,
102,
I know.
15.
That's the thing. Find a goal and come out and achieve it.
Dan Cottle and Dave Brock.
Let me just run through my grab bag of glasses here.
Yeah, I've not seen another person with this much eyewear, both stylistically and medically.
I model my life after Elton John.
12:17.8 at 114.03. 13:52.7 at 103.02 for Dan Cottle. The way it's going, he'll be modeling after Ray Charles. Actually, you know what? You're more of a Roy Orbison. I think that's the move. Roy Orbison. Combine your singing prowess. Marty Pixler, 55 Chevy. And a sedan livery Ford. And Pixler, 11:47.3, 115. The little Falcon goes 12:28.9 at 112.47.
Here comes the supreme unit.
It is the Beretta.
The Chevy Beretta.
What was the guy's name? Robert, the guy who got himself in all kinds of trouble on this TV show, Beretta?
Oh, Robert Blake.
Blake,
That's
yeah.
right. I will tell you my Robert Blake story.
Of course you have a Robert Blake story.
Naturally I do.
Chris Moss and John Chamora. Chamora in the Beretta. Screaming V6 on nitrous, 90 in the 8th mile. This thing is sleepy goodness. Goes 12:09 at 114. Awesomeness. He's flirting with the 11s now.
That's crazy.
13:10 at 107 as you told the pilot till he kills it, and maybe he's
And
headed
maybe
that
it
way.
is. Yeah, you always want to listen to me for life coaching. Automotive life coach. That's what I'm here for. Do as I say, not as I do.
I mean, you're from Southern California. You could probably actually make a career out of that.
It's a possibility. Oh, I can't wait to tell you the Beretta story.
Joe Welsh and Paxton Welsh. Please prevent David from telling me the Beretta story by having uninterrupted action on the racetrack.
That might not stop me.
Hey, Mitch, we have Ellie up with us in race control. Come on up and see us, Mitch. Ellie's up here, hanging out with us, having a good time. But Mitch, come on up and see Ellie. Come on right up to the 2nd floor of the timing tower. She's got the best seat in the house, and you can come up and get her. Robert Seiler and Kevin Jackson going down the racetrack. It is Jackson, the red oxide 32 Ford. And Robert Seiler, the 1967 Pontiac in green, 14-15-103's Jackson, 14-009 at 95. The suspense is killing me. Please, by all means.
Oh no, we got to look at what's going on track. It's far more important. Like on the live feed, you're looking at the inline 6 turbo. What is the actual code for this? Like CJ, XJ, YJ? What is the Comanche?
I don't know. I mean,
I will advise you momentarily.
The J Series trucks were back in the day, but I don't think it was a J Series truck, right?
No, it's not a J Series, but I'm saying like a modern Jeep is a JK or
You're right.
a JL, and an XJ is a Cherokee.
Well, wouldn't these be a CJ?
No, that would be a Grand Cherokee. Well, this is an MJ.
MJ.
That is a Jeep MJ going down. And they're not going to get a time on that particular run. All right, they're going to back him out as we solve this tree problem. Robert Blake.
Yes.
I'll just go ahead and circle this back to Mulholland Drive. So I worked with Dick Landy way back in the day. We're talking early 90s. Dick Landy, of course, the legendary Mopar drag racer. You know him from, altered wheelbase cars, pro stock, super stock, stock, modified production. He did all of that. And I walk into a shop one day, and there's this blacked out Dodge Ram Charger with a blown small block in it. It's like, what's going on here? It's Robert Blake. And I'll finish that story after these two go down.
Mike Fosenko, blown a little carbon out of the exhaust. Brian Webenmeyer is clean in the Malibu, 12:33.7, 110. Fosenko goes 11:15.3 at 126.28.
So Landy tells me the story that, Robert Blake's a customer. He only comes in at night. He won't interact while other people are there. He's got this flat black Ram Charger with all of this like armor and stuff on it because his house is up off Mulholland. And he comes in at night and he doesn't want anybody recognizing him and messing with him. So he's like really low key in this thing. And none of this adds up to a guy accused of shooting his wife.
Dave Kerwin and Guy Tody. Kerwin, the red and white Starsky and Hutch Torino, and Tody, the 2017 Camaro, 12:29, 110 for Kerwin. Tody goes 14:10 at 95.93.
Oh, this is a great story that I got from Jeff Mall. So we're talking about how people are doing all the trailer burnouts, how that's become the super hip thing to do, and so on and so forth, and we're trying to get a stop to it. He says, we're in a restaurant yesterday in Elizabeth, Illinois, while the burnouts were happening. As Dan Chandler's going down, we'll read you his time and continue.
12:39.9, 107 for Chandler in the Jimmy.
He said the mayor of the town comes in, and he says he just came out from the town city council meeting, and among the things on the agenda was repaving the roads. But the burnouts interrupted the meeting.
Oh, man.
That's actually pretty funny.
Ray Hagman and Nathaniel Mahoy. Mahoy, here he comes in the polished wheels. That 80 Monza Spider. And Ray Hagman, the 1969 Mustang Coupe. Decent side-by-side run here. 12:65, 110 for Mahoy. Hagman goes 13:05 at 107.73.
Who I sold my 71 Roadrunner to initially assembled this Charger Ute. It all comes back to me, Brian.
Apparently it does.
Yeah. It's 7 degrees.
Nick Latomsky goes 13:31.0, 107 in the Camaro. Dan Grubaugh goes 14:12 at 97. Comes our 39 Hudson 112. And here comes the Olds Vista Cruiser wagon. Yeah, it is 6 degrees of separation. Thank you, Warren.
I'm on 7.
Thank you.
I'm not that good, Brian. There's an extra degree.
Nah, you could use some of that under your armpits to a degree, but Dave Huff. No regrets, it's called. No regrets.
Chris
Except for 1 week a year for me.
Chris Hosner's in the left-hand lane, known as the Blizzard of Haas. This thing, honestly, is not really a stiff breeze of Haas. Not really even like a gentle fluffing, which is, by the way, Brian's side job.
David Huff, 1287.5 at 102 miles an hour as the wagon. Goes 16.52.9 at 84.49 miles an hour. David.
Kill me.
Just when I believe we have reached a new low.
Well, it's because I just leveled the whole tower, and here
Comes Ty Cobb, the 2009 Ford Escape. Brent Hergen in the 95 Mustang is going to run him down. At least try to. Cobb had a reaction time, half of that of Brent in the yellow Mustang. And Cobb goes 14.75.2 at 92.81.
With the bone stock 2009 Ford Escape. It's been nothing but lightened.
It's been nothing but the bolt-off Escape, he calls it. 14.55.8 for Hergen, but I believe that is their low ET of the week so far. Austin Mathias and AJ Crater coming up. Desperately seeking second gear is Mathias. He finds it. AJ Crater finds the finish line. First 12.19.9, 117.56. Mathias goes 15.80 at 87.4 miles an hour. Cullen Duncan and Rick Cruz. And a 12.49.112 for Cruz. Duncan goes 12.89.3, 111.91 miles an hour. And Kevin Adams making a nice clean run for himself. Right-hand side of the strip. Goes 11.68.3 at 111. Bree Brewer in her Mustang. Stops the clock, says 16.48 at 83.
The monster nitrous huffing Buick.
Monster Truck announcing is in your future. Kyle Wimmer. The Electra 225.
That's how much shot he should run on it.
Bart Chefchek.
When the car is named for the nitrous shot, you should be
the 225?
Right. Wimmer lumbering out of the hole before he hits the button, and the thing is rocking and rolling now. Just a 2-second 60-foot that you would expect. Right-hand side, Pontiac goes down 12.31, and the giant Buick 1384 at 98 miles an hour.
4,149 pound shipping weight, 222.8-inch vehicle length, a 126-inch wheelbase.
Fascinating.
Yeah. Thanks, Robert. Ram Charger story. Jeff Watt and Mike Bogardus. $11.48.3, 120 for Watt. Bogardus goes 12.86.9 at 106.04. Rovic coming back up with his Oldsmobile, the 67.
nitrous burning Oldsmobile 442 with 455 cubic inches.
It's an oversell. It's an oversell.
It might have been.
That is an oversell.
That was basically me on the 599 round at the VMP.
Rovic has not really made his best run of the week so far, even on the great racetrack we have, the great air that we have. Same consider for Taylor Yost. Yost is going to lose 2/10 or be added 2/10 of a second on this run, which may be trouble for him, as Yost goes 7:72.6, with Rovic going 10:32.2 at 1:28. So for Rovic, 10:32.2, 1:28 is a solid pull. Mike Reimers and Mike Turner coming up now. Street Machine Eliminator cars, Mike Reimers 979.1 at 124. Turner 1220 with a 2 at 109. Mike Cavallaro. Been running 10-0s all week long. Goes to 10:09.9, 136 here. And it'll be just a moment before we get things fired back up. So they're going to put a lap of glue on the racetrack. That's going to just take a moment. A little more traction action out here for everybody. So just take 1 second for some track maintenance here. We'll be right back at it. It is the all-run session.
eBay Motors has parts for new cars, new parts for old cars, and new parts for cars about as old as I am. eBay Motors has 122 million parts. That's insane. And I can order from my phone right under the car. They have all the right parts at the right prices. Now I can go to eBay Motors, find everything I need, and spend the rest of the weekend working on this baby.
Let's ride.
You know, primary sponsor of Hot Rod Drag Week. I hope we can retain that position forever because it's just a fantastic event. For those top products of people that really use stuff, you know, really people who are working on their cars and know about cars and stuff like that. Great support from these fans. We have probably 30% of participants out here running our product.
Without gear vendors, you couldn't have low 6-second cars driving in the street because, you know, the heat's immense and you need that extra gear to get the RPMs down. And when your RPMs go down, your heat in the motor also goes down.
That's what I'm saying. It looks for real.
That is so cool.
I got us a car.
Didn't those catch on fire a lot?
Probably. Well, yeah.
Oh.
It needs tires, suspension, and a horsepower.
You know, the usuals.
We're ready to go.
We're on fire. Okay, we're on fire. I'm gonna get us close to somebody.
There's a fire. Get away from the car.
Season 7, dude. Oh, man, we're going to have a good time. School is in session.
That is snappy.
Mint. Wow. Onward. Boom. The dome light works. We're trying to set it up for street and reliability and burnouts. And burnouts. Oh, we're going to die. Yeah, we are.
They have a magical experience when you put your foot down.
That's what it's all about, and that's why I bought this car.
That was a proper wrestling match.
Good, the man them calling me mate.
You want 10,000?
9.5.
It's a good day to be a wheeler dealer.
Should we celebrate the V8 engine?
What you got in mind?
All right, so the spray rig being parked right now, and that means you're going to be firing cars around the corner here and rocking and rolling through our open session. Rotator tractor's finishing its work. And we are back here in our tower booth with Dan Crownart, the man who has taken the reins here at Cordova Dragway. And Dan, first off, congratulations. This is the second track in a row we've had fresh ownership at, which is great. And for the second track in a row, it's an owner who is also a guy who loves drag racing and is a racer.
Very much so. My family grew up in the sport. I mean,
there you go.
There we go. Very much so. I mean, grew up in the sport, been around it my whole life, raced funny cars and then jet cars towards the end. I shouldn't say the end. It's hopefully not done yet.
Right.
So.
No, it's a great thing, and look, this place. We've talked about the legacy and the history of this particular racetrack. It is amazing. I mean, to date back to the 1950s, to be able to be modernized as it is today, and it's just fantastic.
It's just an awesome place. The history of this place, the culture. It's a place you literally fall in love with. It's Woodstock. It's drag racing Woodstock. It is so cool, and that's why everybody around the place. You know, we're not just going there to race their cars. You're coming to share a friendship and your family and your extended family. It's really indescribable.
World Series was a huge success this year. That event, you know, the staple event here at Cordova, as it has been since the 1950s, and saw the photos, and they had great race cars up here, just knocked it out of the park.
It was. I mean, think about that. A small track like this, we can pull off having big name stars. Wilkerson's here, you know, and freaking Bruce Litton and Krista Baldwin. People, and our track can handle that kind of horsepower. I mean, it's really unbelievable that we are able to pull it off, and the plan is to get better and better every year.
And that's one of the things that's interesting to me is when a place like this that has such great bones, right? It has a great foundation built on, and then fresh eyeballs come on it, which I think is the best thing when a new owner takes over a racetrack. The Koretsky's, I was just at Maple Grove last weekend, and we've seen it be able to put their touch on it. And the same place for you.
Yeah, exactly. And like they hit a home run, 2 weeks ago or last weekend?
Yeah.
You know, so we get lucky. People want to see you're the new restaurant in town. They want to see your
Right.
vision. They want to talk to you.
Yep.
You know what I mean? I mean, I drive around this place and I think I want to put a building here. We need more trees here. We do this stuff. Then my wife's like, reel it in, man. We got house payments. What's wrong with you? You know?
So tell me about the rest of your season. When do you guys close up shop for the winter?
We're going full steam till end of November. If weather holds out, we do some fun days in November. End of October, I'm sorry. In November, we do some fun days. So we still got major events. Like next weekend, we got 3 points races in a row because we're trying to make up for some rain days.
Yep.
So our championship for bracket racing, we made up in 1 weekend.
Nice.
It'll be unreal.
Yeah, that's going to be intense, and that gets everybody to show up. You know, the big trend now is you see like double races, double weekends. So if you got a triple header weekend, they're all coming in.
Yeah, it's going to be a long day. It's going to be a long day. Now we got obviously stuff to fix and restock everything, and we got this week to make it happen.
So as you kind of look forward to next season, I mean, what is the kind of thing you're looking forward to most for 2023 in your sophomore season as track operator?
Well, then I'll be experienced.
Right,
You know
you'll
what
be
I'm
a
talking
veteran,
about. Yeah,
grizzled
dude.
veteran.
Yeah, no, just to honestly keep fine-tuning this place. I mean, we're very blessed. We have a phenomenal team behind us. everybody loves this place, and they're here every weekend. And just to keep fine-tuning all of our skills, and everyone's getting better and better, and put on some more fan-favorite events.
And if you're a huge drag racing fan, and one, if you've never been to Cordova, you owe it to yourself to get here simply for the history. But two, if you're making plans to come out, maybe if you're a fan that travels a couple races a year, put the World Series on your calendar, because its legacy and the fact you get to experience a huge variety of cars, a huge variety of drivers, and the seating here is great. Like, there are very few places in the world you're going to be this close to the racing surface with a fuel car up in your business.
And there's stands here in the front where literally when the jet cars are doing their fireballs and pops, unfortunately, these folks got to move. You know, I mean, you see it in the videos. It's ridiculous.
It's amazing, man. Well, thank you very much for having us. We love coming here. It's Drag Week. It's a track we visited a bunch, and it's one of the places we go that the fans show up to watch, and it's just a really great environment.
It's awesome. I appreciate you guys coming. We'll see you next time.
Dan's the man here at Cordova. We thank him for his investment in the racetrack, and it's just it's always great. A place like this has fresh ownership, and the vision is certainly there. We'll be back to racing after this last pass with the rotator. He told us 2 passes. This is the last one. Great to chat with Dan, and it's funny, we spent a lot of time talking about new, team owners and stuff in drag racing this year, but the amount of new track owners there are is great, and there is, obviously, you never want to lose a racetrack, you never want to certainly lose anything in this sport, but man, you look at people who have taken over some of these iconic tracks like Cordova, and they're excited and they're motivated, and again, those fresh eyes and fresh approach is what it needs to happen.
You show up at a track that doesn't care, and it's immediately
evident. Immediately evident.
And unfortunately, there's a lot of it. There's a lot of people who are really, really good-hearted and want to make it happen, and they're just in a location where it won't, and I feel bad for those guys, too. Everyone says, so many drag strips are closing, it's a mess, the sport's going away. Brian, I know you'll come back to that.
Yeah, there is it's traumatic when we lose racetracks, but if you look at every track sanctioned by the NHRA, the IHRA, now the WDRA, and then you go add the unsanctioned tracks in, it is hundreds and hundreds of drag strips, hundreds of them. And
likely more than existed in the 50s.
The reality is yes, and people don't want to believe that, but it's an actual fact, and that's a real Brett Kepner kind of thing. He tracks all this stuff to a T, but it becomes a much more high-profile thing when tracks close down, and obviously it's a tragic thing. The situation in West Palm Beach, Florida is just sickening. The situation in Memphis, sickening. And those are the 2 big high-profile ones, really, of the year, so to speak. But it's what happens when a private investment group decides to get into the drag racing real estate business. You think it's tight out there? I think it's very tight out there. We were just shaking the rotator tires.
Yeah, I heard that. Here's another one that's close to your home, and I hear it all the time. Very first day of Drag Week, I was talking to a fan, and he goes, "Oh man, thanks for doing this. This is where drag racing is headed, because man, NHRA is dead." And I said to him, they sold out every single seat at Maple Grove today
for a couple days.
They were literally asking people to drive the other direction because they couldn't hold anymore.
No, it was a killer weekend, and we had 3 million people watch us on TV. So I guess it's not quite as moribund as some people want you to believe, but. And by the way, Travis Pastrana is going to be in a Top Fuel Dragster next Monday testing.
Yeah, the most openly known secret that everybody's posting on social media.
Yeah, Travis Pastrana climbing in a Top Fuel car with Scott Palmer next Monday to test.
And Tony Stewart.
Tony Stewart's got interesting plans for this end of this season and next season, and
and just
some
being
more
in drag
NASCAR,
racing.
some more NASCAR guys sniffing around the world of nitro racing as well. So
Rick Ware already in.
a lot of stuff going on. And away we go. Race cars coming around the corner. This could not have happened at a better time for Glenn Hunter. Glenn is going to be the first car out on the fresh glue, on the fresh rotation, on, again, that track that was so tight that the rotator itself was chirping the tires.
It was chattering hard. Yeah, Glenn has needed this. He came out here 2 passes earlier and was just absolutely destroying the tires off the line. He hasn't gotten a pass in. He had a rough day yesterday as well. He's fallen out of number 1 in Pro Street Power Adder, and he's clawing his way back, and this is the right track to do it on.
So drag racing can be a very cruel mistress at times. So you wonder, did Hunter dial this car back, and now he's on a much tighter racetrack, and will it have a negative effect on that? We're about to find out as Glenn Hunter takes the stage for the 3rd time today. Incredible job to pedal it the way he did to maintain any forward momentum. And Hunter goes 827 at 183 miles an hour, 8903, 159 for Bill Schwartz. But for Glenn Hunter,
ponderous.
Started to smoke the tires at the tree, pedaled it about 150 feet, did it perfectly, but still scrubbed off a lot of elapsed time. Rick Trunkett coming up now. Trunkett, the Ohioan, green duster, 72 Plymouth.
Leading Super Street Big Block Power Adder, and this thing has run 778. He actually slowed yesterday, as many cars did, and his average came out of the 7s and into the 8s.
That's how it works. Beautiful weight transfer, barely hung the front end. 141 in the 8th mile, and Trunkett goes 792.2 at 173.92 miles an hour.
That was beautiful.
Yes, sir.
That was beautiful. Here comes Bob Hess, the Gen 3 Hemi-powered Fox body, an 82 model. How are you on the 4i, Brian?
I like a 4i Mustang.
Yeah, I'm good with it.
They grow on me, with age as they get kind of further in the past. I think they're cool. And Hess pedals it early, then gets way sideways for a moment there in the middle of the drag strip. Goes 830 with a 2 at 175, but that was a banana curl of a burnout mark out there at the racetrack.
Alex Taylor, the 55 Chevy that's in the battle for the Pro Street, Ultimate Iron win against Goldstone. Once again, she's thinking, you're telling me I have a chance, and it's possible.
Much like yesterday, it came down to the latter part of the day for Alex. Still not that trying in the sense that they could get this car back into the staging lanes before we run out of time. If you're in the lanes when we close them, then you do get to run. How about the story of this Audi, which seems to get cooler by the minute? We saw it run 998, but what else has this thing done?
It has won one lap of America. Thank you, Hot Rod's Mike Galimi, for sharing that information. Hate to see that as off goes Joe Jennings in the Audi.
$10.19 for 137.53 for Jennings, who is running in Street Machine Eliminator. Alex Taylor will coast to a 14.91.2 at 70 miles an hour.
And right behind Alex comes Bryant Goldstone. This is his second attempt today.
Yeah, we did not see a 6-second elapsed time out of Goldstone. It is a boost problem, as being told by Mike Galimi, that the car will build 15 pounds of boost. He comes off the trans brake and the boost disappears. That's why we've seen this thing kind of come off very poochy and then all of a sudden kind of ramp the power back in. So that is a That is a quizzical one.
It's like he's taking speed tips from the guy with the Honda Civic.
Yeah. He gets you all the mile an hour you need.
I don't know if you're aware of this, Brian, but the former stripes on this car were in fact not silver. Why do you keep saying that?
Listen, I thank you for correcting me on that and setting the record of history correct.
Yeah, I mean, you've only seen this car at events for like the last 10 years of your life.
Give or take.
How would you get that wrong?
It is a shame. It is a blemish on my otherwise perfect record. Wait a second, you did that. You've used the Vulcan mind meld on me and made it my fault. All right, see if Goldstone can make boost and hold on to it here in the starting line. It's getting very interesting around here, I'll tell you that right now.
I said this morning that the wheels sort of fell off this whole event yesterday, and now it gets more and more challenging as the days go on and the miles get longer.
Man. And again, you heard the thing just really kind of lay over early, and he's going to shut it off past the 8th mile, 788.9 at 142.13.
Unfortunately, Ultimate Iron is becoming a battle of the least worst.
Yes,
Yeah.
which is kind of like our announcing tandem.
It's been a couple of ugly days, kind of like our announcing tandem.
Michael Westberg, he was on a pole earlier, 104.60 foot time. The thing apparently, well, it did. It got to the right of the groove and he shut it off. If he can repeat that launch and keep the truck stuck in the center of the lane, we will see this thing go deep into the sixes again, and we will see perhaps a hair-raising series of events in the unlimited category.
So here's the thing. If Tom Bailey doesn't run again today, he will have a 6:58. In order to beat that,
Tom turned his time slip in already.
he already did, which means this truck needs to run 6:78 or better to eclipse Tom Bailey for the #1 position at Drag Week.
In goes Westberg. And away we go. Hangs the front end 300 feet. He gets across the transition. 165 at the 8th. He goes 663. Wow.
663. Oh, I've been corrected. He needs to run 59. He had to run a 59. That was a fail. Thank you, Galimi.
204.88 the speed for Mike Westberg. 663.9, 204.88. A tremendous run down the racetrack. He was 104 to 60 feet again. That front end hanging in the air. 428.2 at 165 to the 8th.
Absolutely failed reading the notes here that I did not make. So I was incorrect. I said he had to run 6:78. I lost my mind when he went 60s. He had to run 6:59 in order to edge just above Bailey today.
It's a pleasure working with you.
The highs and the lows.
Mike Borgren now. After having seen his fellow Swede succeed in fine fashion in front of him, he will try to replicate that performance. Borgren pre-staged. Stutter step and then tire smoke. For this car, a 984 153 was not the plan.
The bottom has fallen out of my previously subterranean announcing career.
Well, it's like one of those sinkholes that opens up. You know, you don't really know what's coming, then all of a sudden, I'm in hell. You know, it happens.
Just burn me to death. Oh.
Tim Bradshaw and Emily Ballard. Ballard, the 1968 Camaro, and Bradshaw, the 2002 Mustang. There Bradshaw's car. Running in Street Machine Eliminator, Ballard is running in Street Race Small Block Power Adder, 855.6. 160 miles an hour. Bradshaw, 1057, 136. Tom Brissy and Lynette Jankowski. Jankowski trying to run another very low 10-second lap here to maintain one of her top or her near top position, 989, 135, sub 10-second run there for the Street Machine Eliminator entry. Brissy goes 12:32.5 at 90.13 miles an hour. If anybody has any Zoloft or lithium or other strong antipsychotic medication, David might need some.
I let everyone down.
Again. TJ Hodge and Herb White. TJ in the Mercury sprinting down the racetrack. Herb White, the ZL1 Camaro that has been making laps all week long. Goes at 11:23, 126 for TJ Hodge, 9:707, 141.13.
You're kind of guilty by association. I blame you.
Well, I mean, here's the thing.
You're allowing this to continue.
I'm over it. You should probably be over it. No one was harmed in the making of this flubbed announcing call, and this is how life goes on. Yeah, I should probably handle readings.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was thinking.
The 50-50 draw. The winning ticket's been pulled. Oh, you guys want to know? Yeah, should I read it? So the 50-50 draw, winning number 184-205. Meet the gals at the Pork Chop Tent to get your money. 184-205. The gals at the Pork Chop Tent is where you're going to get paid. 184-205. You are the 50-50 raffle winner. Tony McDonald and Neil Jenks. McDonald takes the classic Dodge truck down to the end at 11:85.6, 113 for Jenks at 12:34.9 at 112. Tracy Holtzclaw and Wayne Baker coming up. I'm really curious to know how quick Baker would have to run to take the lead in the class, but I don't know if there's anybody up here I should ask that information of. There's the wheel stand, another beautiful one. Just a mild bounce. With that beam axle, 123 in the 8th mile, 8.905. 152 for Wayne Baker as Tracy Holtzclaw goes 10.76.2 at 131.14. So the lanes will close at 2:30 this afternoon. We'll close the lanes at 2:30. Whoever is in the lanes at that point can run, but if you're not in by 2:30, you ain't getting in here today. Norm Jensen and Kevin McKenna. Well, McKenna making a rare second appearance.
He is. I think he went 10-50. McKenna in the red car, who is standing up here in the tower bench racing with us about drag racing history just a few moments ago. And he goes 10:55 at 129. Norm Jensen on the right-hand side, 10:04, 139.
Thank you to eBay Motors, the title sponsor of Drag Week 2022, to Gear Vendors Overdrive, the presenting sponsor of this event, to Amsoil, the official oil sponsor, Molly Pistons as the official piston sponsor, Hawley NOS is the nitrous sponsor, Mickey Thompson Tires, the official tire sponsor of Drag Week, Mothers, our live stream awesomeness sponsor, Summer Racer Equipment, the track and pit sponsor, and VP Racing Fuels, the official fuel of Drag Week.
Mark Campbell hustling in the Mustang, 126 to the 8th mile, 866 at 154. In the right-hand lane, the Chevy pickup, 1255 at 108 miles an hour.
Daryl Yost and Molly's Eric Grillo coming up right now. Eric goes 10.808 at 126.76. And we're going to hang out with Yost here for 1 second as we get a track spotter climb the wall to grab something down there at the top end. A belt. Belt was tossed. 2:30, we will be closing the rear of the lanes. Once again, 2:30 will be lane closure. So Daryl Yost making a clean pass at his 1969 Chevelle, goes 879 at 159.16.
And that was his best time of the week, 879, 159.
The 67 Pontiac GTO on one side and the 1967 Buick on the other.
As if to demonstrate the prior commentary about the popularity of the Buick versus the Pontiac. Indiscernible roofline because
it's identical.
They're the same.
Pretty good drag race. Jekyll had the better reaction time in the Buick, 12:49, 110. Rust, 12:76, 112. Romano, man, this thing sounds angry. You heard that screaming big block at the upper reaches of its RPM range, leaving the starting line. Romano punishing the car to a 10.023 at 141. Cheryl Kaiser goes 12.52.1 at 105.70.
The question is, if Romano is running actually in street race or super street big block power adder and he hasn't hit the nitrous yet, will he do it tomorrow and go in the nines?
I think, my opinion, yes. I think that would be a good plan for him, and he's had a solid week like he always does. But tomorrow's the day you can let your freak flag fly and start spraying that way. Cameron Thorpe and Gary Bauer. Thorpe, the former Mom Buggy Volvo, now bracket racer extraordinaire, except with that reaction time, he's not going to bracket race anything. I'm going to tighten that up. 10.69, 127. Gary Bauer, 11.203 and 122.
He did advise me that they ate his lunch at that event that he went to.
Well, the bracket finals, but he went 4 rounds.
Yeah, Shark Tank, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's the All-Star race. You know, you're getting the best of the best. Division 5, too. It's tough sledding. Paul Kornman definitely tied the front end of his Demon down after the big wheel stand last time as Mike Reminis goes 867.2, 160. Kornman goes 917.3, 149.23.
Man, Reminis wants to make really, really sure that Ryan Enzer doesn't get around him. That's a lot of laps on that car just to pick up a couple hun. This is the thing you will miss the most as you get on the airplane later
It will,
today.
especially if they make a clean hit. This truck has gone in the 9s before. Not on drag week, but previously. They have had some gremlins crop up the last couple days. They shook the front and rear tires when he launched earlier today. Dominic Labershi. Yeah, buddy. The boot stayed on. 160 short time. 108 in the 8th mile. And LaBerge takes it to the house. How about a 10:15 at 132? It is absolutely nonsensical, and that's the best thing about it. 10:15, 132.65. LaBerge's truck. Legend.
The chat commentators find it hard to believe that you have in fact ever raced a car yourself.
I did a bracket race for years.
That's what they said. That's what some people corrected the other guys.
It's an amazing thing that people on the internet.
Yeah, the moron filter hasn't been engaged yet. We're gonna
Evan Erkowitz. Not only have I bracket raced, I actually whipped up on you when we had the Red Eye Demon deal a few years ago.
Yeah, that one.
I beat you on a hole shot.
It was the highlight of your career, I know.
Beat you on a hole shot.
Yeah.
So put that in your pipe and smoke it, YouTube commenters. Yeah, you YouTubians. Here comes Evan Erkowitz. Yeah, for a car that sits so low, it does have a fair amount of suspension travel, and he jumped the tree anyway. Does not get any data, so he'll be circling back around. Less than 45 minutes until the lanes will be closed. Stinking Lincoln time.
I feel like if you hopped in for a ride, your first question would have to be about what the good strip clubs are in town.
Stay classy. Stay classy. Yeah, if you're getting in this era of, if you're getting a 2000 Lincoln Town Car to get driven anywhere, it's probably going to be a seedy destination. Oh, the Lincoln appears to have lost fire. Or he's soliciting for rides. Lincolnfelder goes 11:20 with a 1 at 117.
Is he pulling over? Does he have to pick somebody up on the way down?
I'm guessing.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if they were spraying this thing and they, if they maybe put some spray to it and it became displeased with that program. Oh, Brian Sprang runs a very Lincoln-like 30-45 with a 6 at 23 miles an hour.
Oh, he's doing the early escape.
Yes.
I feel like you could whip out your Uber app, and you know how you follow the map and you can see the guy driving in circles? Yeah, that's what that was.
Dean Anderson and Zach Royce are both being held back by the starter as safety is on the racetrack at the top and to grab something. Dean Anderson, 130 in the 8th mile. Parachute out goes 8:52.9, 151.63 miles an hour, as Zach Royce goes 11.405er at 114. Barry Burrich and Chris Haynes. Love Haynes. Love that car.
He got third gear paper slipper.
And Chris Haynes goes 10:17.9 at 141.30. Burrich 10:06.6, 145. The cool thing about Haynes' car is that it's an H pattern shifted car, so it's not as any sort of sequential thing, and it's like watching an old school super stock car leave, like with a legit punch the clutch style transmission.
And it's a 10-second car, but it's just sort of got that light dance and light front end.
So
it's
good.
Great.
Dave Pascal and Chris McNeely. Dave's Turbo Buick will not hang with the 1964 Chevrolet of McNeely, 929.3, 146. Pascal goes 1175, 117.80. Dan Dinan and Dustin Trance. And Trance, one of our 850 hitters, and he's on pace to do it at 5:44 in the 8th mile, 8:53, 158. Dinan goes 11:02, 125. The owner of the car.
It's actually Jason Glick. He got a bogus time last time, and he's going to again right now. Whereas Kramer on the left-hand side goes 9:47 at 1:42.
Kel Lundquist, Jeremy Howell. Jeremy Howell's car, a screaming Ford engine. That is a flat plane crank Coyote motor that spins over 9,000 RPM. And turbo. 971, 159 with a launch that was more acrobatic circus act than it was drag strip talent. 1092, 142 for Lundquist.
That Mustang sounds like a supercar.
It's crazy. Big launch there for Scott Glassbrook. The turbocharged four-banger goes 863.5 at 153 with Nate Thompson running 981.3 at 129.33. It is the G-Cat, driven by KJ Jones. KJ is the hot shoe in this thing. The build happened with the CarCraft video team as well as the folks from QA1 Suspension. They're working hard on trying to get max traction out of that 17-inch slick or the 17-inch diameter wheel tire combination.
Not the way I would have gone.
996.9 at 147.84. Jones pedals to a 1207.2 at 129.45. It is not the easiest thing in the world to do. Forgiveness of a big drag slick sidewall is a good thing to have on your side. Heath Sack, the maroon Nova. Oh, Keith Sack, apologies. Trying to find his way back into the 8s. That's one way to do it. 330 feet, the car became unhappy for a split second. He goes 875 for 157 despite having to manipulate the throttle out there a couple of times.
One of my memories from here at Cordova was Jeff McConnell's naturally aspirated Malibu just standing it up there in the right-hand lane. I'm not sure the car ever came back after that, or did it come one time after that?
I'm not sure if that was before or after the time he repaired the cylinder heads with beer cans.
That was great.
Yeah.
Jeff, of course, the passenger with Doc McIntyre's car, the quickest NA car in the history of Drag Week and a multi-time winner in Pro Street NA.
Kane Zarin goes 1196 in his inline-6 turbo Comanche truck. Ryan B, 1192.0, 112.55. Name the famed set of racing brothers that competed in SCCA road racing with Jeep Comanche trucks.
I had this one, but I don't right now.
The Archer brothers.
I didn't have that one ever.
Yep. Still don't got it. Jason Pratt and Bob Rupel. Can we do a reenactment of a great moment in history?
2 seconds ago when you had the advantage over me?
No, the moment I want is the moment when you realize that 63 wasn't as quick as 58, and that changed the whole perspective of something. 967.2, 140. Jason Pratt, 1097 for it, 126. It all kind of washed over you in this one magical instance. It's kind of like a shower of bricks fell down upon you.
No one actually likes you.
Jason Sturgill and Chris Dacre. Dacre's been a habit of making late afternoon runs in this 150-mile-an-hour Challenger. Jason Sturgill had a big starting line advantage, and there he goes again. 10:23.6. You can set your watch to the fact that this thing will run 150 miles an hour with him ripping the shift handle.
With appropriate violence, I might add. Speaking of what's going to happen to you later.
Jeff Dugapolsky, Mike Kalfeld. Pair of Chevelles of the 66 variety, and Kalfeld's car is cutting in and out the middle of the course. Dugapolsky goes 10:42, 128. $10:36.5, 131.34. Kalfeld. "30 minutes from lane closure. 30 minutes until staging lane closure."
Travis Fathy on the right-hand side in that blown big block wagon. Justin Sable on the left in the Denali.
11:39.2, 118.30. 11:35, 132.08. bet this thing's in your top 5.
Herschel Cronin?
Yeah.
Absolutely. I love the blown big block Ford in the 55 Chevy. It's antagonistic.
It is. It is asking for somebody to be annoyed with.
Although probably not nearly as annoying to people as a Chevy and a Ford. Oh! I love the fire shooting it out of that thing. Look at the wheel stand. He's actually, he was sliding around just a little bit mid-track. I'm not sure what's going on now, other than an 898 at 146 miles an hour. On the left-hand side, 1147, 117.
The shooting of fire was definitely welcome.
I was distracted by the fire. I have to admit, it was like, shiny object. Yeah, Cronin and Baker going back and forth in that lead gas category. And I'm loving it. Aaron Gerke, he's got the Ford Ranger. John Powell is in the S10. The Ranger, 1113, 126. The S10, 1234 at 111. You got to wonder if this guy's found his dipstick.
He's found something. He may have used your suggestion of wedging a wine cork into it.
It works. We do it on the dyno at West Tech all the time. I mean, that's not a moving car that could potentially oil down a drag strip or anything. Far be it for me to recommend that you would use that in actual function.
No, it's good.
Yeah. That is Ben Brown over there in the right-hand side in the...
Go ahead, carry on. Go ahead, finish it.
It was going to be diaper commentary again. The Grand Le Mans Safari Wagon. On the left-hand side, Dave Deal. And he's smoking. Maybe that dipstick tube just fell out.
Dude. Oh, man. You can see it.
Brutal. That
Unbelievable.
is another full pull. That's the guy who was calling for a dipstick tube repeatedly. The thing is, if you don't have enough crankcase ventilation through the valve covers,
It'll
and
find its way out.
You do something hinky with the dipstick tube, then that's what happens. It blows out. That is why the press fit threading a bolt in is the supreme option there.
We got top end people walking over to look at it, but at least from where I'm standing, I'm pretty sure I can see a sheen on the racetrack. The best case scenario there is hopefully it was a fog and kind of oil burning off a header or something like that. But as of right now, we've not heard anything back from the top end, which would be miraculous, and I'm okay with a miracle.
I'm surprised that cabbage hasn't led to the same level of sort of emissions.
I've been considerate of you today, despite my better judgment.
You haven't pressurized the tower once.
Trying to be the better man here.
Fantastic.
Wow, nothing on the racetrack.
Yeah, little debris, no fluids. That is great news. As he picks up the wine cork, throws it over the wall.
Lane close shifted to 245 by Lonnie Grimm. Just moments ago, lane closer shifted to 245. 40 minutes from now. Because of the downtime and because of the fact that some of the cars that are trying to get their last run in we're kind of hung up with all that. Jeremy Hammer going down the racetrack in the Tesla. And Hammer goes 10:31, 1:32.92. Had zero worry about him oiling the racetrack. Joe Welsh goes 16:29.6 at 87. It's the one thing you can, it ain't me. It's the one thing you can say. Ain't me.
See, to go for the actual comedy, I was going to prefer at this event, even the Tesla could oil the whole track. That would have been the actual, comedic sort of irony.
Not factual.
Not factual.
Not factual.
As if anything
Dan
you've
Chandler
said
and
meets
Dan
that
Grubauer.
standard.
It's the Jimmy. 1980 model year. Dan Grubaugh in the Ute, which is basically what would happen if Jimmy and a Toyota hardbody truck had relations. 14:33.2 at 96 for Grubaugh. Dan Chandler goes 12:73.1 at 103.41.
Unsung hero here at Drag Week. I did.
Oh, thank you, man. Seriously,
the
thank you.
300C.
Oh.
The 300C, 2006 Chrysler. Would have been a factory 5.7, the old Turdy 5.7, by the way. But watch this thing. As Brent Hergert is shooting ducks out of his yellow Mustang, the 95 Mustang on the left-hand side.
Jeff Watt put a set of shorter tires on this thing, and it scoots pretty good. 1189.6, 107 miles an hour.
Nothing wrong with that.
No shame in that game.
And the Mustang 1256 at 108.
Did you say it was the original motor that's in the thing?
I don't know that for a fact. I'm
Okay.
just advising that
Gotcha.
in 2006, that's what it would have been.
Yeah, because at some point it would have swallowed like valve seats, right? Isn't that the deal? Those high mileage OG
Criticized
5.7s?
for all of that, yes. The valve train failure and the valve seat failure.
Hornet. 1977.
It's a very fine car.
Mike Bogardus. It's basically like a shrunken down version of the Matador, really, if you look at it.
But better.
Oh, the better, way better.
Because of the
Chef
shape
check.
of this thing with the fastback and the small frontal area, I actually wanted to build one for Bonneville at one time for the classic category. They're smaller than a second-gen Camaro and a similar shape.
Coolest appearance by an AMC Hornet in a movie.
Go.
Really?
Go.
James Bond does the Astro spiral jump.
The spiral jump, yep.
It's another one in the win column for the L-Man, as I like to say.
No one else does. Nobody.
13:23.0, 106.57 miles an hour.
How soon before you go to, like, the great job there, Brian? Well, thank you, Brian. Yes.
I do it mentally all the time. I just don't verbalize it. Mike Cavallaro and Mike Reimers. Remember, Reimers has been running under that 10-second floor of Street Machine Eliminator, and this is really cool because these are basically the best two cars running for the #1 spot in Street Machine Eliminator right now, and Reimers is clearly looking at Cavallaro as he's up by the center line, fans the brake pedal. Cavallaro goes 991.4 to Reimers 981.9. Cavallaro still took 200th the stripe at the finish line. Robert Seiler, 13:35.6 in the Le Mans. Bree Brewer, 15:18.9 at 88.34 miles an hour. We could have chatted with McKenna about that. He went to Le Mans. He's been there a couple times, and he went to the race this year. Over in France. Kevin's gone there a few times. He said it's like a killer experience. Popping wine bottles open at 5:30 in the morning.
Yeah, popping those dipstick plugs open 5:30 in the morning.
It's just like here. You see the same stuff. You see like some $1 million.
Yeah, it's indiscernible.
It is. It's the same. Totally the same. A 79 Le Mans station wagon and a, Ferrari, whatchamacallit, hypercar. Look all the same.
Going to Cordova.
Cordova. They have the Mulsanne straight. We have the Cordova straight. Annette Jankowski and Tim Bradshaw. 35 minutes for lane closure.
We're also being advised that you really want to get there ASAP if you want another run, racers. Lynette goes 10:04, 134, and Bradshaw 9:85. 85 at 141 on that right-hand side as we get Paul Corman back up here again. And also Evan Erkowitz.
Now, to keep the lanes open till 2:45, we'll need traffic in the lanes. Lonnie estimates we have 15 minutes worth of cars sitting there. So in order to justify keeping the lanes open till 2:45, people need to be in them. Just saying.
Erkowitz bumps it in deep, as does Corman. Corman's not going to get a hold of the track, but Erkowitz also is cutting a 2:150 short time, 120 to the 8th mile, 987 at 157. Dustin Trance, Mr. 8500. Zach Royce in the right-hand side in the Duster. .871.9, slowing down significantly for Trance. The right-hand side Duster went 1069 at 126 miles an hour.
I'm sure you know this other weird piece of automotive ephemera. You know the story of the two 426 Hemis that were responsible for killing hundreds, if not thousands, of cars? Two engines, two 426 Hemis single-handedly destroyed hundreds, if not thousands, of cars.
At the college where they were doing crash testing?
At CalSpan in New York. So their whole crash testing rig was basically set up on these pulleys and cables, and the whole thing was powered by a pair of 426 Hemis with dual quads. And so they run that thing, and every day they would wreck cars, and those Hemis were responsible for all those unnecessary deaths.
Do you also know about the Roadrunner that was responsible for
EPA?
cadaver testing?
God, no. Nate Thompson and Marcus Clark. Marcus Clark in the 68 Nova will run around Nate Thompson, who had trouble down course. I don't think they came out of gear. 10:55.2 for the Nova. What was like? Let's get into that atmosphere. Chris Dacre. And KJ Jones gets a good launch out of the G-Cat. Dacre spinning the tires down there. KJ is going to try to run this thing down in the 10-second bracket. He's going to do it. He goes at 10:32 at 135. Dacre goes 10:26.6 and falls just short of 150 miles an hour by going 10:26.6, 149.58. Dave Schroeder has returned to the staging lanes. The Tesla has returned to the starting line. We are down to short numbers here. 30 minutes that their lanes remain trafficked, and it is Lonnie Grimm's decision when the door swings shut on the back of the staging lanes. Jeremy Hammer, the 2022 brand new Tesla, 107 in the 8th mile. Goes 10:21.5, 132 miles an hour. Will be part of Street Machine Eliminator 32 car field. Joe Welsh, 15:59.8 at 87. Dan Grubaugh takes his 2006 Dodge Flower car, Ute, 1445.5 at 95 miles an hour for Grubaugh. As the presenting sponsor of Hot Rod Drag Week, eBay Motors is honored to share this experience with you. With over 122 million parts, eBay Motors has the world's widest selection of performance automotive parts. Finding the perfect parts for your vehicle is simple and easy. And you can buy with the complete confidence because all parts purchased on eBay Motors are covered by the eBay money-back guarantee. Right parts, right price, ebaymotors.com. Let's ride. So for the cars, the fast cars coming around the corner, the starting line crew just touched it up. Little glue, little rosin down there. Please burn out across the starting line. You guys with the high-powered cars, a cross the starting line burnout will be helpful to your program.
Brian, you were talking about the special Hemis that were used to crash stuff. There was also a 1970 446-pack Roadrunner at Wayne State University that they used to drag unmanned cars into obstacles like Armco and guardrails and things like that, basically crash testing, but it was for medical purposes. So I think they had crash test dummies in them, and they used those to figure out what would happen to you if you did this, and they improved both the guardrails and the medical whatever by using that car.
Do you know that the large yellow barrels you see on the highway that are full of sand were created by a famous race car driver, and they have a name. They are named after him.
I was going with the K-rail being designed by George Hurst.
Nope, I'm talking about the big round barrels.
Who's that?
John Fitch.
Oh, John Fitch. Yeah.
The Fitch safety barriers.
I've met him. I did at Bonneville. Remember he was driving that
Mercedes
Gullwing?
Yeah, Fitch was cool. He was a Mercedes factory driver back, like sports car guy back in the 50s, and the first general manager of Lime Rock Park, the famed road course in Connecticut.
I wish you were more well-read. That would make this show way better.
Nice wheelie. They're finally seem to be getting more aggressive with this blown 555-powered Malibu wagon, 108 in the 8th, and the wagon goes 10.04.3, 135, flirting with the 9s. I like it. All right. Mike Berger.
That's right.
Time to get it done.
That's right.
That's right. Oh, man. It's weird because it's funny, and it's funny because it's weird. So Mike Borgren, his struggles have been well displayed today, trying to do anything to get this car off the starting line.
That's right.
Never known you to be a yes man, but it feels like you are one today.
No.
Yeah, so the best run he made yesterday was a 975.
And prior to that, a 704. And earlier today, essentially nada.
So what can they do with a car like this? Well, you have adjustable struts in the front and the back, and you're going to work on, weight transfer, what we call loosen up the front end, allow the front end of the car to travel more.
You could also take your kids to karate practice.
Right, or have one of them, especially one of them that weighs as much as Freiberger, lay at the back of the cargo area. You can do a wheel sim like the Hemi under glass. About 20 minutes left to close the lane, so Michael has plenty of time to come back around again. Now we're talking. Tire shake plagued this car. Remember, John Enns had come up and gave us the note. They were looking for the strut. Well, actually, they had the strut. They needed the steering arm, which probably broke. Did you hear that noise? That noise was awesome. That was a fly landing on David's face.
No, in my mouth, actually.
Wow.
Yeah, it was like that scene in Raiders of the Lost Ark.
Ugh.
Yeah.
High in protein, low in fat.
Yeah.
So the Schroeder Enns Corvette. String of mid 6-second runs all week as David Lord of the Flies Freiberger checks the stats. Lord of the Flyburger.
664 is best run. Okay, that actually got a laugh. This tells you that Warren is getting punch drunk.
You're Flyburger from now on. I wish that had happened Monday. It's a damn shame that thing waited until now to make a trip into your gaping maw. There you go. Shooting header flames out. Past the 330, 166 in the 8th, and he backfires it big time down there. 669.3, 187. You saw a big flash as it went to the finish line stripe, but Dave Schroeder, 669.3, 187 miles an hour. We're going to watch that run kind of in a moment on the feed as it happens, because I saw that, unless he shut it off early, that may be the other thing too. I shouldn't have said backfire, but it looked like that big flash. It could have just been when he shut it off and the fuel burning in the pipes.
What Brian was attempting to explain is there's a slight delay on the live feed, and so we're watching it up in the tower, almost like an instant replay. By the way, Mothers was the sponsor of the instant replays, which we've never used.
Tough to tell, but I do believe it was likely him shutting it off because he got the chutes heaved out, 187 miles an hour. Nice run for Dave Schroeder, keeping their pace.
Oh yeah, that's going to hold him in the number 3 position overall.
Mike Cavallaro and Jeff Watt. Cavallaro making it happen in the Fox, goes 994.5, 136. Watt goes 1169.3.
Some of these cars have put more miles on the track and down the return road and back on the
Right.
track than most gearheads have put on their hot rods all year long.
Who was the old guy that came out for years and would set the record every year for the most laps? George, was it George something?
Yeah, it was, and he was driving that.
He had a couple different things. He had that blue hot rod.
That's what I was thinking of.
And I thought he had something else, a different car that he brought a couple times too. For Jason Pratt and his Oldsmobile, it's a successful trip. 1086.2, 125.73. Bogardus goes 1261.2 and 107.35.
Reimers in trance again.
trance. Seeking that 850. Did it yesterday. 125 in the 8th mile, and he goes 869, 151 today.
That's 2 in a row where he slowed down, more than a tenth and a half. Brian and I are pretty convinced we have not seen this 70 Mustang Fastback yet today. Jason Neesham. Of course, Jelly Ball on the other side, this time hoisting the front end pretty nicely, not doing the awkward bounce. 6:178 at 115 to the 8th mile for the Jelly Bean. 9:60, 143 out the top, and Neesham in the Fastback, 10:46 at 132. Racers in the pits, you need to return your time slips not up to the tower, but to the building that's down there adjacent to the impound area. It is the Pit Cafe. So time slips do not come to the tower.
10:34, 130 for Hammer in the Tesla. Seiler in the Le Mans goes 13:63, 1 at 105.55.
Two Street Machine Eliminator cars coming up. Once again, those cars that are trying to run for a spot on the 32-car ladder for the bracket race that you will see on the feed from St. Louis tomorrow. He's torching a one-legger rear end on the left-hand side of that Mustang. Joel Welsh is on the right-hand side in the Camaro. The Mustang's going to run 11:54 at 133 miles an hour. And the Camaro, 15:26 at 94.
A reminder, tomorrow morning, the day will begin at 10 a.m. and it will begin with the top 40 cars in Street Machine Eliminator. Those top 40 cars will make one run to determine, maybe two runs, but guaranteed one run to lock in the 32 spots. The other Street Machine Eliminator competitors will have an option to run later on in the program, but it will be those top 40 cars that will be the first machines down the track.
And if you're in a stick car, that will get organized at the end of the day. Norman, once again, he's got the front end tied down so it doesn't do wheel stands, but unfortunately, it's sending rubber to God.
From your rim to God's face. Well, it's usually from your lips to God's ears, right? Neil Torbett. The 65 F100 needs a small block Ford timing set. Gear and chain has to be adjustable. Also a degree wheel. A degree wheel, a timing set for a small block Ford, and it has to be an adjustable timing set.
I'm guessing he's degreeing the cam in a place where valves will not hit pistons, and I'm guessing he learned that lesson the hard way.
Yeah.
Wild guesses coming from the tower. Nearly as good as facts, but more entertaining.
Dave Deal goes 863.7, 164. Dan Grubaugh on the right side goes 1463.5 at 93.88. Again, down to about 15 minutes, give or take, depending on usage and traffic levels in the lanes, of which it appears we are about ready to run the well dry. Mike Cavallaro, 993.6, 130 in his Mustang. Ryan Clark goes 15-13-5 at 94. At Mickey Thompson, we never stop innovating. Stop by today and see the all-new drag racing tires that we have to offer, like the insanely quick Pro Bracket Radial and the Max Traction ET Drag. When Mickey Thompson decides to put drag racing tire technology into a high-performance tire for the street, you know it's going to be outstanding. If you need the ultimate street-legal drag performance tire for new and classic American muscle, the ET Street lineup has you covered with the ET Street SS and the ET Street R. We call it traction satisfaction. Check out all the Mickey Thompson tires for the street and drag strip at MickeyThompsonTires.com. Stand on the gas with Mickey Thompson.
Live feed viewers, we will be starting at 10 a.m. tomorrow, which is 2 hours later than our normal. And if you recall that first day live feed, you know that it was sharp and clear. So if you've been experiencing any glitches in the feed today because of the connection, we are not going to say guaranteed, but virtually certain to have a far better feed going on tomorrow from St. Louis.
And that 10 a.m. is Central Time. So if you're on the East Coast, that'll be 11 a.m. Eastern. On paper, anyway, I'll be in Charlotte by then.
You'll be handed your papers if you're not.
Right. So we have a bit of a lull, as the case tends to be at this time of the day, and this is where Lonnie starts to do his advanced mental calculus to decide on staging lanes opening and closing. Get your gear right here. The Summit Racing Equipment trailer has been on site all week, full of inventory and performance parts, as well as safety equipment from leading manufacturers, ready to purchase. A Summit Racing rep is there to get you the parts you need to get back on the road or to help you place your order at summitracing.com.
Best case scenario, the lanes are open for another 10 minutes. You want to get in lanes ASAP before Lonnie changes his mind. You want to get your final fling.
Want to take your engine to the next level? Molly Motorsport Power Pack piston sets can take your engine there. Power Pack is a complete kit that includes piston rings and clips manufactured to the highest standards. Top engine builders trust Molly Motorsport. Molly Motorsport, the official piston sponsor of Hot Rod Drag Week 22. You know what's a fun, weird offshoot of this job, this announcing job, is doing people's voicemail things at companies.
You know what? That's an awesome job because I remember growing up or being at Hot Rod when Dave McClellan did all of those.
It's cool.
Yeah, it's awesome that I can call anywhere and have to, get trigger loans. Oh. Ah!
I did Pro Charger, Aeromotive, Motion Raceworks. Done a few of them. It's pretty fun.
Because
it's just cool. It's like, he would do stuff like that. It's like when someone calls you up to do it, it's just neat.
You're the music on hold.
I am the Muzak.
There's no bigger compliment.
Human Muzak. Your call is important to us.
I was saying the other day that, when we walk into convenience stores, like people recognize me pretty frequently, and I'm like, Loans, you got like a 3 million audience on NHRA Fox. And I'm like, I think the problem is they don't hear your voice. Maybe you should just start announcing our entry into the convenience store.
But who was the one person that said out loud that she wanted to meet me that she didn't meet? The lady at the convenience store.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
We got back.
I think that's how it came up.
She was a fan. It was cool.
So if I was heading for the roller dog, how would that go?
Well, folks, the door has opened up. David has entered the convenience store, his nose carrying him toward the beefy goodness, slowly rotating on the heated rollers. There are taquitos, there is a sausage that has cheddar filling, and there is the traditional all-beef hot dog. The only question is, which one of these Trinity of Goodness members will he choose today? Removes the steam bun from underneath the rollers. He appears to be moving toward the taquito, but no, at the last second, he has gone with the all-beef hot dog. was doing those things during 2020, people would just send me videos, and I was calling.
Oh, I remember that.
Loans Calls Life.
That was
Yeah.
great. Loans Calls Life. Are those still on YouTube?
Yeah, they're still out there.
Yeah. You don't really need to call these cars. Everybody's seen them.
He's on the brakes again to a 1014, 117, as Mike Bogardus goes 13009 at 104.8 miles an hour.
If a car's gone down the track the 300th time, does anybody notice?
No.
No. However, I do see the Volvo.
It is 5 letters.
Volvo. Volvo.
Oh my God. You're having your Volvo. Do you go to the library in your Volvo?
Yeah. Yep. Schroeder's back.
So Motion Raceworks has stepped up to the plate big time for the Schroeder Ends team.
Yeah, big thanks to those guys. It was, I'm not sure even what time it was, about 11 o'clock. And Tom said, hey, you got to talk to Andy at Motion Raceworks. And he came by, grabbed the broken part. We had our steering arm was broken. It's aluminum. Not sure. That's all the streetcar stuff that I think probably fatigued it. But they built a couple nice ones out of steel for us. And so we put one on. Fit like a perfectly machined part. It fit, just perfect. And yeah, those guys are pretty badass. So
That's insane. That is incredible if they stepped up to play like that, fabricated you something that's stronger than what came off the car. So Motion Raceworks, those guys are great.
Thank you for
Doug and Andy.
keeping our 2-time winner back in action
Yeah.
on Drag Week. We'll see you tomorrow, right? He guarantees it. Yeah, absolutely.
And yes, Dave has confirmed the fact that it was just some raw fuel we saw burning in the pipe there at the top end. So the car is healthy and steerable.
In truth, that's happening at tracks all over the place. I think there's multiple cars every single night that are stopped in local auto repair shops getting help from complete strangers to keep their cars going on the road. And in this case, it's just a higher end level. Working at Motion Raceworks to make all that stuff happen. But do you remember the time long ago that Eddie Miller broke down at the side of the road and like this farmer came and picked him up on like his hay wagon and transferred him someplace?
AMSOIL is the official oil of Hot Rod Drag Week. AMSOIL allows you to tack each quarter mile with confidence because AMSOIL believes overkill is underrated when it comes to engine protection and performance. AMSOIL designs synthetic lubricants molecule by molecule to stand up under the most extreme conditions, delivering protection that blows away industry standards. And AMSOIL crafts specialty formulas for unique demands of each of their products, like AMSOIL Z-Rod Synthetic Motor Oil. Z-Rod is formulated with high levels of zinc and phosphorus to protect flat tappet cams in classic and high-performance vehicles. It even has a unique blend of rust and corrosion prohibitors to provide boosted protection during storage. Stop by the AMSOIL booth to learn how you can save up to 25% on AMSOIL products, get fast free shipping, and more. AMSOIL, run with us.
Brian, you missed a pretty minor drama back there in the staging lanes. There was a small fire they were putting out with your sweatshirt.
But oh, okay.
Yeah. No, they were actually...
Thank God I wear my asbestos sweatshirt today. Mike Reimers on the brakes even harder this time to go 10-10-2 at 120 miles an hour. Reimers will submit that slip. Jason Neesham goes 873.4 at 155.01. we got some heavy hitters that will literally be making their last attempt. As it is 342 or 242 right now.
Will they literally be doing that?
Well, it's the last attempt they can make today.
In their Volvo?
One of them, anyway. You know what you sound like? Yeah, you ever see the, like...
A complete doofus?
The Pink Panther?
Peter Sellers?
Hamburger.
Oh.
Hamburger.
Sometimes in California they call me Freiburgesa. Volvo. If I practice, I might get it.
One of the greatest parts of those movies. I thought your dog did not bite. It's easier than my dog. Evan Urquhart, the 1979 Malibu. And Urquhart goes 907, 158.06 miles an hour. Everyone knows that nitrous is the world's best power adder, and everyone knows that NOS is the #1 nitrous system. NOS offers the most complete line of systems for weekend warriors and all-out racers. Whether you're looking for throttle in a bottle or when you're looking for throttle in a bottle, go with Nitrous Oxide Systems, the official nitrous sponsor of Hot Rod Drag Week. The staging lanes are closed. If you're in, you're in. If you're not,
your event
has ended.
Until tomorrow in St. Louis.
Your event has been continued until tomorrow. So Reimers is going to go down the end of the racetrack, and he's going to go 11:19.9. The last time we'll see the Shelby GT500. VP Racing develops superior fuels, coolants, and oils for any drag racing application. More race winners worldwide rely on VP Fuel than any other brand to deliver more power and consistent quality. Stay Frosty race-ready coolant is glycol-free and proven to reduce engine temps to keep your machine running at peak performance. VP engine and gear oils provide exceptional durability and deliver unmatched wear protection under extreme conditions. When results matter, trust VP. 3:15 will be the cutoff for the handing in of time slips. You do that over at the concession area facing the impound spot. You do not turn in your time slips in the tower, but 3:15 will be the cutoff for time slip turning in. The concession stand has sold out of food. Sorry, Freiburger. Actually, as Flyburger, you already ate today, so that's fine. And yes, Lord of the Flyburger has landed on social. I'm getting pinged back on that one. 3 cars in the staging lanes to finish off today here at Cordova Dragway. That would be, of course, Alex Taylor, Mike Borgen's over there, and Brian Goldstone.
Brian, I'm getting fourth-hand news from our chat of somebody saying...
Oh, good. I'm sure this is going to be accurate.
It's accuracy. Somebody's saying that Tony Angelo is saying that they got the Hemi back together in Blasphemy. It's running and driving, and they're on their way to St. Louis, so we can see exhibition runs with that car tomorrow. That car, of course, being the Blasphemy 55 Chevy Gasser that's run by my co-host, Mike Finnegan.
Wasn't it already in St. Louis?
They took it to Indy to fix it, and now they're bringing it back.
Okay.
Here comes Alex Taylor. Good to see this car again.
So here comes Alex Taylor, final attempt of the day. Not much more to be said that hasn't already been said here. She's not going to waste any time. That's the issue they've been fighting. As soon as it comes up on boost, it basically cuts out. And she will finish the run 13:61, 2 at 131 miles an hour. If it was easy, everybody would be doing it, as a wise man once said.
Everybody in the chat is.
Yes. Yeah, the chat is like Warren Johnson, Dale Armstrong, Alan Johnson,
The Brain Trust.
The Brain Trust, Dick LaHaye, everybody's in there.
Dale Armstrong from the grave.
Yes.
The Volvo is coming.
We have a racer in need of a cylinder head repair. Dan Seitz is the racer. Is there a machine shop locally that could help him? If you know of a local machine shop, Dan Seitz has a Black Fox Mustang. He is looking for a cylinder head to be repaired and is looking for a local machine shop. So the final attempt here for Michael Borgren. The last 2 days have been tough. Dan Seitz, go see Dumpster Dan in the staging lanes. And that may sound scary, but get over yourself. Go see Dumpster Dan in the staging lanes. He's got the hookup on a machine shop. So once again, go see Dan in the staging lanes. Dan, the dumpster man. Fix your heads as fast as you can. I just made that up, guys. I just made that up right now. Pro announcer. The L-Man. The L-Man just put that together. Wow. It was moving till it wasn't, and again, you could just hear how much power they had pulled out of it. 9:14.7, 1:57.39 for Borgren.
This guy says the chat is the Justice League of knowledge.
Dork. Brian Goldstone, burnout complete. Final car of day 4. Hot Rod Drag Week 2022, powered by eBay Motors and presented by Gear Vendors Overdrive. it goes, Brian Goldstone. Again, the engine's not sounding as happy as it should. He is going to get down the racetrack, it looks. 169 in the 8th mile, and Goldstone shedding parts goes 673.4 at 2:15. What a way to finish the day. 1:12.60 foot time, 673.4, 2:15.51.
That's definitely going to put him ahead of Alex Taylor for the day. The big question is, will both of them make it all the way to St. Louis tomorrow? That's the question for all of these racers. Once again, it's not over till it's over, and it's a long night and a big race tomorrow.
It is, and it is now time for me and both myself and Lonnie Grimm to kind of step off the drag week train. It is a great week. I am so thankful to have been back. You and I had a great time. It's been great to see all the competitors and certainly all the fans that have come to the last several races. Truly one of the most unique events in the world. If you've never attended this race, make plans to go out. Even if you're not going to race in it, you can be part of the drag pack and kind of travel around and enjoy it. David's going to crunch the numbers tonight. He'll be in the booth tomorrow in St. Louis. KJ Jones will be popping in to help him, and they're going to take you through the end of this event. I'll be watching from Charlotte. You should certainly be tuned in from home, but man, what a week.
It has been great, especially the fun we've had together. Yeah. I think a lot of people don't quite get the nut busting that goes on up here. It's all, I mean, it's what happens when we're not on camera, essentially. So we have a lot of fun. It's the reason I come here and do this rather than racing myself.
It's a blast.
Which is a lie, because why would I put myself through the torture that all of these people are paying us to do themselves? That's kind of what it is.
Well, I've got to thank Warren Evans big time for the feed, the hard work today. He'll be behind the scenes again tomorrow. Jay Hollinger will be with him. We got Jake the Snake out there running the camera, and Les Mayhew doing the work as well. So those guys have been fantastic. The events team has been awesome to work with. And again, a sincere thanks from me to the events team. Turgeon, everybody, the track staff here at Cordova, thank you very much. Take us home.
We will be back at 10 a.m. Central tomorrow morning with the Mother's Live feed once again. So look for that. This has been eBay Motors presents Hot Rod Drag Week 22, which is presented by Gear Vendors. We're out till tomorrow.